The rumor about Lansen traveled across Scandinavia. The wind carries the legend along the Swedish fjords. They say he came from the north. There, during his march through the lands of the icy giants, this Viking lost his entire squad. 100 housecarls. No one knows what destroyed them. Only Lansen survived. He's just come back, but he's already eager to go to the edge of the world again. And woe unto those who dare to stand in his way.
The Lansen is a Tier 8 Swedish premium medium tank. Its spirit was forged in the Rocky Mountains, tempered in the ice fjords. And as a stern Norseman, this tank is a true hunter. The maximum speed of this Viking is 50 kilometers per hour. Quite standard for a medium tank, but it picks up speed very quickly. The vehicle is equipped with an engine made by the Swedish company Volvo. 28 horsepower per ton makes climbing the hills nice and easy. The vehicle's crossing capacity on soft terrains is above average. The swamps and bogs shouldn't be a problem for a true hunter. There are no surprises with its reverse speed. Just a good standard 20 kilometers per hour. It's enough to roll back into cover unpunished after taking a shot. The Lansen's only disadvantage is its traverse speed. The Swedish medium tank doesn't turn around so fast. But this won't affect the overall impression of the tank. The maneuverability is decent.
Larsen headed to the far north once again. He understood that 100 housecarls in strong armor had just slowed him down last time. Now the Viking threw off these shackles and became as free as the wind. Lansen crossed bogs and climbed mountains with ease, avoided the enemy tribes, and relentlessly moved farther and farther, towards the goal only he knew about. During his journey, he had no regrets about dropping his mail armor. Well, maybe just once.
You always pay for great mobility, and often you pay for it with your armor. The Lansen C is no exception. Cold figures look like this. Well, obviously, it can't exchange fire with the enemy on the first line. In most cases, it won't end well. However, it's not that straightforward. Due to the decent sloping of its front armor and turret, the Lansen can sometimes repel shells. You shouldn't rely on this, of course, but occasionally you'll hear the pleasant clang of armor.
Lansen traveled through the lands of fog and ice. Doubts assailed him, and this premonition didn't fail the Viking. An icy giant, one of the first inhabitants of this world, arose right in front of him. One of those who will take the people's place during Ragnarok. The giant attacked so suddenly that Lansen didn't have time to dodge. The creature bound the Viking in ice and started methodically trampling him. No armor, no help, but also no fear. Lansen had to find a way out of this.
The vehicle's survivability doesn't just depend on the armor. Thanks to its low silhouette, the Lansen has excellent concealment. Yes, there are sneakier vehicles out there, but this value is still impressive. And if you train your crew with a corresponding perk, you can feel pretty good about yourself. Let's do a small test. Meet the XM551 Sheridan with fully trained view range as our opponent. Let's first give a hint to our scout of where to find the Lansen C. Now start the test. The immobile Swedish medium tank will be spotted only at a distance of 116 meters. When playing aggressively, spot, roll back, fire. You'll get spotted at 257 meters. Nice result.
The giant triumphed. He thought he had crushed the Viking. He thought the Viking was already at the gates of Valhalla. But Lansen had other plans. The Viking hit the creature in the eye and disappeared before it could yell with pain. The half-blinded giant dashed forward, but Lansen was no longer there. Smirking, he flanked the enemy. The Viking knew that if he can see the enemy, but remains unspotted, the outcome is predetermined. However, this was just the beginning.
Let's talk about the most important thing, the gun. A peculiar feature of this Swede is the formidable combination of two gun characteristics, damage per shot and reload time. Together they give the Lansen one of the best damage per minute numbers among all Tier 8 medium tanks. Its DPM is 2,087 hit points. Only the Object 416 is better than the Lansen in this regard. The armor penetration with a standard shell is 208 millimeters and 242 millimeters with APCR. Plus, the aiming time and dispersion are decent. But these are only basic characteristics. You can make the vehicle even fiercer. Equip the Viking with the tank gun rammer, improved ventilation, and either coated optics or gun stabilizer to your taste. Train your crew with concealment, brothers in arms, smooth ride, and snapshot to make shooting more convenient. Situational awareness and recon to improve view range. Supply them with coffee with cinnamon buns, and don't forget about the 6 cents perk for the commander. After this, the vehicle immediately becomes better.
Here it is, the edge of the world, the place where it all began. During a park, we gathered 100 of volunteers and ordered them to chain Fenrir again. But as soon as they approached him, the beast tempted them. He promised them wealth and fame if they would break his shackles. They all believed him, all but Lansen. He had to slay his mad brothers. But defeating Fenrir was beyond his power. He didn't have a weapon. So I, All-Father, took my own spear and descended to the world of mortals. To give it to the Viking, to the one who has resisted the temptation, to the one who can handle the weapon of Odin.
In addition to its great gun and dynamics, the Lansen C has excellent gun depression angles, -10. Add its good concealment, and we get a gameplay option for this vehicle. Occupy your favorite bush, fire, and roll back into cover. If the 6th sense doesn't activate, you can return and repeat. Just remember that it's important for the team that you survive and show up to the final clash. If you fall back and hide from enemy sight, you can fulfill your damage dealer potential. The Lansen is also useful on city maps. Roll with your allies in one direction, and then judge from the circumstances. If the enemy has an advantage, stand tall and defend or retreat. Otherwise, devour your enemies with your insatiable pack. Just remember the tank's weaknesses. Use its strengths. It's the winning strategy.
At last, we found the one who is ready to go to the edge of the world. The gods won't forget it. The gods will reward you. Here he is. Here's the hero who will defeat Fenrir. Are you ready?
Greetings, Commanders. We are currently reworking artillery in World of Tanks. Decreased stun effects, reduced damage to vehicles on the edge of the burst radius, increased efficiency of spall liners, and reworked technical characteristics of some SPGs. Now let's get into the details. Back in April 2017, as part of Update 0918, we made some significant changes to SPGs. The update aimed to solve an important issue. Players neither liked playing SPGs nor fighting against them. Those who didn't like SPGs complained about being one-shotted or receiving tons of damage upon penetration. Plus, there were too many SPGs in each battle. On the other hand, SPG players needed to consider the long reload time and poor accuracy. We've tried to solve the issue on both sides. Now, SPGs only have HE shells. Additionally, we decrease their penetration and damage per hit. There can be a maximum of 3 SPGs on a team, and only 1 SPG in a platoon. We also improved their accuracy and aiming time, while decreasing dispersion. And more importantly, we introduced stun mechanics, which aimed to be more suitable than enormous damage per hit and one-shots. It means that the technical characteristics of a vehicle are temporarily decreased if the vehicle is within the burst radius of an SPG shell. These changes definitely showed results. Now, artillery can rarely destroy a vehicle with a single shot. As such, the influence of SPGs on the battle outcome is similar to other vehicle types. In addition, their gameplay improved due to the increased accuracy and the margin for error. Plus, by assisting your allies, you'll be earning plenty of credits and experience. Now, as a result of these changes, all SPGs rarely deal full damage to vehicles when hitting them. Take the Object 261 as an example. The frequency of full damage penetrations has decreased by 7-fold. However, it became obvious that most players weren't completely happy with the new stun mechanics. There was still more to be done, and that's why we want to change it. The wind of change is blowing in World of Tanks. We've decided to rework several aspects. Let's start with the most significant improvement. It changes the stun mechanics in cases when a new stun is applied to a vehicle that is already stunned. In short, let's call it an additional stun. Now, the additional stun extends the overall stun duration, only if the duration of an additional stun is longer than the remaining duration of the previous stun. It practically renders a vehicle defenseless in fierce encounters. After the rework, stunning will be calculated by a new formula. According to this formula, the duration of each repeated stun is halved. For example, previously a vehicle was stunned for 15 seconds. Then 9 seconds in, another stun came. As a result, the players had to tolerate another 15 seconds of being stunned. So the total stun duration was 9 plus 15 equals 24 seconds. With the new changes, the time of the second stun will be reduced by half. If the result is less than 5 seconds, an additional stun is not applied. Also, the received value is compared with the remaining time of active stun. If the new value is higher than the previous one, the stun is renewed. If it's not, players won't even notice it. Let's take the previous example. There was a 15-second stun, and another 15-second stun comes 9 seconds in. The remainder of the first stun is 6 seconds. 15 seconds of new stun are divided into 2, so we get 7.5 seconds. 7.5 seconds is more than the 6-second remainder, so instead of 15 seconds as before, the stun will be active for 7.5 seconds. The overall time stunned will be 16.5 seconds. As a result, it's almost 8 seconds less compared to the current mechanic. During this time, players can change position, cause damage to the enemy, reset the cap, and much more. Thanks to the new mechanics, the stun extension from repeated artillery hits will decrease significantly. There will be more cases when players won't notice the repeated stuns. That's because the stun timer won't reset in some cases. After the rebalance, the changes will affect two stun components. The component independent from damage is a permanent value. It's known as the minimum stun duration and specified in the garage. This duration depends on the shell and the SPG. The component that depends on damage is a conditional variable that is calculated depending on the damage caused by a shell. It's not specified in the game. Both components combined equal 1. Now the constant component that doesn't depend on damage will affect the full stun duration by 5% less. For example, the correlation between the conditional constant and conditional variable for the object 261 will change from 0.45 to 0.55 and from 0.4 to 0.6 respectively. This will change the minimum stun duration from 13.05 seconds to 11.6 seconds. The burst damage between the vehicle and the burst point will be redistributed for the stun component that depends on damage. Currently, this range can vary from 0.5 to 0.15. So, the damage at the burst point of a non-penetrating HE shell equals 0.5 of its nominal value, and 0.15 on the edge of the burst radius. After the rebalance, the damage on the edge of the burst radius will decrease from 0.15 to 0.05. This will lead to damage reduction both on the edge of the burst radius and any distance from the burst point. The stun duration will also decrease a little. In addition to the duration of repeated stuns, the effect of the spool liner on repeated stuns will also change. Now the super heavy spool liner will additionally reduce the duration of the repeated stun by 20% and the heavy spool liner by 10%. So, if the repeated stun duration is 10 seconds, it will be reduced to 8 seconds when using the super heavy spool liner, and to 9 seconds when using the heavy spool liner. Also, the characteristics of a number of vehicles will be rebalanced for their performance to be adjusted after the stun mechanic changes.
Hey guys, welcome back to the second day of our Farming Simulator Cream of the Crop tournament, Tier 1 tournament that you had a chance to watch live yesterday first since the Fun Cup. I can't even remember how many years ago I played it, to be honest, so a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly. This Tier 1 now will get into the quarterfinals today and should be interesting. First of all, we will see Salty Old Man and Ginger Power.
We said we were going to call them Ginger Man and Salty
Yeah,
Old
exactly.
Power.
You like to make up new names for them, but they are Ginger Power or Ginger Brigade. I think you ended up calling them yesterday.
Yeah, something like that. Well, Salty Old Men are the team led by Sir Foch. Like he is a main streamer there, and Marty Volle is on Ginger Power, of course. So that should be quite interesting. I think they should not hold anything back in this one because, hey, they have to win it. First two matches we will see, as you can see on the list. They will be same format as yesterday, best of fives, but who manages to go to the semi-finals where they are being awaited by the Yanush and Fantatin teams. They will play best of 7, and then the finalists will play best of 9. The map pool will vary a bit compared to yesterday.
Yeah, definitely different to yesterday. I think we'll start off with Abbey today. So, I mean,
New stuff. I hope they find each other.
And as you can see, we jump right into Abbey here, and teams still sticking with very similar lineups there. Lots of LOL tractors, but 2 medium ones from Ginger Power.
Well, I hope they will find each other. This is something that Ginger guys used yesterday. We saw those British medium tanks. I mean, here you can compare them something to like a Type 5, man. That's the closest comparison I can have. But I didn't see it bounce that much as a Type 5. I mean, everyone was panning that thing all the time.
I also didn't see it hit much yesterday.
And we had one game, someone did like 400 damage, and then like next couple of games, because it was Cliff, he didn't even get on time to fire a shell.
We'll call that a lucky one though. Only one game, but I mean, now you can see Salty Old Man all going. They're all just sticking together on this 8-9 line.
Together team.
Yep. Exactly, playing as a team, I think.
Hey man, T1 Cunningham spotting ahead of them, that's good. Bunch of LOL tractors going after, but Ginger Power is doing something that is much more viable in my eyes. They're actually pressing toward the middle, and they have few guys on the side. This is more like a kind of a clan war play, man. 2 serious CSA, and they have a couple of proxy spotters toward the 7-8 line. We need to see, will that the LT on G7-8, will he actually be able to proxy spot those guys where they're passing the water? If they hug the water line, he actually might miss them. I mean, these are the tiny tanks, you know. After all, so Salty Old Man actually didn't find any enemies, so they're trying to see what's going on. Will our base be kept, you know? Because if Ginger Power just played it blind by now, they would probably be already with the entire team.
Yeah, they could have actually. There are a lot of them in the middle there, Ginger Power, and they could have actually even pushed all the way up. And it looks like pre-kill is not going to be taken down. Actually, Lucker I think missed that final shot, so he didn't manage to get the kill. But you know they might be a bit confused now. They see that Ginger Power are camping in the base, but
man,
actually
he's
a
so
lot of
lucky for 1 millimeter. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this right next to his turret, bro.
And they've actually given up on firing him, given up firing on him there. So I think he's spotted again. I mean, he can get taken down here, but I mean, as you see, maybe it was just a bit of bad RNG. They didn't manage to connect the shells there. I'm not too sure. But yeah, as you said, exactly what's going to happen now. They're going to proxy them as they're all pushing along, and you can just see they're all spotted. I mean,
no,
4, 5, 6, 7,
no.
8 tanks spotted there. This is nice from Sweetman there. I think they might have been able to avoid it getting spotted if they did, as you said, just try to hug that water a bit more. But I don't think they expected Sweetman to be waiting here just to proxy them.
Oh, those gingerbreads are using all the dirty tricks of the trade, man. Proxy spotting through the wall. Not nice at all. Now Salty Old Men are completely confused, but they did manage to take Lucker. He was one of the snipers from the base. So that's one guy less from the Ginger Power team. But still they have a full rotation coming, and I think they should be even playing on other side of the battlefield. As I already said, like here, when you play with tier 1s, you don't need to have a humongous amount of tanks to defend yourself. We saw situations yesterday when like 4 or 5 tanks can easily defend against a double number that if they are positioned well, because face it, like you, even if you play a single shooter, here you reload after what, 2 seconds. If you play a auto loader, you shoot every quarter of the second each shell, even faster than some of them, so you will always have something to shoot, and even that clip takes like a couple of seconds to reload entirely, like 7 or 8 I think. Max.
Yeah, and as you said, Ginger Power could start to be moving around a bit now, but they just know exactly where Salty Old Men are because they had that proxy spots from Sweetman, and they know that they're all waiting here. And Salty Old Men now, they're kind of going back and forth. They know that they can't push in, but they don't know where else to go. So they're kind of all just grouped around again. They're just playing that, sticking together as a team.
Oh
and
man,
he's
look at that RNG.
very
Cosmo
lucky.
had no luck in connecting that. He had him fully. And also, this is a feat when you... I mean, you don't have vert stabs on low tiers and things like that. The only thing you can actually wear is a vent. And you can wear the gun laying drive for faster
Yeah.
aim, but you know, that will not help you. As soon as you move a tank, the aim becomes like big as a screen.
And that's why you see a lot of them using binoculars as well. Just again, because your view range is so low, but you don't have that many options that you can choose for your equipment at this low tier. So you can't use the V-stab, and especially if you're using the autoload, you can't even use the rammer either.
Yeah, you have a choice between coated and binos. Binos are really viable on tier 1s because you will sooner or later stop somewhere in some bush. You're so small.
I don't know if
This
that's
is
a
a
good
risky
play.
rotation
But
coming
he
in.
actually got a bit lucky there. Oh, Cosmo overextending
Debated.
massively.
Debated.
It definitely debated there. But you can see Ginger Power as well in the north. They've got 2 tanks at C3. I wonder if they're going to drop down or if they might just start shooting at Foch and Lightning in the back. Foch is kind of quite in the open here. He might even die, but just manages to get safe.
But this is actually a big problem. Ginger Power, yes, they did lose 2 tanks, but they're actually leading for 400 HP.
Wow.
And there we go. This is starting to stack up
That
now.
was actually an
because
armor rack there.
yeah,
Nice blow up.
because salty old men have a bunch of guys on really, really low HP, so they're running out of the resources how to move around the map. And this is kind of increasing. This is already 600. And we have everyone in Ginger Power team, except the 2 guys that died. Everyone is on 100% HP. And they are dominating over the map. We can see they're pretty much clearly controlling around 3/4. It's just a matter of time when they will start approaching the cap to see who is spotting it, where they, and so on, so on, so on. And to proxy and isolate them on 7-8 line. Once they do it, it's just a matter of time how to close the game.
Yeah, Salty Old Man, I mean, at the start, that was a nice shot there from Mahani, I think, yeah. And he might even, no, he doesn't manage to get the second shot, but I think that's 2 kills from now, so it's looking good. But yeah, Salty Old Man, they kind of had that initial idea of let's go play the 8-9 line, and then nothing after that, and they got spotted and they didn't really know what else to do.
Well, the problem is because they are attacking and Ginger Power are actually defending. So with positions that Ginger guys have, they really don't have to do anything. For next 4 minutes, they can just wait for salty guys to suicide, and they are wasting quite a lot of HP. They're stuck on that 7-8 line. Honestly, I don't see a way how will they get out of there, because they don't have any kind of fast rotation power that they can just go and say, okay, we're gonna go dominate our cap back again because it's like 4 minutes, and then we're gonna, I don't know, counter push through the middle or wherever, because wherever they go now, Ginger Power are already established. That's why I think like just pushing 8 line is not very smart, and if they even did it, they should have just left few guys behind and then just they do it decisively. You know, now when they stopped, this is gonna be a massacre wherever they appear.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's what you said, that the defensive side here seems to have that clear advantage just because of the way that you can play it out, and they're trying to go for this 8-line push again, but I don't think it's going to work. Yellowhand might even get shot in the cross here. Yeah, exactly, Marty's waiting for him, and it looks like Yellowhand might get taken out. He's a 1-shot now, and he's actually still alive, but I mean, he's going to end up dying soon. Exit can peek him from this position behind the bush, but he knows that he's got about 5 or 6 tanks ahead of him, but yeah, he's using the bush well here, and maybe he can pick up 1 or 2 kills here.
Yeah, Exit is kind of scared because he gets spotted himself whenever he peeks like that to shoot, you know. But he's also a big nuisance for them. And look at this, whenever they try to cross or do anything, there is a bunch of guys shooting them in that crossfire. This is just like a 1-by-1 kind of action by Salty Old Man. They really can't match up to Ginger Power team. To be honest, like they're so much better versed in the positions. Even playing low tiers, they're just transferring some tier 10 knowledge and massacring them here, man.
Exit could actually pick another kill up here if he makes shots count. I don't know if he's going to make it. I mean, it's now even trade. He's managed to do 2. Oh, it's a little bit of an overextension there, but that was good from him. I mean, obviously, they don't need to make many positive trades left Ginger Power. They just need to pick up the remaining kills. There's only 200 HP left on Salted Men, 4 tanks left, and if the Ginger Power just group up on this corner, they can push it up, but they don't even need to. I mean, they're capping, they have control of the mid, and they're defending, so they just need Salted Men to keep making these peaks, and as you can see, they're just going down 1 by 1, and now it's just Bad Champ left, and Sweetman is probably going to go down here, but let's see if he can manage to pick it up. He missed the shot actually, and Bad Champ picks him up.
Well, we have only 1 guy surviving in Salty Man team, 54 HP in his cap, but he has no time whatsoever left to kill the rest of the Ginger Power team. Otherwise, I'm 100% sure he will do it. He just had it in his pocket, man.
I mean, we saw yesterday he wasn't managed to take on the 1 versus 6. I think then there was 1 versus 8. So,
Easy.
I mean, the odds are against him.
Easy.
But yeah, they did cap in the end. And they were kind of just in complete control for almost the whole game, I think, Ginger Power there.
Yeah, man, they took positions over the middle. Look at the damage spread. It's
Two guys did
couple of
more
them
damage
even didn't
than
have to shoot. Like
their
Ondra
own
in that
HP.
medium didn't fire a single shell, or if he even did, yeah, he just went AFK in one moment, I guess.
I'm not so sure why everyone keeps picking even some team damage there from melee, but not too much, only 23. But yeah, I'm not too sure why teams keep picking this medium one, because you do see it very often do nothing. It seems to be very, I guess, hit or miss. Does a lot of
I
damage
don't know,
or
man.
does
Like
nothing?
as I told you, I think they pick it like a type 1 kind of thing, a type 5 kind of thing, you know.
Yeah,
But
just,
it
it's
never
got that
worked
potential.
out so much. Like for that, you actually have to come at them. It's not like that tank can come to the enemy. Enemy has to come to them to do something. So they have to be waiting and then gonna derp it, you know, and make the advantage.
Yeah, it has that, I guess maybe just that fear factor, that scare potential with that high alpha 95, which is almost a one-shot at this tier. But we just haven't really seen it actually used well. And a
We've
lot of
seen
the
one
times it
shot
does
yesterday. He did like 10 damage.
nothing. Yeah,
Remember that?
and that was the only damage he did all game.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
like the guy had like 20 and he did 10. I was like, what? HE gamble as usual.
Yeah, well, we're heading to Abbey now, and I wonder if Salty Old Men will be able to pick up their defense, because we saw Ginger Power manage to defend it really well. They had the advantage, but actually,
Gingerbreads have one guy less.
I guess he didn't load in. Well, not didn't load in. He didn't ready up in time, I guess. But I mean, we'll see if we keep playing. I mean, yesterday when there was 13, we did have a restart, but I'm not sure
It's
what
up to
happened.
admin and the teams, man. So we will see. If they start wiggling their tanks, we play.
Oh, it looks like we are going to go ahead here. It's just, I guess one of the Ginger Power,
We be rolling.
one of the Ginger Power members just didn't ready up in time, and well, now they're at a disadvantage, and they're attacking, so that could be their downfall. But they're actually going to play the other side Ginger Power now, and they're going towards the 1-2 line, so we might see a big fight on the 1-2, because both teams look to be heading towards that same area.
Well, to be certain, they still have double mediums still alive. So those British monstrosities are still alive and kicking. So it's not one of them missing. And Marty Waller is there, so it's all fine.
Yeah, they're led by their streamer team captain there. I wonder if Frody can he actually sneak through that? Wow,
Nice.
You don't see that at tier 10, but you can see that at tier 1. That was nice from Frody there. I didn't
Yes.
actually know you could do that. I thought when he was going for it, I was like, yep, he's actually maybe going to have a chance. And
Yeah,
he knew he could.
we were talking about that yesterday. When you play this kind of tournament, you have to change the way you see a map and shrink it to this tier. I mean, look how tiny that tank is, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were saying. You can just fit through all these small gaps, and we didn't see it too much yesterday, but it's nice to see it at the start of this game from Frody. But he does actually get shot in the back, and I mean, he's getting the proxy shots at the
It's
proxy
unbelievable
spots,
that
but
they actually even connected him.
yeah, he can get shot now, especially
But
if Salty Old Men do take a bit more control on this 1-2 line. But it looks like they're kind of defending their corner at H3, and they can overlook their own caps. So it's a good defensive location that they have there. But they don't actually know how many of Ginger Power are in front of them, and they could push out, especially if Ginger Power get a bit over aggressive on the 1-2 line.
Well, it's
You
a
can just hear.
it's a dirty defense, but it gives a lot of opportunity for Ginger Power to rotate around the map, and also that position by Froley gave them a lot of knowledge where the enemy is, because he can more or less feel the vibes where the shot's coming from. But Froley is actually taken out by Sirfoch. I think Sirfoch is one of the guys from he's the lone guy on 7 or 8 lines, something like that. I think he had an angle from there to shoot.
Yeah, I think he shot him twice, maybe even 3 times. So again, they had a decent crossfire, and I mean, you said that tank is small, but clearly not small enough in this scenario.
Yeah, he would be perfect there if actually CSA managed to dominate one of the sides, but he had nowhere to wiggle because he was shot from literally everywhere, front, left and right.
I think you could see Radim was quite confused there, because I don't even think he could see the LOL tractor in front of him that was shooting him. He'd spotted him, but he couldn't actually quite manage to get the shots in, and there was some good snipes into the top of the turret there. He was quite confused, actually.
Practically we have 2 guys down now by Ginger Power, because we have the guy who didn't load, plus Froley is down. This attack is not going very well for them. 300 HP lead by Salty Old Man in the defense. We already knew that Abbey will be a tough nut to crack when someone is attacking, so it's gonna take some imagination, and I would say even aggressive play from the start. But they chose to play it safe and sound. So we'll see will it pay off. They're gearing up for that 1-2 push, and I believe if they manage to do it aggressive enough.
Nice driving from Marty.
Oh, them rocks. If they manage to do it aggressive enough, because Salty Man team is split, you know, mostly they're not together, they might actually have a chance to do something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's now 12 of Ginger Power. I think, yeah, 12 remaining on this 1-2 line. You've got one T1 alone in the middle, just kind of keeping some information, maybe as a bit of a bait. If he just sees the information that from the enemy team, they might not push.
The push sounds so suicidal, because unlike in tier 10, you will not bounce shells here, man. The first and second and third and fourth guy, he can die in like 3 seconds, and they will still have the reloads to you know, shoot the other guy. So I don't know, man, how, but it doesn't look good. Like in tier 10, when you have a couple of tank advantage on one side of the map, that's usually a definite win, you know. But here, it doesn't mean that much. It really doesn't.
It's more about the positions, as you said. If Salted Men are all just pre-aimed on that corner and they can just focus their fire on the first, as you said, 2, 3, 4, however many tanks are going to come around that corner, then that's more important here, because, yeah, it's all about that positional play. And I think, yeah, Ginger Power, they're just slowly gathering up their forces. Obviously, you've got the medium one at the back, and Dookie, sorry, actually got shot there.
It's random shooting. It's random shooting. Like, they were random
fires.
shooting on the middle. They had one guy spotted, and they knew there are people there. So Dookie just picked up a random shell there and ended up on one shot. It's something you need to kind of have in mind when you play these tiers all the time.
Yeah, I think they're finally gathering up for the push. These mediums have got into the battle, and they're going to start slow peeking this. And I don't know if they should do this. I think they should maybe just push around, because if they just slow peek now, all of Salted Men are going to realize that there are tanks here. You can see they're already pre-aimed. You can see 5 tanks in a row.
This looks dirty.
And Andra, yeah, see, this is an issue now, and I think Ginger Power are not going to be able to win this, but oh wow, 1 HP. We've seen that a lot in this tournament.
Is really lucky, man, but Ginger Power is actually doing really good picking here and managing to do more damage. It doesn't look like Salty Man actually created a good angle to shoot them, because the HP is pretty much coming to an equal, and we already know that they started with 1 tank less.
Yeah, Ginger Power, as you said, are making really good trades. They're actually bringing it back, and I think that's like 4 or 5 shots in a row, and for now they finally take some damage in return. But I was just about to say, they've made 4 or 5 peaks without taking any damage at all, so it's really good from them. But you can see that Salty Men and Ginger Power know what's up now, so it's just basically a pure firefight, and who's going to win these trades will probably win the game.
Oh man, if there was like 2 or 3 guys on the lower side by Salted Man, Ginger Power could not even peek like this, because they could peek in worst possible moment and just unclip them. You know, like in Clan where you leave like a mouse down and like 57s or something, and it could be done. But at the moment, it's a trading session by Ginger Power and Salted Man. In a start, it really looked like Ginger Power will come back in the game, but now they are just stacking up on the losses of their HP, and it doesn't look so well by them. If they don't start dropping the number of the guns of Salted Man, this is not gonna work out, man.
Yeah, this is why I said I would have they would have had to be just a bit less cautious, and maybe have just pushed in, because they knew that the tanks were likely to have been here from the information they had at the start of the game. But, you know, they just decided to play it slow. But again, suddenly, now the HP has just come back almost equal. And actually, Salted Men do have 1 more tank. But Ginger Power, they just seem to be out trading them at almost every engagement. And I'm not sure the Salted Men really are in the better position. So Ginger Power are just that individual skill, even at tier 1, is somehow working out for them.
Was there even a team kill by Ginger Power? As far as I saw, one of the guys killed his own.
He might have. Maybe we can check that after the battle. But again, you just got that T1 still on 1 HP. He's just sat there waiting, and maybe that'll be the extra tank that will make the difference here, because Ginger Power now, they only have 2 minutes 50. That's enough time, but as you can see, they're already starting to push in. But Cosmo again getting almost deleted, 8 HP left, and I don't think this push is going to work for them. But they are managing to trade fairly well. But there's lots of low HPs on both teams actually. Yeah, they are actually gonna make this push, but again, now the HP is just so much lower on Ginger Power, because they have to make these pushes into the defensive locations. And Salty Men, they're managing to hold on fairly well. Aim at the enemy, not your own team there, but
ow.
He's gonna pick up Radim as well, and this is a
The
Massive
problems
firefight
are
going
just stacking. They don't have the HP to do it. They're pushing into the fire line of salty old man, but they're dying one by one. It's the march of the puppets, and they're not able to win this one. I mean, even if they win this top of the hill, man, there is so many guys from salty old man on other positions. It's just not gonna work out. From the very start, I think there was kind of a mistake. I don't think they should have even went 1-2 line. It's the easiest one to defend.
Yeah, and as I said, they kind of got some information at the start, and they knew that there was likely to be a big, massive tanks defending in one location, either on the 8 line or up on that 2 line area. But obviously, on that higher elevated ground on the 2 line, you can defend your cap. So it was more likely that there was going to be a big, massive, Foch's team camping up there. And well, they found out the hard way, and they actually lost that round.
Look at this contrast. Like Ondra in his medium one actually did some damage, and Alo did nothing. And nada, zilch.
Exactly what we said there. That medium one, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But maybe if they could have made only 3 shells from that medium one, but 200 damage. That's what we were saying. That has big alpha at this tier.
Yeah, he can do it even with 2. That's the funny part. But I'm 100% I saw someone killed each other there in that team. But that can be even like 20 team damage. You will never know, man.
Yeah,
so easy.
Maybe if Ginger Power had that extra tank, it might have made the difference here, because 2 of them did 0 damage as well. So they were making very good trades overall, but it wasn't enough. And I said maybe if they did have 1 extra tank, could have made a difference overall. You might have seen the result change, or it definitely would have been closer, because when they were pushing it, if they just had the extra numbers, then they might have been able to take it, because they were making, I said, the good trades, and they were doing the damage, but not enough.
Yeah, well, in my eyes, I think they should have just like pressed the middle more, and maybe toward the 8 line, because 1-2 line was just suicidal push. But I think they were just, okay, we don't actually have a great idea how to play this Abbey. We're just gonna try to outshoot them, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, next map.
Yeah, and especially in this tier 1 format, I don't know how many of these teams would have actually even played Abbey, because you don't even see it too often at tier 10. You see it sometimes in the Clan War, but not in like the competitive things. So some of the teams may not even be up to date with Abbey.
Come on, they play advances and stuff, and you have the Abbey there, I guess. Actually, not even there anymore, I think.
I say I've seen it in Clan Wars now and again, but again, it's at least in Famous, a map we prefer to avoid if we can. But, now we're into Ensk, and 15-15 here. 2 medium ones and 1 on.
I can see like totally in this match so far, I've seen only 3 different nations, man. Like LOL Tractor is like the used one by far. Then we have T1 Cunningham's and some British. That's it. I even haven't seen anything else.
Yeah, we saw the 4 TP. That's the Polish tier 1.
Yeah, but
on
not
a
in this
few
match.
occasions, but not in this match. We saw it on a rare occasion yesterday, maybe 2 or 3 times. But again, the LOL Tractor seems to be the favorite of all these teams. And Salty Old Men, again, playing how they like to do it. They like to stick with 15 or almost 15 tanks, just a big group of tanks pushing together and playing as a team. And you can see they're now clearing out the western side of Ensk here, and they're actually going to be able to get fairly deep on spot, it looks like. I think this is going to be the issue now, because you've got Ginger Power defending this location, and they've got the windows that they can just hide behind, and you're going to not be able to see a lot of the Ginger Power tanks, because you're going to see the small turrets, especially at this tier, and Ginger Power have already rotated. I think they know exactly what's going on here. They set up well, spread out across almost the entire map from east to west, just to get some early information, and now they have that information. The Salty Old Men are all pretty much playing this western side, and Yelhan takes massive hit, 106. I think that was 3 or even 2 tanks just hit him at the exact same time, and he's now 1-shot.
Well, the aggressive push in the city by Salty Old Man, they did take control of that, but it doesn't mean anything that much, because Ginger Power just created a crossfire on the outer lines everywhere. As I said before, like, you don't need massive number of tanks to hold off tanks here. And Salty Old Man can kind of feel it now. They should spread out. They're too balled up. There is too many guys just absolutely doing nothing here. I think they were hoping for a brawl here in the buildings, and if the enemy teams comes, something will come out of the chaos, and now they're still under discussion and what to do.
Yeah, exactly. It's what we saw in Abbey as well. They kind of push together as a team, and there's that initial strategy, like, we'll go here, and if the enemy team don't go there, it's like,
question mark.
Ooh, what now? Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, what you gonna do?
So they kind of, I think they're hoping for these big brawls, but Ginger Power are playing it just a bit more like strategically. They're setting up across the map, getting some information at the start, and Ginger Power now can even rotate around. But as you can see, both teams are starting to do that. Trying Salty Old Men going back towards their own cap, and you've got Ginger Power still with 3 tanks on the rails and 2 tanks on the 0 line. But even Sakalita now, they're pressing on Mark here. He's found himself completely isolated in that street. He shouldn't have been there, and he goes down as well. And slowly Ginger Power are just, getting their advantages across the map, and it looks like
that was the 18 medium one shell.
Yeah, only did 29 there. I said it's got 95.
It's funny, man. I actually saw it fly, slowly toward the tank.
The shell velocity isn't too
look,
great.
it's smaller than that truck, man. Look, you can park it inside. Ah, cute. Well, I think kind of Ginger Power is just a bit fooling around here, because they peek on one corner, see if there is one guy, they focus if it's 2-3 guys, then they move back, and they're just like probing, like a bunch of wasps on Salty Old Men. And Salty Old Men are losing. Oh, Sirfosh die also. Like, they're just losing tanks left, right, and center, and they really don't know how to organize themselves and do something about it. There is not like a one guy watching this corner to make sure there is no rotation from there. Sweetman and his teammate are actually winning the field fight. And he and Cosmo will be able to push on the back. Ginger Power is pushing the rail also. They're controlling the city. It does look like if Salty Old Men don't do something like drastic in the matter of the play and start killing the tanks of Ginger Power suddenly out of the sky, this game will come to the end very soon.
Yeah, exactly, because Ginger Power now, they've realized that they've got a big advantage in the city, and they're all just collapsing in and around all of the tanks that Salty Old Men pushed into the city. And Sakalito, Marty actually went down there, but again, just the reinforcements keep coming in from Ginger Power, and Dookie now going to push in Nalo as well. He actually goes down, but still, they've just got so much HP and tank advantage that Salty Old Men are not able to withstand this push from Ginger Power, and it looks like that the round is going to go to Ginger Power, so that would make it 2-1, as there are only 2 remaining tanks here from Salty Old Men, and it looks like press 2 to win, and Lightning, they're a bit isolated, and I think they're both going to go down.
Yeah, the cavalry rides again. The light cavalry attack is coming in, man. There is only one guy, Lightning, and there will be no thunder following here. Ginger Power is taking the first round on Ensk, their defense round, and it's going to be 2-1 to them. So now Salty Old Men will have some time, to think what to do, how to camp it the best, maybe add some salty and so on.
Yeah, that was their attack round again, I think, wasn't it? From Salty.
That was salty attack and Ginger Power defense. But in tier 1 cup, to be honest, I mean, it matters that when you're defending, you actually don't have to push. But in every game I've seen so far, to be honest, similar to tier 10, it's actually better to take initiative and just go and take half of the map or more for yourselves, and then think what to do.
Yeah, that's what you usually find when the teams start to get a bit more confident in their play, and obviously at tier 1 they don't play it too often. That if you know how to push then from both sides, then it's usually best for you.
Well, the important thing to know is if there is a tiebreaker anytime today, the map will be cliff. It doesn't matter if the cliff was played during the games or not. The tiebreaker will be cliff always, because we saw it yesterday. Cliff is kind of the most balanced map. You can play it from the both sides. You can decam the enemy. They meet really fast enough. And overall, same like in higher formats, it's really well balanced map.
Yeah, overall Cliff is just a very good map, and we saw it yesterday, as you said. And it'll be good to see, but I mean, after this now, it's the final on Ensk, and this is obviously a best of 5, so if Ginger Power do win this, we might not even get to see Cliff. Not in this game, but maybe in another.
No. If Ginger Power wins their attack now, that will be it for Salty Old Men. So Salty Old Men are fighting for survival at the moment. But if they actually manage to take their defense of the Ensk, which is not unheard of, I don't see why not, they can actually progress to the tiebreaker. Yeah, and then it's a coin toss on the side, but as Cliff is pretty much balanced map, it doesn't matter who is where.
Yeah, because today obviously we're now into like the quarterfinals, and then we'll go into the semifinals later. This is the knockout phase of the tournament, whereas yesterday you actually had 2 chances. If you came maybe second or third in your group, you'd
It's just a
miss out
matter
on-
who you play. then.
Yeah, you were choosing seeding, and if you managed to get first, you'd manage to bypass the quarterfinals. But today it's just pure knockout, and if you lose,
Yep.
then well, that's the last time we'll see you today in this tournament.
Yeah, in case no one, some of you guys didn't watch yesterday, what Barry thought is like we had yesterday 8 teams. They were divided in 2 groups, A and B, and top 3 teams from each group progressed to today, and the 4th team from each group, which was Balkan Fools in Group A, and who was in second, Ming, or the Nels Ming, was in Group B. They were 4th, so they dropped out from the tournament. They got like 75k gold each to divide to their
Community. Yeah.
Like, I mean, they're obliged to provide like 50%, but I think most of the streamers will give like everything to their communities. Same goes for higher prices that will go like for guys that drop out now. I think they will get like 100k if they
Yeah.
drop out, and then it goes like 150, 200, 300.
Up towards 300
Yeah,
if
and
you do
some-
manage to win.
and
the
some
tournament.
material prizes like headsets and so on. So there is a bunch of stuff that will be given away here on stream and by the streamers later or during the stream now. So there is a lot to root for, I guess. Incentive is there.
Yeah, as
So,
you
yeah.
said, like if your favorite streamer does manage to win, then you might see, down the line, you might see some rewards coming your way.
Yeah, it's up to them how will they do it actually, because as far as I understood, if a streamer wants to give like, I don't know, a Lansen to someone and let's say like Lansen's prize is like 10k gold, it's gonna count as 10k gold from their sum, something like
Yeah.
that, in
Yeah.
that order. So depending what they can do and how is it amounted, so I really don't know what's the price of each tank and so on. Maybe they will get the discount from Gaming on top of that. Haha,
We'll have to wait and see. I'm not too
You
sure
know,
either.
by the quantity. Hey, I'm buying 20
Yeah,
tanks.
bulk orders.
I'm buying 20 tanks, give me some discount. But we just gave you this gold, never mind.
Anyway, heading into what could potentially be the final game in this quarterfinal between Salty Men and Ginger Power, because we're now on Ensk, and if Ginger Power do manage to win this, it'll be 3-1, and obviously the best of 5 currently in this quarterfinal. So they will take it, and 3 medium ones actually from Ginger Power. I mean, it seems to be popular, but I don't know if I like it.
Oh, there is a 4th nation used now, MS1.
Yes, that's the Soviet tier 1, and that's seems to be quite a useful tank. It has it's got a very capable gun, as we can see, but it only has 100 HP, so it's not just flat out amazing or overpowered at all. Simply because you've got so little HP in comparison, that's 30% less than, for example, the LOL Tractor. And well, yeah, that's obviously just a lot at this tier, and well, any tier in particular, but. You can see Yuri going into the bush. He's going to try and get some spots up, but until he...
Seriously, what the name? Yuri Vankov?
Yeah, I didn't want to say. I just called him Yuri. We'll keep it simple.
Oh, Yuri. Dirty old guy, man. Definitely. Dirty old guy.
You can see Frody has got his binos up. He's looking to get some spots out here, but I mean, he still has a low view range. I don't even think he would actually spot anything, especially if it was on the red line there. But Ginger Power is starting to take some map control on the eastern side, and there's one tank from Salty Old Man. Yeah, this bad chap there sat in the corner, and I don't know if he knows what's coming his way, but let's see if he can actually... Maybe he can just stay hidden here for the whole time. And that would actually be better, I think.
I'm really enjoying this name, man. Bad chap. Like, it's
You
really
like
cool.
the name?
Yeah, it's really cool. There is a bunch of guys here on a field. They're definitely surround him. He didn't even spot them till now. So his team should be able to snipe them if they approach too carelessly. But Marty is already within a striking distance. The shots are coming in.
Ooh,
So Marty might lose his scalp here. He already lost his Amorek. So the rest of the guys, I do not see clearly who is sniping, and they really need to take care of Barjab. But I think the angle to take him should be a bit different. And maybe they should have just done it like straight away. As soon as the moment they saw he's there, they should have sent like 2 or 3 guys.
Oh, they didn't manage to kill Marty, and that would have been a big kill, because if Marty had have died, then Bad Chap... Oh, he's only on 4 HP though.
Now he lost the loader, man.
And Bad Chap, I think, is going to go for the peak, because he knows that if he can...
But that's greedy. That's so greedy,
if
man.
he can't...
That's
Oh, yeah, definitely too greedy, and Marty actually manages to come out
But
on
that's
4 HP.
even if Marty died, that would be such a good trade for CSA. Why did you do it, man? That was so unnecessary and greedy. Now they lost all the spots in that area here. They are just relying from everyone from the city. CSA, Ginger Power, in this...
Primarily made up of CSA, though, but yeah.
I think like 90% of them are from CSA. And I think we saw like one guy from Seal, one guy from Pearl, and one guy from CSA 2, I think. Everyone else is from CSA 1. But Gingerbread team is actually controlling the rail, they're controlling the green side, but it's not gonna be enough if they wanna break this. I think they actually have to do a rotation and go to the city, to the square side, you know, and have a kind of a crossfire. But it's a risky move on its own because they can get counterattack there, so they have to think what to do because they're losing a lot of HP. They're in a lead of HP now, and they started with 15 players, unlike that one game on Abbey. But still, 50-60 HP of lead is nothing in this kind of game.
Yeah, but as you said, I think they do need to start flexing just around the map. Maybe use that city a bit more because they're not going to be able to spot these tanks from Salty Old Men that are just sat among the buildings and just kind of among the shrubbery at the back on the A-line, and they're just defending their own cap. And if they can't spot them, then this field position doesn't really have much of a use to them. And Salty Old Men are just going to wait behind these buildings and wait for Ginger Power to push on them because they don't actually need to make these peaks. And I don't know why they are, because you can see that they're getting sniped from A0 because Ginger Power have now taken it because of that bad peak from Bad Chap.
Oh, that rhymes actually. 250 HP now. That's quite more than 50 that we saw before. We still have Sweetman and Marty Vola on low HP, like 1 HP again and 4 HP. But the rest of the guys mainly have all the HP they need. So they are able to slowly clone his. But there we go, Sweetman is down, but that's only 1 HP lost for his team. It would be better if he was alive, you know, because he can just sit on some faraway position and shoot toward the enemy.
But as you said, Ginger Power now, they're making that city rotation as we thought they should. And, you know, they clearly think the same as us. They're going to push through the city because they can't do much out in the field. And that's what we suggested. And, you know, maybe they could hear us. I mean, I know there's a delay, but it's like we're both thinking alike.
Clean feed.
Yeah. So they are going to go push through the city. But again, at tier 1, these rotations, they take a bit of time. You can see Marty there is on 4 HP and he was just hiding in the bush in the corner.
Yeah, you need to leave a couple of guys there, you know, to have the crossfire on those guys, because you should not allow them to camp behind the buildings. There you go, Yellow Hand actually died, and he pretty much equaled the number of the dead guys from the both teams. There is a slight advantage in HP by Ginger Power, but as you said, it doesn't matter here that much. It's gonna be about this push. Like if Ginger Power actually manages to take out some guys while approaching, it's fine, but they can easily get decimated if they literally enter one wrong corner.
What we see a lot of this tier is just blind firing. I think they're trying to find that one shot. He's only on 28 HP, but they've got to destroy all these houses. But as a team, they can maybe find out where he is. They're gonna continue to blind fire. They know he's only a one shot, but they can't manage to connect any of these shots.
Well, they're trying to maybe someone got spotted, and they're like thinking maybe there is someone in a bush here who is spot our rotation, so they want to prevent it. But you cannot prevent everything in here. I mean, there is so many positions you can squeeze a tier 1 here. Any of these bushes here can cover 3 tier 1s, not one, man. Like, look at this. They're so tiny, like these little cars that are all over the map.
Yeah, and Fafas actually, he's at the C1 location. He's about to push in, but I don't think Salty Old Men actually know that Ginger Power are already going to be here. I mean, now Mahani gets spotted, but you know, there's only one tank. I don't think they know that the majority of the team are there at the moment, and this could catch them up by surprise because they're now surrounded. And Salty Old Men, they just look a bit confused. They don't really know where they can go because they can't really go anywhere because they've only got about 20% of the map control, maybe 25%.
Yeah, but tier 1, as I said, like if they actually manage to take in any kind of decent crossfire Ginger Power, it's gonna matter. Like a second ago it was 350 HP advantage for Ginger Power, now it's to 200. But they're creating a different kind of shooting angles at the moment, so they might actually come out to exit, almost die here, but they did take out Fafa, sorry, so it's fine. Peeking on that ramp here paid off, but that's only one guy, man, and there is like 3 minutes remaining, and there is about 10 guys of Salty Old Men camping hardcore.
Yeah, they're all defending together, you know, like back to back. These brothers, they're going to fight to the last stand. Salty Old Men, they're losing on HP, but they are in the better locations, obviously, because they've got to get pushed upon. And we'll just see now Yuri's going to get a bit caught out. He's surrounded by Radim and Dukan. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive here. Yeah, he's now completely isolated. And it looks like the dominoes are falling here for Salty Old Men because Ginger Power have now got a much bigger advantage, 500 HP, and Nalo actually picking up the 3rd kill of this round for himself. And yeah, it looks like Salty Old Men are going to actually lose this game because if they lose this round, they'll lose their space in this tournament.
Yeah, the blue light cavalry is progressing. They're going full speed to wipe out the remaining of the salty old man. Not enough salt there, bros. Not enough salt. But maybe next time. Like, this is the best they could do. I can say, like, in most of the games when they were attacking, they try to seek out the enemy and to brawl. But CSA or Ginger Power team was nowhere to be found. They were camping hardcore, same as then Salty Old Man when they were defending. So they took turns in the progress. But Ginger Power now found a way how to approach the enemy in the defense of the Ensk, how to rotate and how to take them out pretty nicely toward the end. So 3-1 for Ginger Power, and Salty Old Man are gone from the tournament.
Yeah, so Ginger Power, I think they will go on to they go on to face Yanush. So that is, I think that's New Maltese team.
Yeah, they're gonna play Yanush, yeah.
Well, there you can see the damage here. Just all those LOL tractors performing well, but unfortunately, Salty Old Man not so well. Some of them even do zero damage.
I must say, after watching these mediums, like sometimes when you play a defense and enemies coming to you, you have a top damage like on a Salty Old Man team. But when you're attacking, they're always bottom feeders and they should not be picked. Like, they do nothing.
Again, because the gun is quite derpy. If you can just manage to just let it settle, then maybe you can surprise someone when they come around the corner. Because if your gun's settled and you just splash them for 90 damage or something, they're going to be caught by surprise.
That's what I said. Like, if you're defending and you're waiting for a guy, that can happen. But never mind. This is it from us. I think our social media farm is ready, and let's see what they have to say about this.
Hello guys, so welcome back to the second day of Cream of the Crop. I am Echitna, and with me is Raspberry.
Hi everyone, welcome back.
Yeah, so finally, second day. Do you have any predictions for what's going to happen today, maybe? I have mine.
You have?
Yeah.
All right, so who is it then? who are you supporting?
It's not that I am supporting, but based on what we saw yesterday, I think that probably the Polish teams are going to go to the final, Janusz and Fat and Thinner. Let's see.
Yeah, most definitely. So maybe we can do a quick recap for if you just joined us. So this is this Tier 1 tournament with teams led by popular World of Tanks streamers. We just watched the first quarterfinal, and then we will go into the next one. So right now we have teams Yanush, a Polish team that qualified and will play a semi-final against Ginger Power, who played just the previous game. And then we have Fat and Thinner, who qualified also earlier, who will face the winner of the next game.
That's right, yeah. So let's see. And for the quarterfinals, the second round, we are going to have Daki and Milan with their teams,
exactly,
respectively. Yeah, so what do you think is going to happen then?
Actually, I don't know. I think both these teams had a decent performance yesterday. I don't know which one of these two will qualify, but to be honest, I'm not sure if they can make it to the very last stage, maybe to the final. But I don't see this winning. But guys, if you're watching, prove me wrong.
Yeah, so well, I think that Fat and Thinner was very strong compared to Burger Brigade, so I hope that they are going to come back today and maybe show, I don't know, better gameplays against Dakis.
It would definitely be a comeback after yesterday's game.
Yeah. So, by the way, I was checking the tanks that the teams were using today just to prove you that I am the right here. And everybody was using light tractors and maybe a few the T1 and the medium, but no Renault.
Yes, that is correct. To my great shame and sadness. So we had a light tractor, a LOL tractor, being very present in the tournament so far. We also had this poll yesterday when we asked you guys, the viewers, to vote for your favorite Tier 1 vehicle. And there, the light tractor also came out on top. But I am still hoping that we can see some sweet French vehicles, some nice Renault tanks make it to the tournament and create a surprise, create the unexpected that gives a win to the team who is smart enough to use them.
Why do you think that the Renault is going to make a difference if any of the players decide to play with this tank? What is so special about these French tanks?
because it's the ones you don't expect. They always get underestimated, and that's when you create the surprise and the advantage. So I do believe.
Okay. Let's just change the conversation then. So probably you guys know right now we have the World Classic going on, a very special event that is going to allow you to revive the experience that you have while playing World Tanks in 2011 if you were part of that.
Or discover it if you never had the chance to play it back then because you were not playing yet.
That's right. So basically, you won't have 6 ends. You will play with only 3 nations, German, American, and Soviet tanks, and no physics. At least not the ones that we know right now.
Absolutely, and with some changes in tiers. For example, I know T30 was tier 10 back then, tier 10 American TD.
And also the Type 59.
Well,
right, was one of the revelations.
Well, we still have this.
Yeah, we still have it, but it's not as strong as it was before.
Yes, I guess it was more dominant back then.
Yeah.
So I heard.
So by the way, because we have such a huge amount of players trying to go to this server, because it is a separate server and also a separate game client, we decide to create a very special 5 times XP for the weekend. So you will be able to get this during the first win of the day until April 1st.
And by the way, about this World Classic, since it's created such an amazing excitement, you might actually experience some queue time if you want to play it. So my advice to you is, if you have the opportunity, would be to try to play outside of peak hours. So if you can play in the morning after midnight, that's when you are less likely to experience queue time. But also keep in mind, we have been working very hard on increasing the server capacity for this World Classic.
Yeah, and it's going to be available until April 3rd. But I don't know, maybe if you like it so much and if you think that it's a very nice thing to have, so maybe we could bring it back in the future.
Well,
we don't know about it right now.
No
but
promises. We don't have any more information that you do. But if the feedback is very positive, I mean, who knows? Who knows what the devs might come up with?
Yeah. So probably you're wondering if we're going to have some bonus codes or any giveaways for today. And yeah, we are going to have some. We are going to launch an MVP campaign, but after the quarterfinals. So during the next social media break, we are going to share the link to that campaign. You can sign up, and on top of voting for the MVP, who is going to get a very nice bundle from our Wargaming store, we're going to pick 4 winners for the L60 Tier 2 tank, and also we are going to have some questions right now. Well, actually one question for the Lansen C.
So we'll have more rewards in the next time you see us, but right now we will ask the question. So guys, if you know the answer in the chat, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, it doesn't matter. We look at answers everywhere, and you will have a chance to be selected to win Lansen C, the new Swedish Tier 8 premium tank. So guys, the question is, for the Lansen C, how many different nations were used in the previous game? Type the answer in the chat, and we will announce the winners the next time we are there. All right, guys. So I think now we can go back to Mr. Mojo and Mr. Caribari for the next and last quarterfinal. See you later.
See you later.
Hey guys, welcome back. You've seen the social media report. The weather is good here. We are preparing for the next match. I hope you can actually guess the number if you were paying close attention. Especially pay attention to the last game that was played, and that's the key. It does count for both teams combined, how many tanks were played. But never mind that, we've seen that Sir Force's team was eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad to see him go, but now we've got a Burger Brigade, and what we're actually calling it's the DIP and the Kills, so Special Forces. They've combined together, so
Double D
the double
Special
D squad.
Forces.
Yep. I mean, Well, we didn't see too much of Daki's special forces yesterday. I think we only saw one, maybe two of them. But we saw Burger Brigade play quite a lot, especially towards the end of the stream yesterday. You can see there's quite a few Fame members, Shekel and Meme as well.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of players that you might recognize, especially if you do follows Daki's stream. Obviously made up of primarily his community and Medium One, but the LOL tractor spam continues.
Wait, why are Magma and Raich not in GX? What's going on there? Some shenanigans.
I'm not too sure. Don't know what's going on there, but
there is something going on we don't know, but it doesn't have to do anything with this tier 1 tournament. And the pink special forces are playing the defense on Abbey. We can see them rotating toward the 1-2 line. Even they're using one medium. Okay, we said in defense it's okay. So he's probably gonna go proxy and use his HE shells maybe to drop the spotter of Burger Brigade. Milan's Burger Brigade, on other hand, sending only one solo Brave Warrior on 8th line to seize the arena there. One guy on the middle, one guy AFK, and the rest are pushing 1-2 line.
I don't think he's defending the cap circle.
It's
I think
special tactics, bro.
He might be AFK.
It's special tactics.
But as you can see as well, this tier 1 probably going to sneak through this gap again, as we saw that happened last game. So there's Froley who did it.
We're going to call it the Froley hole.
But yeah, multi. Oh, is he actually going to get stuck? He didn't go with any speed. And oh my god! I thought he was going to turn over there. It was so close.
If he flipped there, I would laugh my ass off, man.
I think he just needs to approach it with a bit more confidence. You saw Frody just whiz straight through there within less than a second.
I think he was watching that on stream. Oh, this is neat. I can use this. There we go. That's the secret. It's actually harder than it looks.
Yeah, you just need to approach it with the speed and just not be too cautious. Just got to go for it, and it would have worked out better for him. But he finally gets up in towards the middle, and he can't really push forward now because this is what we saw as well. Froley pushed up to the house there, and he actually managed to get taken down by Foch in the last game. So he's playing it a bit more passively. He's just waiting because he knows he can't push any further now. And we've seen that on the one line, this is where a big engagement happened in the last game, and it seems that they know that the defending team likes to sit around that H2, H3 area because obviously you've got an elevated position to defend the cap, and they kind of know what's going on here. So Burger Brigade have taken the majority of this one-line control right from the start of the game.
Yeah, as I said, it's a problem if you go just here. I mean, they will try to blind shoot a lot, I guess, but that might give their position away, and Daki Special Forces can get prepared because of it. I don't see how will you actually win if you push this. The guys on upper edge just have better positions, man. And they don't even have to commit to shooting like Sir Foch's team in the last time. Like, you can make a different kind of angles and even lure them more in and then take them out. So this is a big problem in Burger Brigade because here you don't have strong turrets that you can bounce the shells with, man. Like, here everything gets penetrated. Like, tanks die in a split of the second. Whatever happens, it's gonna happen fast.
Yeah, and Burger Brigade is slowly just creeping up here. But as I said, as you said as well, that everyone is aiming here. And I think Burger Brigade know this, so I wonder if they'll approach it a bit differently because we saw in the last game that Ginger Power, they came up to this corner, they realized that Salty Men were just waiting in front of them, and this is the same scenario that's panning out here. You've got Chess peeking on the corner, but he sees Consume, Derp, and I think Daki all just waiting there, pre-aiming him, so he knows that he can't trade with them. And now Burger Brigade, they seem a bit confused because there's just the whole team almost of Daki Special Forces. You've got about 10 tanks waiting in front of them, and they can't even push across you because if they try and push across, they try and create a new angle, they're going to get absolutely obliterated in the crossfire with everyone aiming at them. There's 8-9 tanks all pre-aimed on that one corner. So if they try and make the cross, I would not want to see how badly they get slaughtered in front of all these guns.
Yeah, it's gonna be painful, man, but any second counting now, something should happen. I mean, there is 6 minutes till the end, but since they're not doing anything like blind shooting or whatever, they should be just starting to peak. There is about 150 HP, a bit more advantage for Double D Special Forces, but as we know, that's not a huge advantage here.
Yeah, and you can see they're just now on the corner. It looks like Burger Brigade, yep, they're going for that push. But again, all Daki Special Forces just aiming here. And as I said, 500 HP down now, 600 HP down. Burger Brigade getting absolutely slaughtered as they push into this crossfire. They're starting to make some trades back, but again, the HP is dropping. You can just see Burger Brigade, look at it, just fall down. 800 HP now. They've got 50% less HP than Daki Special Forces. And this is the thing, they're all just tunneled into this engagement and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, this is something I told you in a previous game. I don't think the actual push would actually work here because it's gonna end up like this peekaboo contest. Maybe if the other team is inferior, but now you're just getting spanked all over the place. But this is something that Burger Brigade is not kind of shy of. You know, they took the risk, they took the gamble. What happens, happens. And next round they were gonna play defense. Maybe then they will come to the kind of equal score because Abbey is a tough net to crack.
Yes, as you said it.
Oh, the FK guy came back. There he's on the middle. Oh no, that's multi-culti. Never mind.
Oh, is he gonna pick him up? He actually does manage to pick him up. So the
The
AFK
pride,
guy is,
the pride kill.
so the AFK guy, I think that's Kikes. I'm not sure.
No. There was one guy on 8 line, so the AFK guy just joined them a while ago, I guess.
Yeah, okay. So maybe that's what they were waiting for Burger Brigade when they did
We
try
are
and
going
push
to
the
wait
one line.
for every
And
last
as
one
soon,
of us.
as soon as he came in the fight, they were like, okay, we've got to push this now. We've got to win this. And, well, it didn't really go to plan.
Well, they took out 5 guys, man. For this kind of push, I would say that's more than enough. Well, let's see what will Kex do here in his T1. I don't. Is there an AFK guy also in Daki Special Forces team?
I don't know. I think they're rotating back and forth.
There is a little tractor sitting right there. There's 2 of them
there's
actually.
2. I think they're just defending. I can only assume so. I think they are firing.
That's a multiple
And-
defense. So
oh, he's actually-
yellow.
no
No, blue
respect.
submarine.
He's actually going to
No.
go and just take the easy way out.
Come on,
I
man.
mean, he could
You're
have.
denying damage to your enemy. That's so dishonest.
Oh, the kills are also killing his own teammates there. I mean, that's
Report.
yeah. Report the commander and
Report.
the main streamer on that team.
Autobahn before next game.
Yeah, killing members of his own stream community. Shameful display.
Well, well, 1-0 for Double D Forces here. They won the defense of Abbey, but next they will have to work on attack. We've seen that attack is actually too hard so far for everyone to break on this map. As
Yeah.
expected, it's a rather big map, and same as in tier 10, it is a problematic one.
Wow, the kills are coming in with the 0 damage, and he even did some team damage. So
Great
and-
effort.
yeah, negative display there. Minus 74 damage.
Yet these guys are not in GX. Weird.
Yeah,
I think they were there yesterday. Whatever.
I'm not too sure.
Couple of 0 damage in Milan's team. Among them, the submarine guy, Kayaks.
Yeah, maybe it loaded into the game late, and then we're just like, well, the game's over.
No, but there was one guy all the time on the 8 line. Like they sent one there and one to the middle. I remember there, and there was one expeditionary force on a spawn waiting to help. You know.
Yeah.
So he's. I think he joined the Milan and the rest of them for the push.
As you said, now we'll head into Burger Brigade will be defending now on Abbey, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just do what we've seen as kind of the standard tactic, defending in that H2, H3.
Camp on a terrace.
Just, the standard strategic player, I think we'll call it.
Maybe they're strategically brave and they go for the surprise and full YOLO swag push and take out the enemy by surprise.
I mean, I don't really remember how Burger Brigade were playing yesterday. I think they weren't actually. They were playing a bit slower instead of, putting that
No, there
full
were
YOLO.
there were some YOLO swag actions by them also, man. It's not like they're not brave, do not diss them. It's the Germans, man. The Panzer Brigade. Come on.
The Burger Brigade, actually, today.
Yeah, the Burger Brigade. I didn't see them play all the Panzers, so they switched the nations to traitors.
Yeah,
They should play all
well, they are
tractors.
sticking to their LOL tractors.
They
They're
should
sticking
play
to their
all-
nation.
They should go all 15 LOL tractors, man. That's how I see it. But we will see in the next game what will they choose to do. If I were them, I would not really go for some slow game against ducking guys. I mean, they should go just have fun, man, and go for the shootout. But if they have any longer views how to do it, Milan is playing T1 Cunningham. And the traitor, the only traitor. Everyone else is playing the LOL tractor except him, man.
I wonder what he's actually going to use that T1 for, because as you said, it used to be used for spotting, but actually the LOL tractor now has more view range. I think has like 20 or 30 meters more view range. So I don't really know what that T1 will be used for, but we'll just have to wait and see. I guess the speed is the one good thing about the T1 in comparison to the LOL tractor. And Myland, you can see them pushing ahead of his team, but as expected, you can see that Burger Brigade are all going towards what has been the standard play in this tournament on Abbey. They're going to just defend in that H3 position just because it's just got natural advantages. And Daki Special Forces, I think they aren't going to go for that 1-2 fight. You can see they're now pushing down the 8 line because they know that pushing into that crossfire is just not going to go well for them. And I think they know that, hence why they're going to play on the other side of the map.
Well, they left a couple of tanks to spot the other side to know what's going on, to have some kind of different angles. And I believe playing attack from here is even a bit smarter, but they still need to control the middle. I think that's very important. Like getting the control of this part of the map, cool, check one. But after that, they should really work on controlling the middle to make the crossfires, and then they should approach the cap maybe from the lower side, because you can probably squeeze a tank along the line below the cap. But let's see what they have planned here, because I really can't get the grasp of it. There are 2 tanks in Burger Brigade corner here, so those 2 tanks can actually be a huge problem.
Yeah, you're going to see all these blind fires coming out now because they know that 4 or 5 of them have been spotted, and Daki Special Forces, they know they're all spotted here, so they know that the Burger Brigade, there's tanks in front of them, are actually being able to shoot at Nevertard. They're unspotted, which is, we haven't seen that. I haven't seen them being able to shoot here unspotted, but Era actually gets spotted here now, and he might get taken down. Yeah, you can see a lot of damage coming in. He's now a 1-shot, lost his ammo rack as well, so, he's lucky to be alive here.
Yeah, peaks here do not pay off, so he should stop or just make an, shield for his teammate, and his teammate can use the bush and his corpse to shoot around. Derp McCarrot is bravely going for the spot, along with probably some soundboards and memes of the cavalry attacking, but we will see will it actually work out toward the enemy. So far, actually, Ducky's team is doing really well damage-wise, and Derp is alive here, even making it alive to this point, so there is a bad crossfire coming from Burger guys. They should eat less and shoot more. The Derp should definitely not have passed here alive.
Yeah, it's a good play to get Derp here. We've seen it that obviously you can use the proxy range to your advantage here. So now that they've got full control of this 8 line, but as we've seen on the other side of the map is you can push it to a certain location, but pushing past this location is going to be a death trap because you've got the crossfire on the 7 line that Burger Brigade have set up. And what we saw in the last game is that when Daki Special Forces had the same crossfire but on the other side of the map, at this tier you don't have the armor, you don't really have the speed, so you can't just make these quick or aggressive pushes too easily because you just don't have the armor or the speed to do anything decisively.
There are slight rotations coming in. Tactical plays are in the game. Ducky is leading the way, going below the Abbey, just leaving a couple of the guys for the crossfire here, and they're going to try to rotate their forces. The thing that we need to see, do they actually plan to rotate them on a 2-line? They do have time for that. These tanks are not that slow that they can't make it. Or they want to make some pressure through the middle, maybe through the 3-4 line below and, go below the enemy base. So let's see what they actually have planned here. It does look like they're going to try to dominate the middle and create a crossfire and then proxy the enemies toward the defense of the cap and shoot them out from a couple of different angles. It sounds like a viable plan if they manage to do the spots.
Yeah, because they've got that full control on the 8 line, they can actually leave unspotted. So it's a good idea from Daki Special Forces, but I don't know. Again, this push again coming in, I don't
think they will push. I think they just need to have tanks ready, and maybe push in the back in some moment. I think they just want to make as many angles they can to shoot people.
Yeah, but they need to take control somewhere, and it's now probably not going to come from the 8 line because they only have 4 tanks there. One of them is only half HP. They don't have much HP on the 8 line. So again, they're pushing the majority of their forces onto the 1-2 line with 8 or 7 of their team. So that's where I see the push coming in at the moment, but I just don't know if I like that idea.
Oh. How much damage did Ducky do in last game? It was like something in minus.
Minus 74.
74? Wow. Almost.
Because he did 74 team damage and the grand total of 0 to the enemy team.
Mm-hmm.
Professional streamer.
This is not how you do it, kids.
I think
don't do this at home.
He's trying to grind on the walls now as well, trying to get some style points.
Well, he needs to get some spots for his team, to be honest, because they have 4.5 minutes to break this. Burger Brigade kind of noticed and got a sense that there is a rotation coming, so they send most of the tanks back. I think it's about equal how many tanks they both have on two lines, so that push will actually be met with equal force, not with some huge advantage. Living Man will be able to see them on time, but he might actually even pay the price for it because of his positioning. God knows. We will see how will that rotation go very soon. Burger Brigade actually lost Berserker here. Now, I can't see on which part of the map did they do it. And they did manage to take out even just Toxic. Just as Toxic. Where did they die? I can't see.
I think that was on the towards the 8 line, that side of the map. I'm not too sure either, but
these guys are alive. I think it's guys on the middle, somewhere on the 4 line.
Yeah, they could be managing to get shots across. But as you said, this push actually looks like it might come through. And I mean, Burger Brigade have actually left the positions at H2.
Error died also?
Living Man takes
Error
two
was
shots
on
there
8 line for sure, man.
For no reason. So actually, Daki Special Forces are slowly winning every side of the map at the moment. They've got tanks in the middle, as you said. They spread out across the map. They made the rotations. And they've got pushes coming in on the 8 line, but the majority of the force here on the 1 line, it looks like they're just kind of waiting for the right opportunity. And because they've now picked up 3 tanks, we could see this 1 line push work out for them.
Well, man. Like, it's kind of the patience is bearing a fruit for Daki's team here, because I have a feeling that Burger Brigade just kind of lost it because they are anxious, to do some moves and whatever on the map. And they're just shot off in one moment by being spotted rotating or whatever, because I don't see a reason why would they get spotted so easily. So there is now one T1 Cunningham approaching and going for the cap spot, so he will start proxying them left and right there. There will be a lot of sniping going on there. We should really watch that T1 Cunningham in the middle. I think he's the main guy at the moment on the map.
Yeah, he's in a pretty precarious position. He's got guys
guy
behind him,
G6.
guys in front of him, left and right. I mean, he is surrounded there, and you can see there's actually a push coming in on the 8 line by Daki Special Forces, and I think you might see this push on the 1 line as well. They're pressuring every side of the map. They're trying to take the middle. They're trying to take the east and now the west side, and Burger Brigade have only really got this main force up here at H2, but they're all in a good position, and I don't know if Kapfan is going to be able to come out alive. He's got 4 tanks around him now as well. The medium one, he's getting flanked by probably the slowest tier 1 in the game, I think.
Yeah.
So slowly but surely it looks like he's going to go down, and then Burger Brigade are only going to have a few tanks up at H1, H2, but if they can hold on to those positions, they can still win the game.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, like Crusader on the middle in his tier 1 was spotting the enemy, and there was rotation from the 8 line. They were taking enemies one by one, and 2 big split of a Burger Brigade didn't really work for them. Now they have only Will Murray in the center, alive 100% HP. Everyone is dead. Myland is holding his ground here, man, but he is the last guy on this hill, and he doesn't have any shell left, and the guys are pushing him with a pleasure. So Will Murray is the last guy surviving on Abbey for Burger Brigade team, and it's not gonna last long. So 2-0 for Daki Special Forces, and they're coming in strong, and there is such a rivalry in the team.
Yeah, I mean 2-0. Actually, that was the first. Was that the first attacking round on Abbey we've seen being
This
taken?
is only second Abbey we've seen, so yeah, it is.
Yeah.
First.
Right. Well, today, but actually,
Yesterday we didn't see it.
yeah, because the map pool will change for the semi-finals.
Yeah, map will
so yeah,
change constantly now.
The first attacking Abbey win today, and for the whole tournament. So we'll head into Ensk after this, and this is do or die time for
It's a match
Burger
point.
Brigade.
It's a match point. So Burgers need to do some better preparation.
Yeah.
Maybe get to the city map to their control. Otherwise, they will be out of the tournament, and Daki's team will pass in semi-finals, where they will meet, I think, Thin and Thinner. I think it's against
Fat
them.
and Thinner. You can call them Thinner, but Fat and Thinner.
I'm just renaming everyone.
Yeah, I know. You're doing that with everyone today. And Consume, that's another good performance from Consume. I think that's the 2 games in a row he was top damage there. So pretty decent from Consume. That's what we like to see. So heading into Ensk, as I said, we'll slowly get off to that. But I think the attacking team here will be Burger Brigade. So yeah, it's going to be a difficult one because they were just defending there. And I think that this is not looking good for them, not at all. So they've got to attack on Ensk, which could be very, very difficult, because we've seen that, especially at tier 1, the defending team often has a good advantage, and usually that they're winning the majority of the defensive rounds, basically. as it's easier to defend at tier 1. As you said, you don't have the armor, you don't have the speed. It's a lot harder to make these kind of aggressive plays. But some teams have managed to make it work, but not the majority of them.
Well, Abbey is a tough map to crack, as we said already, even in tier 10. In tier 1, I believe it's even harder. If the enemy creates good crossfires, I even wonder why no one tried to climb a tier 1 somewhere on some specific spots. Like, there are positions where you can just stick a tank and no one can do anything.
Yeah, as you said, like at tier 1, we saw in the middle of Abbey, like people have actually utilized it.
Like tier 1 train to climb someone up, you know? Maybe you can use those British fat guys for that. They would
we
be
haven't
useful
seen
for
any trains in this tournament. Any special boosts. We've seen unique positions for tier 1. As you said, in the middle of Abbey, we saw that the last 2 games, but yeah, we haven't seen any like team boosts.
Yeah, man. Like I don't know. Like
maybe they haven't practiced.
Even when boost didn't exist, because you really couldn't boost any tanks back when I played this tournament. We found places where you can boost a tier 1 because they were just so small, and there were some ledges on a map that you can use, and there is virtually only spot to do it with a tier 1, but you needed
I say maybe just because the teams don't play tier 1 too much. They haven't found out these extra locations at the moment, but I don't really know, because I think you could maybe you could definitely get into some unique positions, but you just see that the teams like to just push together as well. They don't maybe need these unique extra positions kind of in the boosted locations on the map. They can just push together, and what we saw today, Daki's team strategically managing to just like take the map control, and then they just trust, I guess, in their own abilities to win the game.
Well, it did help them that Milan's team was spread all over the place, and they kind of lost a couple of tanks where I didn't see even why and how. But that's the game, and that's how the cookie crumbles. So 2-0 for Daki's team, and we will go to the next map, which will be Ensk, as we said, the city map now. It's a different ball play, but there is still some bushes and spotting to be done then in a green field, and also the guys that are defending do have that advantage that they can just make a crossfire and wait for the enemy.
So, I mean, we've seen on Ensk actually that we've actually seen quite a few medium ones using Ensk usually, and both teams usually bringing them out, and I think we saw even 5 in the last game, and actually only 2 in this game, but both being used by Daki Special Forces, 2 medium ones, and the full wall tractor lineup there from the German team.
Germans are attacking.
But as you said, the Lord Tractor is clearly the most used tank in this tournament for good reason, because it overall is probably the best. But the medium one, I mean, he's only got vents and Camernet on his medium one. Didn't even put Binos to fill up his 3rd spot. Disappointing.
Never know. Maybe he was out of the credits because he has to shoot too much. He had to sell part of his skin to cover it. But Burger Brigade pushing for the rail here, maybe even on a green side. On the other hand, Daki's team is pushing the cities in the defense strong, and they're just keeping those medium derp guns on the middle, and 1 or 2 guys in a field. Interesting approach, but both teams, we will see now who will actually bear the fruit of it, because Burger Brigade didn't play like Sir Fosh's team. They didn't try to enter the city immediately, which is probably better, and Daki's team might actually lose these mediums if they play it aggressive and smart enough.
Yeah, but Daki Special Forces rotating a 2nd tank up to A0, and last game we saw the bad chap made a bad peek and he lost that crucial position, and eventually then they were able to use that A0 position to just shoot down on everyone on the A and B line. So they kind of reinforced this area, and this is a crucial thing, because if they do manage to hold on to this, it can be very, very hard. You won't be able to push onto the cap because you can get shot then from 2 sides. So as they've managed to reinforce that A0 position, if Burger Brigade don't push with too many of the tanks, but it looks like they are, there's 5 or even 6 tanks pushing there at the moment. But I wonder if they're going to know there's 2 tanks in the corner.
And this medium is such a, sorry to say, but it's such a drunk, man. Like, whoever picks just like shoots him and hits him no matter what, and his drip shots are supposed to connect something, but they never do.
Yeah, because they fire so slowly that if the enemy is not right in front of you, they can, as you said, they can almost just dodge your shot if they know it's coming.
But people are so consistent, they try to play it, and it just simply doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's just something that in theory seems to work out well, but in practice just doesn't. And we saw this last game as well. The Chess Genie here, he's going up to get the proxy. And now they know that there's 2 tanks here, and there's 4 tanks here from Burger Brigade. I wonder if they're going to push in, but they have figured out now that they can get crossfire, and they're absolutely getting
But why are they not
smashed.
pushing in?
I think they don't really know what to do here. 404 is taken down. Oh my god! How have they managed to survive this? I think they didn't understand that they can get crossfired here, and then they pushed in. They got spotted, and while they were realizing that they could get crossfired, they just got taken down.
Yeah, but what's not to understand? They could have seen on previous stream, man. And once you're already that corner, it's cheaper to go between those houses and face the guys in front of you than to be shot by everyone from the other side. It's just oh well, what can you do, man? Like that's how the cookie crumbles. They made a mistake and they're paying for it now. They lost so many guys, and HP does look not that far away in this kind of game.
Anderson. There's a lot of team damage going on from Daki Special Forces. I think they're getting overconfident here because the game actually isn't that close, but they're already starting to fool around. But actually, it looks like
there is a lot of
take
special people in this team, man.
Yeah, well, they are a lot of meme players, and they do play like a bunch of memers. But there's only two left here from Burger Brigade, and it looks like now they're going to go down to only 37 HP. So this isn't looking well. The Magma picks up the kill, and yep, that is going to be 3-0 for Daki Special Forces, and they'll be heading into the second semi-final, and they will be playing against Fat and Thinner. So both the Polish teams are in the final, and now we've got the Double D, the Daki Special Forces and Dib Special Forces, and Ginger Power in the final. Well, semi-final, my apologies.
Well, this is something that's going to be quite interesting now. There is a possibility even of a Grand Polish Finals.
Yeah, you could definitely see that a Polish Super Cup in the final. Both clans, both streamers facing off against each other, and Consume that 3 games in a row. I think he was top damage.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that looks good for them. And Daki again, only 1 shot of damage.
He's trying so hard.
Yep,
You
trying
can see
so
it.
hard. But it's not enough. And I think we will head over to our social media now, and we'll see what they
Call
have to
them
say.
the proper name, social media farm, please.
The
Do not insult them.
social media farm. I think we'll see what they have to say about these games.
Hello guys, so welcome back to the social media forum, I guess.
And we are here and we are back and ready for the final quarter, the final 4 teams ready to face in the semi-finals.
Yes, finally we are making it to the end of this, right? And yeah, I think that my prediction is going to happen. I think the Polish teams are going to go to the final, and yeah, let's see who is going to win. I don't have idea who is going to win, and I don't have a favorite right now, but we will have to see, I guess.
Well, the Polish finals, that would for sure be interesting, show like the very strong presence of the Polish community in this tournament, their strong involvement. So maybe to sum it up, right now the 4 remaining teams will be Yanush, who will face Gender Power, and Fat and Thinner, who will face Daki Special Forces, who of course just qualified.
Yes. So I am pretty sure that you're still wondering if we're going to have that bonus code or any kind of giveaway on top of the Lansen C. And yes, I guess that it is time now to talk about the MVP campaign. So we have chosen the candidates that we want you guys to pick from. So we have 4 names, and the names are new multi-show from the Janusz Trasho. I'm sorry, Marcin.
Polish is difficult. Polish is a hard language.
Yes. Dakilsor from Daki Special Forces, Marty Vol from Ginger Power, and Camille Eater from Fat and Thinner. And yeah, I hope that you will vote. And from the voters, we are going to pick 4 winners for the L60 Tier 2. I know it's not a great time, but come on, if you sell it, you will be able to get some credits. You will have a free slot anyway, so...
It is a great tank. It is a great tank at Tier 2. If you like Tier 2, it's a great tank.
Well, it's Swedish, so the reason why we picked this tank is because, we are going to have the Swedish minions coming anytime soon. We have the Lansen C now, Tier 2. We are running a Tier 1 competition right now, so why not, right?
So, guys, make sure you vote. The link was right there earlier, but it should be in the chat, in all the chats, so you can click and sign up from there. and you can vote for who you think is the MVP. If you are not sure yet, don't worry. You can wait a little bit, watch the next games, and then you can make your mind and decide who you think was the most important player of the tournament.
On top of that, once you sign up, you are going to get some personal reserves. So you won't get them immediately, but everyone who signs up to this campaign is going to receive the personal reserves during this following week. Same as yesterday. So just remember to sign up with just your nickname, and that's basically all.
And that's for everyone. So yeah, worst case scenario, you get your personal reserves. So not so bad.
So the MVP actually is going to get something on top of all the prizes that the teams are going to get for participating in this tournament, and that is going to be an accessories bundle from our Wargaming store, and it is valued on around 95 euros. So I think it's pretty cool, right? So I think that maybe we can show the items that are included in this bundle. What do you think?
Definitely, yeah, I would like to say that.
Yeah, so yes, so actually this is not part of
It's not, sorry.
but yeah, so we have these socks.
So
Very nice.
I know what you're thinking.
They
It's
match with your sweater,
These are
actually.
the best socks you've ever seen. Probably I get a pair for myself because they match my sweater, and then I can just walk around, just wear the socks and the sweater, and I'm basically invisible. So you can also do that at home.
The quality seems to be pretty nice, actually pretty good.
Very,
And of course the World Tanks logo,
socks.
right?
Very soft. All right, enough with the socks.
So also this cap, very nice, very green.
It's actually, it's a pretty cool one. I think it's probably my favorite item from this bundle, and it's like, I could definitely wear this cap, on my day-to-day life. I think it's pretty cool. So yeah.
And then we got a lot of medals. So I think that's the reason why it is so pricey, I guess. So we have a lot of different medals. So Raspberry, maybe you can help me with this. So what do you have
I have
there?
patrol duty here. I guess it's a bunch of different collector medals. Most of them are based on in-game achievements that you can get after the end of the battle, and I believe some of these pins are actually limited editions. So
yeah, for example, these the tank sniper medal. So it's a very cool challenge coin.
Oh, yeah. So we have medals, pins, is like whole bunch of different stuff. So if you are a collector, that might be interesting for you as well.
Very nice. So yeah, so let's see what we got.
So we had a question in our previous segment. So I think maybe we can announce the winner for Lansen C, right?
Yeah.
So the question was how many different nations were used in the first game we watched today, and the answer was 4. Of course, it was American, German, Soviet, and British, and the winner is Bogdan Z. So Bogdan Z, congratulations, you get 1 Lansen C Tier 8 premium tank.
Yeah. So I guess. Are you going to ask the question
Well,
for the?
yes, we're going to have another one. So again, it's from the same reward, again the Lansen C, and the question for this one, we will announce the winner again in our next break. So, question is, how many damage did Dakilzor do in his first game of this last match? Of the first game, guys, as before. Put your answer in the chat, and we will pick a random winner from there for the Lansen C, the new Swedish Tier 8 premium tank.
Just as a reminder, all the rewards, all the giveaways are for the EU server only, and everything is going to be credited to you during the next week. Physical prizes are going to be shipped during the upcoming week, so just keep that in mind.
Sorry, Yannick, guys. Thanks for being with us, but that's it.
Yeah. So I guess that now we are going to go to a very short break. We are going to play some very nice videos, and we are going back to the casters after that. So
See you.
later.
Greetings tankers, I'm Ikubu and today I'll be running you through the upcoming events in April in this episode of the Monthly Rundown. At the beginning of April, we're going to warm you up with this special called Ready Up. There'll be a chain of missions for personal reserves and consumables, and a piece of equipment that every light tank and lower tier player is guaranteed to make use of. Completing the different missions will put you on the right foot for the rest of the month, especially if you're feeling short on credits. The top secret message for this month is that the equipment you from completing all the missions is in. TwitchCon will be taking place between the 13th and the 14th, and this year we're going for the first time in Europe. We're going to be at the event with a team of German-speaking and English-speaking contributors, providing a large pool of prizes and premium tanks. But that's not all. To make sure everyone can take part in this occasion, we're going to have a road to TwitchCon from the 6th to the 13th of April, with missions for rewards ranging from consumables, personal reserves and cosmetics to even a piece of equipment. There's a ton of additional information coming out about this event that we can't share quite yet, but we'll soon update our portal page, so make sure you keep up to date and don't miss out on all the awesome prizes and rewards you can grab from the streams and in-game missions coming to you. In honour of the Bovington Tank Museum Tiger Day on the 27th of April, we're going to have our own in-game event between the 27th and the 30th of April for all in-game Tiger-based tanks. The mission will be completable 25 times per day for all of those tanks. All you have to do, win a battle and grab yourself the double XP multiplier. We've also made sure to include the Japanese heavy tank number 6 and the VK4503 Tiger 2 prototype, so make sure to grab yourself a Tiger tank and get those crews trained. Or I'll know what I'll be doing, which is breaking out the Tiger 131 and grinding out those credits. I know I'm definitely going to need them for the 8th anniversary event. This month we're going to be celebrating the World of Tanks 8th anniversary. I want to take this time to say thank you from myself and everyone in the office. We couldn't have made this incredible journey without you, our wonderful players. But that's not all. There will be in-game missions for personal reserves and consumables that you can either sell for credits and take advantage of those awesome discounts, or use them in battle to work on that awesome third mark of excellence.
Hey guys, welcome back to the conclusion of this tournament. Now we will watch next first semi-final match between Yanush team and Gingerbreads or Ginger Power.
Ginger Power, yeah. So
Ginger Brigade, whatever you want to call them.
this will be the first time that we'll see Yanush today, because they managed to skip the quarterfinal round because they managed to finish third in the group yesterday, winning every game. But I mean, they weren't, I think, as impressive as Fat and Thinner, who we'll get around to seeing later, because they did manage to drop a few rounds here and there. But you know, they did pick up every game yesterday with the 3 wins. So I mean, definitely favorites, I guess, going into this, as they obviously managed to finish first.
Well, we already mentioned like the first teams, the teams that ended up first yesterday in group stages, which were Yanush in group A and Fat and Thinner in group B. They skipped the quarterfinals today, and they were waiting for their opponents, which we got just now, because the guys from Double D Squad won. I mean, Ducky Special Forces won against Milan's Burger Brigade 3-0, right?
Yeah.
I think it was 3-0 now.
3-0.
And they passed, and they will play in a next match against Fat and Thinner. And previously we could see the Ginger Power. Ginger Brigade.
Or Gingerbread Power.
Gingerbread Power, that's even better. So Gingerbreads won their match 3-1 against Sir Force's Salty Old Man, and they qualified to play this match. So that's what we're gonna see now. The map will actually change, and it is also best of 7 now, not best of 5.
Yeah.
So they need 4 wins in order to win. So first to come to 4.
Yeah, a lot of changes coming in for this semi-final. As you said, best of 7 is kind of the one of the big changes, but also the map pool. So we'll actually start off with Himmelsdorf, which we haven't seen throughout this entire tournament at Tier 1.
Not a single time.
That would be good just to see Himmelsdorf at Tier 1, because
Maybe
obviously
medium ones, a lot of them.
you see it a lot at Tier 10. Yeah, maybe because small map and the city map, if you go around the corner, a couple of medium ones waiting for you, then, well, yeah, you're going to feel it, definitely.
For me, it's going to be interesting because I can't see even a possibility of a hill fight. Not a serious
Yeah,
one.
same. I feel as if most teams will play on the downside, because you're so slow that if you go up to the hill...
You can always send one or two guys, that's the thing.
Yeah, maybe one or two, but not like what you see on Tier 10, where you often see the hill is kind of the main contest point in the battle. Everyone wants to take the hill and be king of the hill. But on this tier, you're so much slower that it's a much bigger commitment to go up on the hill, because it takes you so much longer.
I think this mapping is actually going to be really interesting how it's played, because it gives so much variety. Same on Tier 10, you have so much choices what to do here, man. Like if you're defending, will you camp here or there? Will you attack? What will you do? Will you try to take out the enemy? If you're attacking, you cannot rely only on one side play. Like, you need to create angles. If you create angles, you need to control different lines, and one of them can even be hill. So you can spread your forces quite a bit, but will you spread them too thin or something like that? That's kind of a measure you need to think, and no one has really experience in Tier 1 plays, so it's gonna be a bit of a dark feeling.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be interesting to see Himmelsdorf, and then after that we'll actually head into Mines, which is also another map that we haven't seen in
Yolosweg, I hope.
yeah, in this tournament, and it could very well be, because Mines is a fairly small map, and especially the middle, everyone wants to kind of control that hill in the middle, and you might see both teams just come and face to face in the middle of the map and a big fight.
Yeah, it could be that, or it could be even one team who is defending. They can even camp the base and create crossfires from the houses and a lot of different other positions. But I think going for the middle would be the best choice. But we will see.
We might even get to see some of those Tier 1 trains on Mines if we, when we do get to that. You might see it happen, you might not see it happen. I'm
There's
not
some
too
climbings.
Because I feel as if Mines is definitely a map that would lend towards that you could maybe boost up in some of these locations. Obviously, they've changed all the boosts now on Mines, but they've constantly been changing boosts on Mines. But you might see it
but for
Tier
boosts
1.
of this magnitude, like when you have Tier 1 tanks, because they're so small, you actually need some time to do them. I'm not sure they actually have the time. That's the problem, because then they will be
it's a
stuck
big
with a bunch of
commitment,
guys.
definitely.
On Abbey, it's like a huge map, so if you wanna really climb someone back in a base or somewhere, you have time, because enemy really needs a lot of time to reach you. But in Mines, it's kind of dodgy. And the third map will be
Ruinberg, actually. So then
another city map.
Yeah, get into Ruinberg.
Kind of a mix.
Obviously, as you said, the tiebreaker for every game today is Cliff. But I don't know. We might even get to that, because these two teams, they could very well be fairly matched. You would expect Yanush, from what we saw yesterday, should be able to take this. That is, of course, Multi-Show's Polish community here. You can see you got
Yanush versus
Siegen
Gingers
there as well.
Yeah, Yanush versus Gingers. Well, the union of MVPs. It looks like that, man.
Yes, lots of Polish clans there. Too many for me to actually name.
It's like Throw, Nomi, 3XR. Mainly those three.
Yeah. But two medium ones from Ginger Power, so not as many as you expected. You thought that you might see on Himmelsdorf a lot of medium ones, and some of the T1s actually going towards the hill. So obviously the T1 is kind of the fastest Tier 1 tank, so it's good to see that they're sending them towards the hill, and they're actually setting up quite standard on Himmelsdorf. You can see Yanush just spreading around almost their entire portion of the map, some on the 1-2 line, some in the middle, some going towards the hill, so spreading in quite evenly.
Whose approach do you like most? Do you like more like Ginger Power, who are sending like half of the guys on a hill, or Yanush, who are kind of everywhere?
I'd probably prefer Ginger Power's kind of play there. They kind of have two forces. You can see they've got force on the D line down. There's about 5 tanks there, and then the rest, so the other 10 are going up towards the hill, and I think that's better, because they'll be able to take the hill control once they get there, and especially if Demon pushes up on it. He's going to wait back here, which is definitely what he should do, because if he pushes up like Siegen is, they don't know how many tanks are beyond the other side of the ridge here, and they could definitely get pushed over here if Ginger Power want to push the advantage.
Well, I think they have more tanks up on the hill, and actually this should matter here, no matter how much T1 Cunningham's Yanush actually have here. But they need to feel it out properly, man. This is like a Bachat versus Bachat. It's just like T1 versus T1.
Yeah, but none of them want to peek. I think This is... They're waiting just to see, because Ginger Power don't have... They still have 4 tanks at D0. They're not actually on the hill yet, and I think they want to try and make these T1s go back so they can't spot.
I can see Yanush is actually panicking, and they're sending LOL tractors up to boost because they realize they're not strong enough there. They're sending the reinforcements. But Ginger Power is doing actually nothing because they do not know they have the advantage. They were actually spotted now crossing because the spotter Tsigan didn't actually, how would I say, get scared easily. He didn't get scared.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Segan was holding that position well, and Ginger Power were waiting. They didn't want to get spotted when they pushed in. They wanted to push Segan back, and then they could get up unspotted, but they didn't even manage to time that. And so now Yanush know that how many T1s are up here, and they're just going to try and run away, but Mlody has realized that he's not going to be able to run away, and he's going to actually go down here, it looks like, because Ginger Power are now going to swarm around him. There's about 6 or 7 guys that we're just going to keep pushing, looks like, and they're going to pick up Mlody basically for free. And now see what they can do with these positions, because there's only 4 tanks or 5 tanks, sorry, of Yanush here. And if they can just over push them, which they can, because they have the numbers, then maybe they can make this work for them. But if they don't push and they just keep trading here, this will lend towards the defending team, and they're losing this advantage that they have.
Yeah, Ginger actually took out Mlody there, so that's okay. You took out 1 tank, but most of the other guys are on full HP, so they cannot really, I think, commit and push. Oh my god, Cosmo is going first. He's gonna get so deleted. He's gonna get so deleted. The only good thing going for them is that there is a big split between Yanush and tanks. They're not all focused up. If they actually manage to take this group out of Lucky Carry, Simon and Sigan, it's gonna work out. Marty Wallet died. The main streamer is dead. And the guys from the other side, Demon and other guys just trying to do some kind of crossfire, but it's not working out at the moment. The HP is dropping slowly toward the Ginger Power team. They are making the plays here. If the rest of the teams from the 8 line now connects, they actually have a good play here.
Yeah, they managed to find some isolations. First of all, they pushed down one side together, and this is the thing, if they can stay all together as a group, they can pick up these kills quickly. They might even get Piotr 4K here, but he manages just to sneak around the corner. But Yanush are still very, very spread out, and Ginger Power are all together. They've pushed down the 8 line with that second force that they had that were kind of on the bottom, and they pushed along the top of the hill, but they've stayed quite a compact group. And now they're just managing to find these individual tanks from Yanush, but they're starting to bring it back, Yanush. And now there's 4 or 5 tanks of Ginger Power that are actually on one shot. So the HP is fairly even, despite the fact that Ginger Power have about 4 tanks advantage.
Unbelievable, but Cosmo the man, first in a fight and still with 100% HP. Eye of the survivor. And they are actually pressing toward the enemy cap. But Yanush team is responding, and Call Me Piotr entered the cap and he's covered by 2 guys from the back. So there is nothing at the moment that Ginger Power can do about it unless they manage to control the middle line and shoot him from his back. And Duki is only on 1 shot. Nalo and the rest of the guys cannot really have any angles to shoot him out. Also, if they can't really pressure the enemy cap with 3 tanks, they will be in a bit of a problem. So they need to find a solution how to actually kill Call Me Piotr. This is a dead angle here, and it can be only shot from like 2 possible positions from the street, from the upper or lower side. If they go from upper side, there are guys to shoot. If they go from lower, Rizek on the middle and Piotr himself can shoot.
Yeah, this definitely isn't favoring Ginger Power here, because obviously Piotr's in the cap, and the one saving grace is actually that they didn't push 2 tanks in the cap. The multi-show could have gone in the cap, and he actually is going to find Duka here, but he doesn't manage to make the shot. And if he can make this, I don't really see how they're going to reset this cap. There's only 40 seconds left on the cap, and Piotr is
it's going to be a push from upper side.
Invader.
It's going to be push from upper side. They have no choice. They're going to have to gather up tanks and push and hope for the best. Pray and spray on the way, man. So 30 seconds going, and there wasn't reset. Where from? Who did it?
Yeah, Mahani pushed in, but
suicidal
he had to
tank.
suicide for it. And this is the thing, they're not going to be able to do this well. And now Piotr is going to keep the cap going again, and there's 4 minutes left in the overall game. So he can keep doing this if he can get punished when they do push on with these mediums. This is actually okay for Yanush, and I'm not too sure, because Ginger Power now, they want to try and push back on the 8 line. They want to get back to the cap and look after the cap. But yeah, these tanks here, like Cosmo, he's held up because they can't leave this position. This thing, they push down from the hill, and now Rudko on a 1-shot, Lucker on a 1-shot, and they're so low HP that they can't get anywhere else here. And these positions, they don't really help them.
3.5 minutes. The cap is still half of the way by Yanush. HP is rather similar, but there is so many guys on low HP. Now Ondra in his medium is trying to get reset, and he does the high roll on Call Me Piotr, deletes him, but he will pay that with his life. Still the cap is resetted, and that's important thing to know. Now we have Rizek and new multi-show who can actually pressure the cap, and only guy who can do something about it is I think Nalo in his medium one. There is guys shooting from back. Sakalito found a different angle, so he is making that kind of plays from their backs all the way. But there is no cap pressure going on Yanush team, and there is a really big problem in Ginger's cap.
Yeah, because both teams now have 2 tanks in the cap, so if Nalo can get a reset here, and it looks like he might be able to, then this could be the game-winning play, because Yanush actually will be able to cap before Ginger Power, because they're 12 seconds ahead on the cap, so it's basically all up to Nalo here. He needs to push in, and he needs to not stop for Yolo Warrior. He needs to try and kill one of the guys in the cap, but if he can maybe get a snapshot on Yolo Warrior here, it would be good, because Yolo Warrior can kill him, so he's got to really actually pick up maybe multi-shot, but he's got shot down.
That's what I was wanting to say. Like, he cannot really ignore YOLO Warrior, because YOLO Warrior was keeping an aim and everyone was pre-aimed just to see that big hunk of tank do something about it. And there is a cap going on. Yanush actually wins their defense by capping the enemy base. 6 or 7 seconds till the end. A good play, counter play there. I would say, like, I kind of liked more how Gingers played. It was really aggressive and nice push. Yeah. But at the end of the day, they kind of ran out of steam. They couldn't finish the job. And the guys from Yanush found a crack in their defense and used it really well.
Yeah, and I think that might actually be the first proper cap we've seen in terms of actually using the cap to your advantage to win, because we've seen it at the end of the game, you know, when things
everyone
kind of
uses it as a bait.
Yeah, when things are over, they end up going into the cap when the game is already over and they could kill the enemy team, but it's just quick at the cap. But here, you know, they use the cap quite efficiently, and
well, if they didn't, they would lose.
Yeah, exactly. But they just managed to outposition them, because you said they all pushed over the 0 line from Ginger Power, but then Yanush just said, okay, we'll push the other side of the map, and they managed to get in the cap actually almost unspotted.
I kind of have a feeling if a Ginger team had a bit more versed defense in their base, you know, a bit more angled tanks. I mean, with different angles of shooting. That's what I meant. Spread out a bit differently, because here, as we know, like when you drive with a tank from A to B position, one LOL tractor can delete one other tank easily in a couple of shots if he's positioned well before he aims and so on.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of stuff that could have been done different here, and it's not like you have to, as I said, like you have to drop yourself from thinking in high tiers. You have to drop yourself to thinking like a small ant, you know, from that perspective of tier 1 tank, which is completely different story.
Yeah, once they pushed over the hill, they, as you said, they didn't actually prepare well in their base. They only had, I think, 4 tanks at the start. They only roughly had about 4 tanks in their base defending, and then they would even in the greatest of positions. Because I don't think they realized that the 3 tanks from Yanush had actually pushed along the 1 line. I think they were a bit caught by surprise.
Yeah, I think in their plans they completely ignored that little corner, which can be used as a cap pressure, and they had no control over the middle or anything there. If they had tanks on the middle, that would be a different story, but they didn't. And that kind of bounced badly off. But now they will be able, Ginger guys will be able to play their own defense of Himmelsdorf. Like, we will see how will they fare there, and we will see how will Yanush actually, guys, how do they perceive to win the Himmelsdorf. It's going to be a good lesson also for the other teams. I believe those who play the second semifinals are in advantageous position, because they can see some ideas here maybe and some flaws in their plans, you know, and check out what other teams are doing.
Yeah, definitely.
Look at this, bro. This is like artillery.
This is the closest we can get at tier 1 2 artillery. Nalo's just shooting the shells in, but I don't think he's going to find anything. There shouldn't really be anything.
Man, that's insane.
There shouldn't be anything sat there at this moment in the game anyway.
Are you kidding me? Like, he's literally shooting like Arty.
Almost.
HE shells, when he fires HE shells, they go up. They don't go straight. When he fired AP now, it went straight. But when he fired HE shells, they went with an arc up. Like, I think he can actually, when he shoots some position, it goes over some stuff.
Oh, this is actually quite interesting. There's a big push on the 1 line, and most of the Ginger Power tanks have actually headed towards the hill, and I think some of them are starting to turn around. They're realizing maybe what's going on with Yolo Warrior being spotted in such an aggressive location. That tends to mean that, you know, there's a play on the 1, 2, 3 line, and you can see that a lot of them on the 1 line here, and they might even get towards the cap. And if they can get towards the cap unspotted, that's going to be a big play, because we have now seen the Ginger Power are turning around. They only sent 3 tanks towards the hill, but initially they were sending about eight tanks up there. And if they continued to do that, they might have even got cap rushed, and it might have worked out actually.
Yeah, this is going to be a big problem. If they get a couple of guys in a cap, everyone else can get pushed back, and that's going to be GG for them. Radim is watching the one of the streets, but I don't think they have really significant cover on the other positions, and it's exactly what they're doing. Simon and Rizek are actually pushing behind the cap. YOLO Warrior was spotting for his YOLO Swag team in a start of the match, but now if they start angling here, it might be a mistake. But YOLO Warrior actually took out Sweetman in his medium one. Those medium ones again, like seriously, they're such an easy target.
Yeah, I say I'm not a massive fan of the medium one, but all the teams seem to still like picking them. But, you know, I guess just for that scare factor. But again, this is what we said, the triple cap coming on now. And this is actually quite good for units. So they can't really get pushed off this cap easily. And Ginger Power are going to have to make a full commitment here. But they've got 3 tanks on the hill as well. So 3 tanks already out of the fight. And I'm not sure that they fully expected this. And they've kind of been checkmated here. They're going to have to make a move because there's only 10 seconds left here before the cap will go off. Radim is going to have to start peeking on Rizek, but he's going to take damage from Project. Look,
bro.
He's not even going to actually make the reset. And oh my god, this is 2 caps in a row.
It's official. Yanush and Trashe are definitely the team with most captures on this tournament so far. Congratulations by winning with 2 caps game in a row on Himmelsdorf.
I mean, we had noticed at the start of the game that could happen, but I also didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I don't even think one reset came out there because Radim tried to peek on the corner, but obviously everyone was just waiting around. There's like 4 different angles that you get shot at.
And you could see the Ginger team was not ready with this, and losing Himmelsdorf 2-0. I mean, the last game was really tight, but this one was just like a big flaw in their defense and game conception by far. Because again, they were thinking in tier 10 turns, they sent guys up to the hill, they had some defense on the middle and toward the 8 line, but they completely neglected. You cannot actually counter push when you come back down from the hill with those small tanks because they die in a split second, man. You see them and they die.
You can do that at tier 10, but at tier 1 it's just a completely different environment, and you just don't have HP, you don't have armor, and they say you lack the speed to make that decisive push. But wow, okay, I've trashed on the medium one this whole tournament, but you know, it does sometimes manage to do something.
Oh, Nalo did actually quite a lot of damage there.
Yeah, but then Sweetman, not so much.
And the rest of the team, not so much also.
Even
with the capture, there is
YOLO
only
Warrior
like
managed
3
to
guys
do
surviving. Man.
1 more damage to take the MVP on damage this round than Nala. So 1.
439. Nice. But he has 1 kill less.
Yeah, but damage is damage.
And kills are kills.
Damage is what matters.
If you are asking,
you're a step better.
If you think about wargaming measures, you know, taking 1 gun more from less from the enemy team, that matters actually.
Think of the W8. That's what I'm gonna say.
I actually have no idea what the W8 matters, so I'm gonna trust you on that one. But all in all, 2-0 for Yanush team, and Gingerbreads are in a big problem.
Yep, 2-0 down. But, you know, this is a best of 7 now. So, obviously, the other rounds were best of 5. So, they will have another round to try and
we will see.
Next
map will be mines, as we said. There might be some cool clashes in a center. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, same. I would like to see big fights in the center trying to... I don't think people are actually going to be able to take the hill. Maybe if you can get one team with a lot more T1s. So obviously, because they're quicker, they might be able to make it towards the hill in time, but I don't think that's going to actually happen. But I wouldn't like to see this kind of campy mines defense. It can obviously be done. We can see it at all the tiers in pretty much every format.
I
can actually defend the base.
Mines back then, but I even can't remember anymore what we play. I don't think we played only one type of tanks, because you cannot rely only on like T1 Cunningham clips and speed. You need some kind of follow-up. But yeah, that should be the lead. That should be the lead of them. They should get control with it. But we will see. Maybe they have some completely different ideas. I mean, the guys that are attacking, they have no big choice in my eyes. They really need to take that hill and then think what to do onward. But the guys in defense, they have various choices. They can just also leave in... There is so many little bushes on the way. They can just leave some guys for proxy spotting and have a bunch of snipers in the base.
I think even as well, if you don't go towards the middle at the start, you might even see because the view range is so much smaller at this tier, you could even see like some people pushing along the one line. They might not get spotted unless you specifically put someone with binos in a position to spot it. Like maybe the rock, I think it's around like G4, just to be able to spot that one line, because I said you only have about 200, 300, well, close to 300 view range, which is a lot less than obviously at tier 10. So
yeah, but that's 300 without binus, so you can get like 400 with binus on LOL tractor. That's why they use it all.
That's what I mean. You have to specifically set someone up in that position to be able to spot. Whereas in the other tiers, because your view range is so much greater on a map like Mines, you can kind of just go towards the middle and you'll get spots out. But at this tier, you actually need to specifically say like you go here and you need to set up your binos, and your job is to spot. Like you need to make it his one job to spot, because the view range is so low.
One mission.
Yeah, you had one job, man.
We will see what will the guys choose to do, because even if you get the hill, if you don't see the enemy, then you know that something is cooking elsewhere and you need to be ready for everything. But I don't think the cap rush is a viability here, because you don't have anything fast enough to do it. Still, let's see, did they give up on those medium tanks? Yeah, I don't see any British here, bro. It smells like a mill, bro.
Just one extra T1 from...
no, Yanush team is heavy Camperino. Ay, caramba.
Yeah, but they are going for the heavy camp. They're going to send four guys towards the one line, actually. And the 2 guys here behind the buildings. This is where we usually see artillery hide, but today 2 LOL tractors going to go there. And Marty actually going to get up on the hill for free. So that might be quite useful. He's managed to get up on the hill for free, but I don't know how he's actually going to be able to use it to his advantage because of the view range. That's what I said. Without optics here, he's only got binos. If he's going to get proxy spotted when he does try to peek, so he's not going to have time to set up his binos and then be able to actually spot from the hill and use it to his advantage.
Well, Yanush team has no shame. They are camping hardcore in the back, but that gives some opportunity to Ginger Power team, because with some rotations they might be able to take out some of the guys by just blind firing them. But of course they need to be super careful, like Marty Vola here, because it can bounce badly back on them. As I said, there is so many little bushes they can use. Look where Call Me Piotr is. He's in the middle of the nowhere. There is no way you can stick anything in higher tiers there, but for tier 1 that's more than enough to spot the guys that are trying to go down from the hill or from some other angles. And they pretty much spread out fairly everywhere. You have guys on a island part, so you can't really, let's say, rush it with the rest of the guys. So Ginger Power team is actually well aware of it, and I think it's a smart choice that they're controlling the hill and they're sending majority of the forces toward the village and that side of the map. And I think that push actually has a chance to do well, because the enemy forces will be split, same as theirs, but their focus fire should be more centered and they can use the buildings to cover each other. So this thing can actually work. There is a chance for this.
Yeah, this is actually what I was thinking. If the enemy team doesn't go to the hill and you don't see that initial big brawl, I think the 8-9 line probably is your best bet, but there's so many crossfires by the defending team. If they just set up well, you have to start making some good early trades. Otherwise, if you're just going to make that one kind of Hail Mary push and just hope that everything's going to go well, I think you're going to be surprised, because you can see Piotr here. Actually, I think he might be able to get shots on Cosmo and exit if they do get spotted. And I'm just a bit worried
Piotr
that
cannot fire a single shell. He will die in a split second if he does.
I think he might actually be able to shoot at range. I don't know if he'll get spotted. I think especially if they don't have their binos set up, because
I think it's huge risk, man, because he can get spotted from somewhere else.
a risk I might be willing to take though. But maybe Piotr isn't willing to use that. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, we'll see what will Piotr decide to do. I mean, if in a moment, if they actually decide to push, he will probably have to start fighting with his tank, because they will need every gun. But so far, Ginger Powers and Yanush team are quite equal on HP. There is nothing significant going on. It does look like Yanush team is actually well aware that they're from that side. There is a lot of blind shots coming in from both sides, and there is not many angles that you need to cover with this kind of play.
Yeah, but this definitely favors the defending team. We're 3.5 minutes into the game, which isn't a huge issue, but I don't think Ginger Power have actually figured out how they want to try and break this camp, and it is going to be difficult, because at the tier 1 you can't really push in too effectively, and that's what we've seen time and time again, that if one team does decide to use the majority of their force, they push out one side, they end up getting to the point where the enemy are actually defending, and they can't dig them out. They can kind of put a dent in their armor, but they're not able to actually destroy them.
Oh dear, I really hope that some of the teams will start moving here, because my leg is starting to kind of get sleepy, you know, and God forbid, my eyes
That
are
was a
twitching
nice
for
shot
another
from
going,
Sakalito, actually.
a sniperino from a LOL tractor. Really experienced.
Yeah,
Look-
he's probably been practicing
look at the
them
peaks.
all week.
Look at the peaks, man. Step by step, shot by shot. But anyways, 5 minutes almost in a game and nothing is going on. There has to be a choice in one moment by Ginger Powers what to do. I mean, there is only so much you can do by blind shooting. You can see the reloads on their team. They have constantly 4 or 5 guys in reload trying to hit some bushes, but so far it's all available. Like, I can see no significant progress there. There is only one guy that took some more than 1 shot of damage.
Yeah, and only 10 damage.
Yeah, only Simon is on the only guy on 36 HP. You can see there is 2 guys next to him that took some damage, but that's about that.
Yeah, with every passing kind of second, every passing minute, there's the defending advantage just continues to increase. Obviously, they start off on the defense, and if they want to play it passively like this, the time is just another enemy that they can use to their advantage, because there's only under 5 minutes, and the more damage that kind of isn't being dealt is really, really bad for Ginger Power. They're just trying to find ways to break this, but I don't know how they're going to be able to do it. Because this is the thing as well at Tier 1, you don't have that artillery. So only at Tier 2 the artillery starts coming into play. So if you defend and you kind of camp, it makes it actually quite difficult.
Yep. I don't think you even don't need an artillery here, but this is really a big problem because there is so many bushes, as we said. If you create a good crossfires, you just need a couple of spotters. You don't even need to shoot all the time. You just need to wait for the enemy push and be ready for it.
This is the push coming on the 8 line.
The
You can see
cavalry is going in, and we need to see it. Mumek, Simongo was the first victim, but Mumek managed to take out one of the guys before falling. So they are 2-2 in kills, but HP is progressively going forward for Yanush. Yanush have a decent lead here, 3-3 in kills so far.
Suddenly that lead has all disappeared and we're all even here, at least on HP. I mean, Ginger Power managed to kill almost all those tanks. Yeah, they finally got that final tank that was in the middle of the map under the hill. And now they've got some positions that maybe they can use. Piotr 40k looks like he's going to go down as well. And Froley picks up his 3rd kill here. And Ginger Power actually have an advantage here. They've got more tanks. They've got more HP. And now they have some positions to actually use. There's 4 tanks on the island from Yanush. So if they can focus on these tanks that are hiding behind the buildings on the K line. If they can dig out this K line, I mean, Rizek should go down here. It looks like he's actually going to get pincered. And it looks like Ginger Power might be able to take this.
It's a really, really good play by Ginger Power, especially realizing that no one of these guys plays Tier 1 regularly, man, or something like that. Lucky managed to take out Marty Vole, but if they take out Rizek on this position here, it's going to be a huge blow for Yanush, because then they will have only 2 guys left in the buildings. Of course, Ginger Power cannot know that, but those guys are tough not to crack at the moment.
Yeah, Lackey now, if they can eliminate this crossfire by Lackey, as you said, it looks like they might do that, and this could be Froley picking up his 5th kill in this game if he manages to land that shot. I think he did, so, I mean, Froley managing to do some really good work here, and now they've got to work on these 2 tanks that are kind of camping in the corner, because the majority of Yanush's team are now on the 1-2 line, and if they can find Piotrek, but Froley's actually making the push, and this could be very bad for him because he's caught out in the open here where he's found Piotrek, but he's not trading well. 3 shots now. It looks like Froley might go down. Yeah, Froley just threw away his whole tank there, and now the game has kind of swung back, and Ginger Power's advantage is almost gone.
Yeah, Janusz is not giving up on these rock positions. That's very important because it's crucial to defend those 2 tanks in a corner. If this LOL tractor by Piotrek die, then Ginger Power team can just commit on themselves to kill Tsigan and the other guy in the corner, and then they can keep pressure, and that's automatically the win. But the game is not only played there. New Multishow actually lost the battle to get to Sakalito, leader toward leader, and this will be a problem for the guys camping in this corner. So there will be a pressure now from other side of the map. Janusz is actually losing on HP now, and there is certainly deficiency in accuracy of this Steven Cunningham. He even lost the commander now, so Sakalito doesn't know that, but he has a huge advantage over them.
Yeah, Saklut is actually getting some help there on the one line as well, but it looks like Lucka might go down, but he's just completely surprised as Dukel comes in, but he actually goes down in return. But so trades for trade, just coming back and forth, and Demon and Piotrek are now behind the rock, but Satellito moving up, and this could be the fight. There's only 1 minute and 10 seconds left. If Satellito can win this, then Ginger Power have only got to either cap or clear out the 2 remaining guys that are going to be at K0, and it looks like Demon might go down because there's guys in front of him and now a guy behind him, and if he can take down Sakalito, he can maybe survive here, but it looks like he did manage to take him down. So if he can just now kill Mahani as he comes around the corner, and he manages, and this is what I mean.
God.
Now this game, only 50 seconds left, but Ginger Power have now got to spread their forces out, and that was such a big play there by Demon, managing to get the double kill.
Yeah, this is a big problem, man. Like, this is a hero moment for Demon, actually, because now capping is not a viable option for Ginger Power. They need to kill Ketsai on one side, and they need to kill him on another. And I can see how will they kill Ketsai, but how will they kill him? I mean, 25 seconds till the end, triple cap, 23.
They can still cap it, actually. There's 2 seconds left
there
in the
is
game
a 2
if they
seconds.
triple cap.
It's a possibility. There will be a third game ended in cap. But if he decaps just
This
one
is a
guy,
big-
man, this is a game. It's
There
a
we go.
game-winning shot. Ketsai and the Demon are true heroes for their team. The camp working just because of them. Hard camp workers.
Some hero plays coming out at the end there from Yanush. I mean, you had Demon there with that double kill, which really, really was such a big play. But then even managing to get the reset there at the end, managing to use the bush and kind of being able to get that reset unspotted.
It was super
Just
important.
some hero plays from both of the guys.
It was super important because otherwise they could all just push and kill the Ketsai here in this part of the map. But with Demon alive, they had no choice whatsoever but to cap. It wouldn't matter. Even if they kill Ketsai and one of them dies, it wouldn't matter because they would not be able to finish the cap. They had one guy on a hill. He was too far away to do anything. So that was their only choice for victory, to try to cap. And Ketsai managed to save alive and shoot through the textures, really smart. So a heroic feat by those 2 guys in a small vehicles, bringing them the victory. This is actually really bad, of course, for Ginger team. I mean, this is a 3-0 lead for a Yanush team. I expected this will be a 2-1. This was a really nice play by Gingers, but then again, same as the Himmelsdorf. Really nice opening, smart plays and everything, just not enough.
Yeah, I expected it to be kind of a closer fight overall. We did say that the teams were fairly evenly matched, and I mean, they even were in this game. This was won in the last, dying seconds of this game, and it might have been 2-1. It could have all been different, and it looks like now match point is obviously against Ginger Power, and they might even be going out of this tournament. And it was good to see, as we mentioned, Froley managed to pick up 5 kills there from Ginger Power, but then I think that was another big moment in this game. There were lots of kind of decisive moments because the sway of the battle kept going kind of back and forth. You 1 minute you thought it was in Ginger Power's Ginger Power's hands, and then the next minute it was kind of taken out of their hands. And one of those moments where Froley, he managed to pick up his 5th kill, and he was still on full HP, and then he just kind of went out into the open and found himself, dead very quickly. Within about 5 seconds, he lost all his HP, and I mean, that's when kind of Ginger Power lost some control of that map. And obviously, if they now had a tank full HP at the end of that game, it could have made a very big difference.
Yeah, it would be a big difference. Also, I believe that maybe if there was one more guy in a corner there, it would actually a big difference in a defense. But it worked out at the end of them. It was a last second bell win for Yanush. It was a really good reset. It was all or nothing because after that he would have no chance anymore. I think he would be spotted and there would be no way. But we are going to the next game, 3-0, a match point, something we didn't expect. I think that the teams were much closer, and Yanush team are really on the brink of the victory and qualifier for the finals. They have a huge lead of 3-0, and it's time for a Ginger team to come back, from the 0 moment and become the hero.
Yeah, now I do wonder if how Ginger Power are going to play this now. Obviously, they're 3-0 down, so it's match point against them, first to 4. And I wonder if they are going to play defensively like Yanush did, or if they're going to actually, it looks like they're taking the aggressive play and trying to take the middle of the map.
Well, let us see. There is a huge push toward the water line from Yanush team. We already saw they don't think orthodox in the last game in Himmelsdorf, which ended with cap, like 2 games that ended with cap. They won like that. We will see what will they do at this moment.
So Yanush now going to the 1 line, which we haven't seen. It looks like they're actually preparing for the cross. They're sending 1T1 to the F2 position. Gonna sit in the bush there, Melody, with his binos, and they're trying to cancel out this cross. You could see there's about 7 or 8 guys waiting. So if someone of Ginger Power's team did actually go to the 1-2 line, they should have died, but they didn't do that, and they're actually playing in the middle of the map, Ginger Power, and they haven't yet managed to get up onto the hill, which I think is that kind of end goal with their mid play. But they're kind of just playing it a bit more slowly, and instead of pushing immediately towards the hill and getting on top of it.
Well, the water control is completely in Yanush's side now. They are doing the rotations toward the other side of the map. That was a big commitment actually to send so many tanks there, because I really don't know what they wanted to achieve, because the control of the hill is done by Ginger Power. Ginger Power can now just like do whatever. I actually do not understand why they didn't play more aggressive against Demon and the other guys here and just push them away.
Yeah, Demon here.
I think they were probably thinking there is more guys behind the corner because they didn't know they're in water side.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either, but I mean, Demon, I think, yeah, he has the auto-load. He's actually going to pick up exit there.
He would if he was not shooting the
shells up.
No, he was shooting the texture, man. Like, he would kill him if he was peeking properly, but he was watching the corner all the time of the texture.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a good position there if he managed to make his shells. And Marty's actually looks like he's going to get set on fire. 3 HP actually survives through that fire.
Hey, Marty likes to survive on low HP, you know. We've seen him like
we've seen it a lot.
But it's a big problem that you have like both Exit and Marty on such a low HP from the start of the game, and there was even not any big engagement coming in from Yanush. And Yanush team, if they realize there is no big commitment from Ginger Power team, they should just like storm with a couple of guys and make a crossfire from the hill immediately.
Yeah, Demon is in a very crucial position here, though, because now he can deny anyone who does want to go up onto the hill. As you've seen, a lot of damage has come out onto Ginger Power, with Exit only on 7 and Marty on 3 HP. So there's a 10 HP combined between those two tanks, and they haven't really traded too well in return for that. So they're now just going to have to sit under the hill. I'd like to actually see them maybe rotate towards the back of the map, and some of these guys with extra HP maybe take the position of Exit, because on 7 HP, if Yanush do manage to push under the hill, Exit is going to die immediately. He's obviously a one-shot, whereas if he manages to get to the back of the map, like as you can see, Marty there is sat in a bush and kind of taking up a spotting role, he can still be effective for his team. So I'd like to see Exit maybe try and get out, but I think he's left it a bit too late, because Yanush have now took the hill. You've got Piotrek up here proxying him now.
Well, Yanush guys are spreading all over the map now. They're left, right and center, controlling the top of the hill, having some couple of the guys in the village, couple of the guys in the waterline. There is a lot of blind shooting going around. They're mostly blind shooting, as far as I can see, toward the enemy base, toward the cap. So they're trying to clear those bushes around where Marty Walla is without any great success at the moment. So that tells me that there will probably be a push from that side. But considering there is virtually no tanks on the waterline by Ginger Power, they actually might send a couple of guys from there and start the proxy, because this is a big opening toward the enemy, I would say.
Yeah, but this is what we saw last game as well. Just if you're on the attacking side, you kind of just spread out. And I wonder when Yanush are going to maybe push from this one lane. They've got 4 tanks here, and we can see that Ginger Power have nobody there, and they don't even actually have anyone to spot that cross, I think. If they were to hug the one line, hug the red line there, they might be able to cross unspotted, which would obviously put them in great positions, because then they could shoot onto the middle of the map, under the hill. All those tanks on the G line and kind of in the middle from Ginger Power would be shot at in the back. But maybe Yanush are just a bit scared that someone will spot them, and obviously if they then get spotted, they've got a long distance to travel before they can get safe.
Well, a preparation for new Clan War season with tier 1 power tanks.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like to see that. I like it, the tier 1, just as these fun cups. Maybe
you never played the first
Clan War
campaign. You never played the first campaign, right?
Probably not, no.
Oh.
What year was that?
You don't know how it went?
Wait, what? Is this like an April Fool's joke?
No, it's a real thing.
You really, this isn't an early April Fool's joke. What?
It's a real thing, bro. The first campaign went from tier 1 to tier 10. The first day of the landing was actually tier 1 tanks all over the global map. You know, where you still had Africa and Europe and all of those countries. And in those days, you were not limited on 15 tanks in one team because you had chips, not divisions, you know. And you could land with like 10 or 11 guys or something like that. So we were playing with teams with like 11, 12 players against 15 player teams and spreading all over the place. In one moment we had like 40 provinces. I remember that with those tier 1 Wanker, thanks.
I don't even know. I literally don't even know.
It was so crazy, man. And then, like, when days progressed, you had like tier 2 tanks and so on and so on, and then you progressed over the higher tiers during the campaign. It was really
interesting
weird.
concept, but yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm learning so much about the old state of the game with the classic server and
It was
reminders
so
of
weird,
old
man.
tier 1 tournaments and what the game used to be like back in the day.
But I can tell you it was really enthusiastic, because I remember when the first campaign started, there was like at least 20 clans that could field entire 100 people on that day. Like entire 6 team rosters plus 10 waiting and begging to play, you know. It was super fun.
Times have changed, but anyway, Mlody actually getting spotted here, and this is what we saw. The push actually came out, and this is what I like to see, but Ginger Power is still holding on with the HP advantage, and if Mlody gets taken down here, then that will definitely be back in their favor. And Freudy, you can just see him, they're eyeing each other out, but they're not able to make the shots count. If he can kill Exit here, I don't know, he could pick up Exit, but he's going to try and shoot Irradium.
Yeah, I was
And
expecting
misses
this
all
kind
three.
of push a long time ago, that one of the guys on the Yanush will come here and start shooting the guys below the hill from that position, because there is no defense there. But the exchanges are in position. Ginger Power is actually holding to their HP. They have 1200, and they are actually doing rather well compared to the Yanush team, who have no force significant enough to actually do some committed push. The only place where they have enough tanks is on the middle, and I think it's the worst possible place, because most of the guys from Ginger Power can actually shoot them.
Yeah, this is looking good for Ginger Power.
Finally, he took him out.
And he's going to miss the last shot. He's going to actually start to aim these shots properly. And if he can make this last shot, he can maybe pick up the kill. But
Oh, so close.
I think he did actually get him. Or maybe he got killed from the front. But anyway, either way, he's dead. And now Yanush actually have a bit more of an advantage here. There's only 150 HP between the two teams. And they're now pushing into the end. And Nalo actually not going to pick up that kill. He could have potentially sniped Lodi in the turret there. And that could have been a big kill, because now he's going to be proxy spotted and he's not going to be able to move without being spotted this entire time. There's only 2 minutes left.
2 minutes. That's why I wanted to say so many one-shot guys by Yanush team, and they are in a backlog like 250 HP or so. Duki still alive and proxying that middle, and he will see once they start the push. And Ginger Power is keeping enough reserves in the back so they can actually reset their cap. So the only choice that Yanush team has at the moment is to kill them all, but it's super hard, man, because they're dropping slowly. They're dropping left and right. They have more guns, but they simply don't have enough muscle power to end this game. I don't see how they win this in 90 seconds, man.
Yeah, Ginger Power are too entrenched here, and they're defending it well. And if these personal engagements can maybe go the way of Yanusa, then it would be their only kind of way back into this fight. They're both one-shots here. If Mlody can win this, or Nalo manages to get shot in the back, and now maybe Mlody can open this up. If he can kill Cosmo, then there's a potential chance that in the remaining 70 seconds that they can win this. But Ginger Power still have 700 HP, which at tier 1 is a lot. That's like 6 or 7 full HP tanks. So, I mean, you can see Marty as well. 3 HP, still in that bush. He got taken down early on in the game, but he's played it well. He's managed to sit in a bush and just provide some spotting on the 8 line, and he's still alive in this late game.
Triple kill by Mlody, but not enough for Cigar. Demon also took one guy from Ginger Power down, but look at the HP difference. It's double, and Ginger Power do not have to move a finger to do anything in this game of little children playing tanks.
No, and it looks like if Ginger Power do manage to win this, we'll see Ruinberg coming up. So that'll be the first time we've seen this. But actually, I don't know. The Yanusa are still pushing in. 26 seconds left, but Andre's right at the back of the map. Full HP still, 130 HP. And look at all the HP. 7 HP, 5 HP. Piosko is only on 14.
Andre might have even played his medium by now. I mean, the amount of the movement he did on the map, he could have just set in that monstrosity.
Yeah, this is going to be a close end to the game, but it looks like Ginger Power are going to actually be able to see it out. 5 seconds left, and Pure Trek pushing in. They're just trying to make it work for them, but it doesn't look like they're going to have the HP or the tanks. And yeah, Ginger Power will manage to take that because they were the defending team.
Yeah, camping for the win. That's how the cookie crumbled on this mines, unfortunately. We didn't see any extravaganza plays I was hoping for, some kind of middle brawls or whatever. But that's how the teams chose to play, and we will watch Ruinberg next. The current result, 3-1 for Yanush team. Ginger Powers, I understand, like they were facing camps on multiple maps. They had to do this to actually stay in the tournament. So even like that, they went for the middle in the start, as far as I saw.
Yeah, they tried to find that middle engagement, but I don't think Yanush haven't really played in that kind of way. They play it a bit more slow. They spread out a bit. They try and get some information in the early game. They don't go for these kind of full team brawls. We've seen that kind of in all of the games so far. They play a bit more strategically, a bit more tactically, a bit slower. And Lodi actually 4 kills coming out on top damage. So as I said, yeah, we'll actually see Ruinberg now. So that's the first time we've seen Ruinberg. And this could be kind of difficult for Ginger Power because Yanush will be on the defending side to start off with.
Yeah, we've seen how offensive on defense sides are. Yanush, I think they will find every possible crack in the map to defend. Defense on Ruinberg is done from the northern side. Well, nowadays at least. In the past it was the southern one, but for...
it's from the northern side now, is it?
It is for a long time now.
Oh.
Before it was from the south side, but people were camping so heavily in those buildings.
That's what I was worried about, that if that was to happen, I don't think Ginger Power would even have... Well, they'd have very little chance of being able to win the round.
But in tier 1 tournament, when you defend the upper side, to be honest, even the smallest bushes are covered. So there is so many variations how you can defend that city, but you cannot neglect any pipe. As example, you cannot go on upper side where the bushes are with too many tanks, because if you leave the city, there is so many places they can just cap behind. If you go only to the city, you can get pressed. So they will still have to have some resemblance to tier 10 game. The only advantage is because you can stick out those tier 1 spotters anywhere, just left and right in some bushes, and use them as proxy spotters.
Yeah,
like a minefield.
But a T1 field.
Tier 1 field. Can make a game out of that, man. Like a minesweeper, but a tier 1 sweeper. Oh, almost.
Maybe not the most successful idea, but we'll see.
Probably it would be disastrous.
Yeah. But anyway, but yeah, this is the match point as well we've seen, and I don't know. I'm kind of worrying for Ginger Power here. I think this might be the last time we'll see them in this tournament.
Oh, I think Marty will get a heart attack if he loses this one, for sure. I mean, come on. It's about the fun on this tournament, so these guys are trying their best to stay in the tournament, but it's not going to be like someone going to cry.
Yeah, I mean, even if they lose, he'll still get, I think, 150 gold for his community and his team, so...
Yeah,
that would be nice. Yeah, I think the 4th place should get a...
Man, I have so many papers here. I'm kind of losing the track of what I wrote where.
150k gold. So that would be good for them, though. And they'll still pick up, I think, some little kind of loots. Like some mouse and things like this.
For 3rd and 4th team, it's 125k gold. And some like mouse pad and stuff like that.
So yeah, they'll still get some decent prizes for this tournament.
I mean, if they're playing it only for fun, like 50%, 100%, like 50% goes to the fan base, and he has an option if he has that kind of agreement with the rest of the team. Maybe he will just give everything. So, whatever.
Yeah, we could see the Polish community getting the vast share of all of this tournament's prizes, especially if both of them manage to make it to the final and they face each other in the final, because we'd have Fat and Thin playing later.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously Yanush and both of those teams, Camille Papa versus New Multi Show. So the Polish community could see like a big windfall coming their way.
Well, I think Polish community is the biggest in Europe anyways. Like they're in Germany. Those are the two biggest one. But the Burger Brigade was not fast enough or good enough. So it's going to go mostly to the Polish guys. Still, we have this Czech community that's fighting against them, led by Ginger Power. And... they might do something on Ruinberg. I mean, it's not unheard of. Oh my god, they lost.
They lost?
They lost. They have 2 tier medium. Those two
really?
medium ones.
You think that's
automatic? It's out to lose. Like seriously, man.
I mean, we have to see. They are defending now, but Yanush in the north. So, I mean, I don't think they're going to...
Yanush are actually defending.
Yeah.
That's like, it's because I think of the coin toss on the start. So like who wins the coin toss, he has options to start choosing like what he wants to play first. And of course, what you're going to pick when you come to Ruinberg, it's going to be defense. And in this kind of situation, it's really profitable for them.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult because it looks, as we've seen, they like to play it kind of passively. They're going to camp along almost 20% of the map there. They've got the A line and they've got the B line, and that's all they care about because they can defend their cap now. So this is going to be difficult for Ginger Power, and they're going to try and get some information out at the start, and they're only sending one T1 Yanush towards the middle of the map. And yeah, I mean, Marty, you can see him driving around just trying to get some information, driving in circles.
I'm driving a light tank. Technically it is a light tank.
Yeah, but I mean, almost all of them are. Obviously, the medium is the only tank at tier 1 that isn't a light tank.
Isn't that weird? Out of 11 nations, there is only one that has a medium for tier 1. Everything else is counted as a light tank. All other 10 nations.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, some of these tanks are, well, so old that they're kind of...
And even that is
now
counted
classified
as a medium, and it's big as a house and so slow. Well, whatever.
Yeah, it may as well be a heavy tank, but I guess if it was to be a heavy tank, it would actually have to have some armor, which it doesn't really have.
I mean, maybe if you compare that to those tanks from the First World War, maybe that counts as a medium tank.
I think, that was
skill already took out.
Marty going down. Unfortunately,
Marty spotted them.
He was driving around in circles, but actually, maybe they'll be able to trade it if Melody can go down here. He's 2 HP. Yeah, so I mean, they managed to trade it 1 for 1, so actually, it's not too bad. But
it's actually really weird.
Ginger Power have lost their captain, their leader, and maybe that'll be a bit of a morale hit towards them.
Or maybe they will be happy. Oh, now you can finally shut up. Just
maybe.
Sakalito is probably the guy who actually spotted the T1. I don't know, man. I'm not actually quite sure how did he allow himself to get spotted in that center, because there is so many bushes, and his one job and one mission were just to sit there and spot the enemy if they're doing any moves. I have no idea how did they spot him. He must have flunked up something.
Yeah, I think they've just managed to kind of take the control of the field slowly, as you said, Sakalito moving into the windows, and now you can see they're kind of moving on the 0 line, and I guess maybe he fired or something just to kill Marty potentially. And at that moment, he got spotted and he tried to run away, but he just wasn't able to make it because they've taken control of this little town here.
Oh,
and they're kind of taking control across all the map, but that's not really what matters here. They have the control of the majority of the map, but they won't be able to kill the tanks because they're all kind of entrenched along this one B line at the back of the map, and that's really what they need to do. And it looks like Ginger Power, they might want to start pushing the 0 line. You can see Exit, Rudko, and Cosmo moving up here, and they might try and clear out the whole 0 line and push up to where the medium one of Yanush is sitting. And I don't know how that's going to work out for them. We'll have to just see, because the push is coming in with these 4 tanks. They're clearing out all the bushes back here. And
we are clearing the bushes. We are clearing the... Yeah, we are
the
still clearing the bushes.
The bush clearing squad.
The bush clearing, so bush attack squad is going well, and they're taking the upper positions. Now comes actually the hard part. How will you approach the enemy? Do you even approach the enemy, or you just create angles for shooting and start blank firing toward the city as example? Maybe they can hit some butt shots from there.
Yeah, I said they kind of got up to this position, but this bush line now, they don't really want to go past it. This is kind of like the line in the sand that they can't cross at the moment, apart from it's the bush line in Ruinberg that they're just going to stop blind firing. They're going to try, and they know where the enemy are, but they obviously can't see them. And if they get close enough to see them, well, they'll get spotted as well, and they'll have to push in. So, I mean, is Lucco going to... No, he's not going to push forward yet. They're still just going to kind of wait the time out. Maybe... They're pushing a few more tanks now on the 0 line, so they're going to have 6 tanks in this A0 corner. And from here, they're going to have to try and make something work. I think they're going to have to eventually push towards A7 and get some spots out. And if they actually push there with the majority of their team and they can clear out A7, then they'll be able to get shots on the on the B line and the C line, and maybe they can actually clear out this camp.
Well, the camp clearing is under progress, but there is only 5 minutes remaining to do so. So Ondra is taking a first bite at the enemy. Let's see how successful will they be. Actually, the size of the tanks works for them because they're small that this ridge actually works in their favor, and the guys from the city can't shoot them. Rudko actually died by Matriarch, and there is still so many guys from Yanush behind this little hill and houses, but there is no choice. What can Ginger Power now do? They need to press, and they need to press really hard.
Yeah, they need to actually probably overpush this, but they're not going to be able to because there's just a fire line, a multi-show, Mumek and Demon and Piotr as well, just all waiting. And every time the Ginger Power are going to peek you, you can see their HP is just rapidly kind of decreasing. They're now 500 HP down, and they're not going to be able to push in here. They kind of made the right play, but Yanutsu were just waiting here, ready to counter this.
Yeah, what would the right play be? We can debate about that until tomorrow, but effectively they had no big choice. They had to push somewhere. They chose this. This is something you usually do in tier 10, I would say, but here in tier 1, as we said, it's a different story. It is so easy to kill tanks. Even if you have a double amount of tanks, it's still not enough, because the guys, while they're still approaching, they can get killed so easy. it takes about 3 to 4 shells maximum to kill one of the tier 1 tanks, and it's really rare occasion where you don't pen the shell.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, if you've got 5 tanks here and it only takes 3, maybe even 4 if you get a bit unlucky, shells just to kill the enemy, as soon as you go around this corner, you're going to get absolutely deleted. And then 2 seconds later, the next tank's going to get deleted because your reloads are so quick. And Exit now getting sniped because all these tanks can't hide just behind this little house. And Piotr actually going to make the peek, and he picks up the kill as well. And it looks like they might push out these 2 remaining tanks here from Ginger Power. But there's one of them in the back, A0, and I don't think that they're actually
well, they're
gonna
defending.
go ahead with
They
this push.
really don't have to push anything. They can just sit there and wait for next 3 minutes 20 seconds. It's a boring solution for us by far, but it's a solution that Yanush have here because they're in a lead of 500 points, and it's the only thing that's dividing between them and the finals. It's next 3 minutes.
Yeah, Yanush are now not going to push out the A line, but they are going to try and clear out the city here. They know that there are 3 tanks or 2 tanks out on the A line, so they're actually going to push out the other way. And Saklito is now found, and I think he's actually going to get out traded here just as slightly. Oh no, Saklito now has the advantage, but they're just going to trade 1 for 1, and that's fine because Ginger Power don't have enough HP. They only have 200 HP left, and there's 2 tanks. And Yanush are actually going to pick it up because now these 2 tanks in the city are swarmed around, and there's only 1 tank remaining. He's on 15 HP, and Yanush are going to be the first tank we see go into the finals today.
Yeah, it's gonna be it for a Ginger Power in this tournament. Gingers didn't have that devilish luck this time. I think it's about because of those double medium ones. That's for sure.
Yeah, maybe. I think maybe
that was a giver.
a bit more than that. I mean, they obviously had to attack on Ruinberg, and this is the first time we've seen Ruinberg, and obviously we knew that you can play it defensively along that A line, and well, the playstyle of Yanush
I guess the
the
biggest problem lies in Himmelsdorf, and the way that map concluded. Who was watching should have a really good idea what happened there, and even twice in a row. But this is it for these guys. They try their best, but it's a difference between playing tier 1 tanks and higher tiers. It's humongous. It's just like so easy to lose a tank. It's so easy to lose a tank here.
Yeah, and definitely Himmelsdorf. I mean, they kind of threw 2 rounds away for. Well, they definitely should have won the second one.
You can't say that they threw the first one because that one was the close one, but the second one was a throwaway because they didn't cover that part of the map at all.
They kind of just left their cap, and then they got capped. And I mean, this game obviously was a 4-1, but there was that close round on mines, which was what came down to seconds and just individual shots.
It was two really close games on Himmelsdorf and on Mainz. Like the result says 4-1. It could have been easily completely different score by now, going in favor for Ginger Brigade. The result doesn't give them the credit actually how close the games were, and I think from those 2 teams they were the more aggressive ones. It just didn't pay off.
Yeah, but anyway, that sees Yanush getting into the final, and the next game we will see Fat and Thinner versus Daki Special Forces. But I think now we're headed for the social media and see what they have to say. The social media farm.
Thank
you.
Hello guys, so welcome to the social media farm.
We are back.
Yeah, I am Chitna and this is Radberet if you are new to the stream. And yeah, so Vice VR fun. I hope that you are happy. I am wearing the chicken hat for you. So
I am very happy that you are wearing it. I definitely like it.
Yeah, I am just missing the farmer today. What happened?
Farmer had to get back to his field, of course. You know, there's only 1 day off, and then I had to go back to work.
Well, coming back to the game. So Janusz is making it to the final. So yeah, I am actually happy that at least Ginger Power managed to win one of the games. So it's nice that they got one win.
Definitely. So this we have our first finalist, Polish team Yanush, and actually, so they were leading 3-0, and after this first win by Ginger Power, I was actually hoping for the comeback. So it didn't happen, but at least they got that 1 game, so that's already good on them.
Yeah, I think that they did really good during this tournament. So congratulations to everybody, anyways, because
absolutely.
Yeah.
And so for the next game, it will be Fat and Thinner against Dakilzor's team. Echidna, do you have a favorite?
So as I said before, I think that Fat and Thinner is going to make it to the final, and we are going to have these two Polish teams. Uh, yeah, so that's what I think. But let's see. Maybe I don't know. The Special Forces are going to surprise us during the next game.
Yeah, actually, me personally, I'm rooting for Daki's team. Nothing against Polish players, of course, but I'm just thinking that we might have, higher stakes if these are not two Polish teams, and then it might be more tense until the end. So that's what I am hoping for.
So let's see next. So we would like you to reminder that we have a campaign ongoing. It is the MVP, and the candidates for this are New Multi-Show from Janusz, Dakil Sor from Dakil Special Forces, Marty Wolf as well from Ginger Power, and Camille Eater from Fat and Thinner. So vote. Everyone who signs up to this campaign is going to get some personal reserves, so don't worry about not getting anything because you will get something. And on top of that, we're going to pick 4 random winners for the L60 Tier 2 Swedish tank.
Absolutely. So the link for signing up to that should be in the chat. So check it out, and then you can just vote for who you think was the best player. Of course, you don't have to vote now. You can wait a little bit if you want to see the other semi-final or the final game. You have time. And also, you didn't mention, but actually, I'm not sure. Can you win some of the stuff we showed earlier by signing up?
No, actually, the MVP is going to get the Wargaming Store bundle, the accessories bundle. So he's going to get the socks and the cap and the medals.
That was it. So, exactly. Vote for who you want to get these socks, among other stuff.
Yeah, I think that the socks are very popular right now in the chat. Everybody's talking about it.
We're very excited about the socks.
Yeah.
But actually, if you want them for yourself, they are available in the Wargaming store, of course.
Yeah, also the sweater.
The sweater also.
It's also available, so yeah. So, well, I guess that we can talk a little bit about what's coming in April. And one of the things that's coming is TwitchCon. So this is going to be the first time in Europe, in Berlin, and we are happy to announce again that we're going to be there. So yeah, World Tanks is going to be there, and from the team we are going to have Philon, Mr. Kubrick, Phil X, and also myself. I will be there. We are going to have also a lot of German contributors and as well English-speaking contributors. We are going to have a very nice marathon running on Saturday and Sunday, April 13 and 14, and because we know that not everybody's going to make it there, we had planned on running a special in-game activity that is going to be active from April 6 until April 13. Unfortunately, we cannot give that many details about this, but stay tuned because we are going to share those details this upcoming week.
Exactly. So if you can make it to Berlin for TwitchCon, for this huge event, and meet so many streamers, then you should definitely make the trip. Pretty sure it's going to be huge. And you will get to meet Echidna, who is right here, among other popular World of Tanks streamers. But yeah, even if you can't, we will be streaming from there on all of these channels, so you will be able to follow the action directly from home.
Yes, also I will be very active on our Instagram account. I am going to share a lot of stories behind the scenes, what's happening. So I hope that you are going to tune in and see everything. Right? We are going also to have a lot of giveaways and bonus codes and yeah, a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, don't miss it. And the Instagram you mentioned is World of Tanks Europe. If you're not subscribed, make sure you do. And on the topic of Twitch and TwitchCon, maybe we can talk a little bit about Twitch Prime, because we recently released a brand new package, which is called Twitch Prime Charlie.
That's right. So yeah, you will be able to get a unique decal and also 14 days of free premium time and yeah, a lot of other stuff. So you have to check it out.
Yeah, so all of this comes, of course, with all the advantages from Twitch Prime and Amazon Prime. So, and if you get this, then you can also claim these rewards for your World of Tanks account. So it's pretty good. And if you don't know how to claim your rewards, if you already have Twitch Prime, you can actually check out our YouTube channel, and there is an explanatory video. I think we released it with the first package, but it should still be there.
Yeah, actually, yeah, we released a new video on Friday, and you will find all the information that you need there. Also, we have portal articles about that. So, yeah, I think we are also planning a lot of different surprises. So, this year is full of activities and
actually
whatnot.
There is quite a lot of stuff coming up in the near future. So, yeah, it's worth checking out.
Yeah. So I think that we have still a little bit of time before we go back to the casters and we witness what's going to happen between Daki and Fat and Thinner. So, yeah.
So maybe we can answer a few questions that we got from the chat, since, as you said, we have a couple of minutes. Is there any question you want to answer?
No.
Right.
You have
So
some?
maybe I wrote down a couple ones. I saw someone asking about Czech tanks and if we had plans to add more to the game in the near future. So right now we don't have any information, so probably not in the very near future. I know what I heard from the devs is that they kind of ran out of tanks to add to the Czechoslovakian tech tree. But I don't know, maybe at some point they find something. We had other questions. I saw something about weather effects. I know we have this, for example, in World of Warships. They have some effects on the gameplay. It's the same. I don't think we heard anything, although I think it sounds really cool. I know you used to play World of Warships. Do you think that would be nice for World of Tanks?
It's a completely different game, and of course the weather effects are going to be different as well, but I think it could be something really cool. But of course our developers are very busy this year with all the changes they are planning to do, the matchmaker, the RT, I mean also the rebalancing of some of the vehicles that you guys had been asking for some time. So yeah, we don't have dates and we cannot share those details with you, but simply stay tuned because...
So what we can do is we will pass on the idea and, maybe someday it makes its way into the roadmap. Who knows?
Yeah, that's right. The same with everything we do, the video series that we have. Before we play actually the monthly rundown, that is a completely new series that we create for you to keep you in the loop and aware of what's coming for the upcoming months. So yeah, Ikabu, I think he did a great job, and I think he's a great host, and yeah.
Hopefully we get to see more of him in the near future as well.
Probably. So we are already planning on creating, more episodes for this series to give you details about the specials and activities that are going to come.
Right.
So let's announce the winner of the previous question for the Lansen C. The winner is Camille Destructor from YouTube, and the correct answer was -74. And yeah, we have another Lansen C to give away.
And before we move on to the next game, we will ask the next question for Lansen C. So it is, how many games on Himmersdorf ended with a cap in the previous match? Put the answer in the chat and you might be selected for Lansen C.
Okay, so let's go back to the casters and have fun.
See you.
Hey guys, welcome back to our corny little corner of casting. We just witnessed how Burger Brigade Power lost 4-1 to the Polish powerhouse team of Yanush. It was kind of sad in a moment because they did play aggressive a lot and it just didn't pay off in many moments when the game was kind of turning the tides. Every time it went over Yanush.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, the game actually was a lot closer than what the final result showed, and that's kind of what we predicted, that the teams would be a lot more evenly matched than what the final result did show. But we're going to see now if it can be a Polish team versus another Polish team in the final, because this is the second semi-final, which you see Fat and Thinner versus Dakis or Derps or the Double Ds, Special Forces, whatever whatever name they're going by today.
Yeah, they're gonna have a lot to say about it, like the meme team.
Yeah, we can just call them the meme team. I mean, they are primarily made up of members from the meme clan as well.
I don't know. I see quite a lot of guys that are not from there, but yeah, I guess the core is someone from that.
Actually, there's a good mix. I mean, meme showing a good like 6 of them
appearance,
I think, maybe 5. Yeah, making a good appearance there. Shackle as well, but even this one from Thrower. So I mean, somehow there's going to be a lot of Polish people in the final, because even if Daki Special Forces manage to win, they're going to have a member from Thrower representing them in the final.
Yeah, we will see about that. But we saw yesterday Kamil and Papapavian perform really well. It was even fun to watch them. They have some aggressive approach to the game, so I'm hoping it's gonna rub off today also. And the current map pool we are watching again is Himmelsdorf, then followed by Mainz, and then if it's not a 4-0, we're gonna see Ruinberg and possibly as a tiebreaker Cliff. By no means tiebreaker is not an option that can be disregarded, because both of these teams are quite decent.
Yeah, and we can see actually the fairly standard from Daki Special Forces, like a few tanks down, you know, you have 1, 2 in the middle, 2 in the windows, 1 on the one line, just to get that information, make sure you're not going to get...
4 basic spotters. Also, as we said, like one of these tanks is enough to cancel out one tank approaching, because simply tier 1, and they're keeping that medium in a hideout on A4 so they don't get capped like some people. And the rest of the forces, 10 tanks, are going for the hill aggressive play by a bunch of tier 1s, and followed by slower pace German LOL tractors. But on the other hand, the defensive Fat and Thinner force is consistent here, and there is quite a lot of them hidden in this middle street.
Yeah, so this
is a big bait, man.
Exactly. I think this is a bait. They're either doing one of two things. They haven't got anyone on the 8 line, so they're either expecting that there could be an 8 line push, and then if that happens and they push down the 8 line, they maybe push towards the cap of Fat and Thinner. This kind of squad would then come around them, pincer them, surprise them, and hopefully delete them. Or the other thing is they might be waiting to push the 8 line, but I think they're actually playing it defensively. Yeah, I think they're waiting for the trap, but I mean, they could be waiting on pure timing, but I think they've missed that opportunity.
I think they're giving the 8 line, and they're keeping one LOL tractor to watch their back, because they're thinking, okay, if they come down from the hill, they will not proxy us on a time, and first 1 or 2 guys who come here will just die, because 8 guys shooting here can delete even more tanks that they have. Also, they have one more really close by. So the only real danger for them would be if Daki Special Forces actually recognize this danger and maybe send one guy to spot first. And if they lose one guy for this, it would be a huge info. Daki himself is actually taking him off, maybe to absolve his sins of shooting his teammates. He is doing this kind of spotting, but he's spotting always the first, right?
I mean, Daki is obviously a very experienced FC, but I think he might even get caught out by this. He's trying to make some proxy rounds, and maybe you'll see that he'll think of this, and he might go along the castle wall there. He's actually going back up the hill. Maybe he thinks there's nothing here. Because he hasn't seen anything, but still,
I really wonder how Polish team is prepared. Like, did they actually go in a training room and measure the proxy spot range for this position where they are?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I know, obviously, playing with Camille and Papa, that in previous tournaments they do a lot of preparation, and it depends how serious they take in this Tier 1 Cup, how much they want to win the prizes for their community, and maybe they have practiced this and they have trained this.
This LOL tractor on lower side is a kind of a giveaway, because he says there is some tanks here, but the enemy can even mistake that you are actually keeping tanks on K line around that L position, you know, where that LOL tractor is, and not in this middle street. But it's not unheard of that people actually sit in big numbers in this street. So I believe that Daki actually can smell it out, and we can see all of the forces from the hill actually ran back and they're going around, and I think they will attack from the completely other side of the rail.
Yeah, they seem a bit too scared of pushing in here. They kind of scouted it out. They saw that there wasn't anything too close, and they're not actually going to fall for that trap, at least not with the majority of their team. I mean, Derp is even going back up on the hill now, as we saw Daki did earlier. And as you said, they're making that rotation, but
Consume is playing a risky game with his life here, man, because there are a couple of positions that can actually take him out, but that would require the Polish team to come out of the hole and start playing the game somewhere. The trap is patient work here. 4 minutes they're sitting in one place. That's unheard of. I didn't see them do that in an entire game toward the tournament yet, but first time for everything. More of the guys from Ducky's team are approaching here toward the middle. Consume is now joined by 1T1 Cunningham. There is a bunch of them in the back, so they're still feeling out and trying to sense where the enemy is, but I wouldn't say they have a full grasp of what's going on.
Yeah, but they're very spread out now, Ducky Special Forces. I mean, you still got that hit squad of Fat and Thither kind of waiting on the 8 line, and I don't think they're going to move from here, but they could actually kind of start probing for some information. Maybe move towards the hill and just see what's going on, because actually they would catch out that one low tractor, but they're just going to wait with this hit squad, and the medium one of Daki Special Forces actually moving on the 8 line, and I think they're just going to be very, very patient. I mean, they've waited there for 5 minutes. Why not wait there for 7, 8? I mean, they've committed to this. I wonder if they're going to
I think they will
commit
just wait
entirely to this.
I think they will just wait until something in the map provokes them to trigger, to trigger the movement and go for the enemy, because they have really no reason, especially after this long wait. It would be a ruin if you rotate these tanks before time and you get spotted. Now, Ducky can maybe sense or where the enemy is, but he cannot be sure, and none of his players can confirm anything for it. But they did manage to take out the medium tank. Come on, man, guys, like why are people picking that tank? It's such a fantastic tank, but you can really not do anything about it. It's so easy to shoot it out.
They've also been spotted here. 2 of the tanks here on the 8 line have been spotted, and now you can see that Fat and Thin are starting to move. It looks like they might actually push, and I wonder where they're going to go. Are they going to re-push this 8 line and instantly spotted from the hill here? It looks like they're going to go towards the 8 line, but I think they're quite confused. I don't think they realized that they would get spotted, and Daki's waiting here now. I wonder how much damage he can put out on this hit force that is going to push along the 8 line. He's taken 12 damage. Is he going to go for the re-peek here? Because Milosh and Ruin, they're both peeking and they're pushing him. Daki needs to try and make some good kills here and some good damage, because his team are now pushing the 1 line. So you're seeing both teams rotating here, and we want to know if Daki's going to actually be able to survive, because the longer he waits, the worse it's going to get for him, as he's going to have 2, 3 tanks pushing him. But he's put out some good damage, but now he's ammo-racked and he's actually stuck. He got himself stuck there, and he's going to get taken down. And Ghost comes in with a blow-up there.
Miloš and Ruin are surviving with confrontation with Ducky, and he's out now. The 8 line control is completely in the hands of the Fat and Thinner team. They squeezed everything they needed through there. Nevertard is the last survivor on the brink here of the street, and he will be facing now 3 guys from Fat and Thinner team. The counter-attack and the trap actually worked. It was not like the Admiral Akbar trap, but it still worked out, because this counter-attack was not something that Ducky's team could face. They were spread out too much all over the map, and they didn't actually have any significant force to make use of, so they can go, as example, behind a church cap or do something like that. I would say they're losing the battle pretty much everywhere, left, right and center, and it's a matter of seconds when this will end. There is few guys remaining here on 1-2 line, and there is 1 guy on a hill, but I think the command was given to just go and die, so you can play a next game, because there is no winning this one.
Yeah, exactly. Fat and Thinner have managed to win this. I mean, there's 30 HP or 28 HP here. Crusader and Ghost, you can see they're both trying to run away, and Crusader
Don't get shot in the back!
didn't manage to.
Come on, don't turn your
escape at
back
the
to
end.
the enemy. Chickens. Chickens!
That was kind of cool just to see that they both realized that they were going to die. They were just like, run, run, run. But they did manage to get around the corner by the slightest of margins, unfortunately.
Come on, should have done it brave, facing the enemy, man. It was inevitable anyways. Well, 1-0 here for Fat and Thinner team. I would say a trap, a very patient one, unexpectedly patient play by the guys, and the defense of Himmelsdorf worked out for them. Vuja did quite a bit of damage there. The single game of throw. Oh no, there is a bunch of guys from throw there.
Yeah,
1,
we
2,
saw
3, 4, 5. Quite a bit.
We saw Vuja though yesterday coming out with like 500 damage, was it, or 600 damage almost.
Almost
with
600.
8 kills at one point as well. He seems to be playing these tier 1s very well, and the kills are actually top of his team, which makes a change.
It's time to turn the higher gear. Also, he was defending that 8 line against multiple tanks, so he did like 2 clips full, I think, in one moment, but he didn't manage to hold on his own. If he had like 1 or 2 tanks behind him, actually this game would be I think even a win for his team.
Yeah, because I don't think they were ready for that 8 line push. You just saw the medium. He actually pushed the 8 line. He got killed, and then Daki had to kind of come back and and cover that area, but then he was alone and isolated and got pushed by 3 tanks. And you said if they did have maybe another guy behind Daki again, maybe it was that medium 1, if he didn't push in and he actually survived, then could have changed that kind of part of the map and maybe even the game entirely. But that didn't happen, and Fat and Thin are actually 1-0 up now, and we'll see what happens on this second Himmelsdorf round.
Well, in the case you just joined in, you're watching the second semi-final game. The current result is 1-0 for Fat and Thin against Daki Special Forces. We're watching Himmelsdorf, and Daki just lost attack, so the Fat and Thin guys won their defense. They will switch the roles now. We will see how will that go. I mean, in these tier 1 cups, we can only say one thing for sure: the death is coming really fast to the guys who attack.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we even saw games end within 2 minutes when both teams want to actually they go to the same position, maybe in the middle of the map, and they both take the fight. That it's just kind of a free-for-all. Everyone's just, all these shells are just firing because everyone's got these autoloaders. There's so many shells going back and forth within such a short amount of time.
Do you remember that one game when 2 teams met on cliff on 1-2 line down in
yeah,
a small
that
valley,
was,
and there was like 10 tanks behind one rock.
Yeah,
Like 10 tanks behind one rock where you can barely fit
that
one
was
guy in tier
Burger
10.
Brigade and
Yeah.
Ginger Power yesterday.
Yeah, and they were sitting there and there was like 10 guys behind one rock. It's
cowering
completely
behind a rock, but they ended up all dying very, very quickly.
Yeah, there is a completely different perspective how you play the games when you play tier 1. But they're not that slow, and you can definitely not rely on armor. That's why I think like picking medium 1 is like just like a waste.
Well, someone who might disagree with you is Leo there in his medium 1, so I see what he manages to do.
Well, in
Maybe
defense,
he can prove that it isn't a waste.
yeah, in defense there is a chance to do something because enemy is actually coming toward you. But every game we had to see them when they're attacking. With that tank, they just ended like a disaster. They were always late or getting killed on the way, or they just wouldn't connect because the aim was too dodgy.
It's kind of interesting to see actually Matthew there. He's using the 105 octane gasoline and cola. So I said the T1 is kind of the fastest tier 1 tank, and
That's actually
he's boosting it even further.
Yeah, that's actually the loadout how you play the tier 1 in ESL back in the day.
Yeah, it makes sense, as I said, but
I mean, if you get shot by tier 8 tank, you will not gonna survive. You're not gonna burn, man. So, the burning can happen only if you face other tier 1, which was actually quite often. But you still need rations, and you need a repair in case you get checked. So that's about it. And you need gasoline, benzene.
almost 11 tanks from Fat and Thin are taking the hill, so that's one more than Daki Special Forces sent last game. But Daki Special Forces are camping in the other
They're not
side
even
of
on
the
that
map.
part of the map. They're on a lower left quarter, and they're not interested in any kind of engagement.
At
on the
least
top
we're
of the
not going to
hill.
see what happened in the last game where Ginger Power went towards the hill and then they
They
got
just
pushed
got
from
capped.
this 1-2 line and got capped immediately. Daki Special Forces have decided that, you know what, actually that seemed kind of dumb and we're going to defend this area so that doesn't happen to us.
Yeah, but you can get pushed from other side of the hill if you're careless. And it's much harder.
Yeah, but they've now got crossfire set up around the cap, so if Fat and Thinner do manage to push down the zero line, which of course they can, and if they do push then along the K line in towards the cap, I think Daki Special Forces are set up a lot better to defend that sort of cap tactic, especially in comparison to what happened in the last game.
Well, both of these teams playing super serious poker faces on tier 1 March is going down from the hill. They're leaving a couple of guys to snipe from the hill. I don't know why is Buya staying on the hill, because he's playing a T1 Cunningham and it's not a really accurate tank on distance. Like, he should definitely be going down the hill if anyone
Some
does.
damage being taken by QSR. I think that might be obviously from those blind fires from the hill. Yeah, I think it was. And this is what we saw yesterday. Fat and Thinner, they like to play the slower game and use these blind fires to their advantage because they know that the enemy tank has no armor. So if they manage to hit these blind shots in the right places and they can predict where the enemy will be is likely to be camping, then it's almost guaranteed damage. And you obviously don't lose too much time, and with the reloads only at like 2 seconds, they can sit there for about 10, maybe even 10 seconds, just fire a nice salvo, maybe five shells, and they'll have a decent chance to do some damage. And you can see they've now got a 200 HP hit point advantage at the start of the game because of that.
Yeah, it's quite good, man. Like the feeling for the game is going with them. They are the one with the force and everything, but now they will have to go down from the hill and actually dig into the mud and try to dig out the enemy. Ducky special forces are really trenched up well. They didn't lose a single guy yet, and we know when you are attacking here, you're in grave danger because the tanks die super easy. Couple of shots from anyone can take you out. When a couple of guys are preempt on a corner, the first guy who comes out usually ends up in a shambles. That's something you've seen many times over.
Yeah, you've got Noxus here. He's watching that K-line if they're gonna push down. But I think the issue could be that if Fat and Thinner push the other way of the hill, obviously there's two ways. You can push along the K-line or you can then push along the H-line, which they're actually splitting in half. But the majority of the force are going on the H-line. I think they're gonna get the spots quite late. But you know, Daki Special Forces is so this is like a really compact camp. They're all camped so close together in the corner that if they do manage to get the spots out on Fat and Thinner eventually when they make their push, they'll be able to react quite quickly. And they do have a 200 HP like deficit at the moment, but that can easily be overcome, especially when they push around the corner here, which it looks like they're going to do. And if they can start making some good trades here, we could see that HP deficit maybe change hands.
Well, we will see now. They're filling out this street by street. They're slowly getting the grasp on, and I think they're getting in really good position to close in the game now because they control the middle and this side of the map. If they push the Duckies guys away from the church area, they can actually press hardcore, maybe even sacrifice few tanks if needed, but once they start the cap pressure, the crossfire they will have will be really beneficial. And look at this, they're going from the upper side. As I said, they were going to try to take out these guys from the streets because they're not really well covered and they can shoot special forces tanks one by one. But I don't know why they're not keeping at least a few guys on the lower side to, you know, just to be able to sneak into the cap if needed in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, everywhere Fat and Thinner are going, they're just managing to...
They want to go for a kill. Like, this tactic says, like, they want to go for a kill.
Yeah, they're grouping up now in the kind of the courtyard area of Himmelsdorf, but everywhere they go in, they're just picking off like 50 HP here, 100 HP here. They've done it on 2 or 3 occasions now, and that's grown to a 350 HP deficit. Kushim finally managing to make a positive trade for Daki Special Forces, but, you know, Fat and Thinner are just closing in all around. And I mean, Daki and Leo here in his medium one. I wonder if that medium one will actually be of good use here because this is what we've seen. It's got that high alpha damage, and this is the perfect scenario for that medium one to do big damage. If everyone's going to push around the corner, if he can just land one shell, he can almost one-shot a tank.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be enough because there's so many of them, Ducky and him. And look how much HP he is losing. Leo is dead already, man. Camille is on 2 HP, almost blocked to death by his teammates, but Consume died also. These nuts who was behind Ducky also died. So Ducky and Crusader are pretty much holding this street alone now. There is so many of the fat and thinner guys coming. Look at the march of these little boys. They're just pushing everywhere.
That to Killzone focus there, he gets pincered by about 8-9 tanks, and Crusader looks like he's also going to go down. And Fat and Thinner are actually putting up a very good fight here. They're going to keep pushing in. Hologma they're going to peek, and Milos looks like he's going to actually take Crusader down. Is he? Yeah, he's going to actually win that fight. But again, this is kind of just a hectic fight, and Daki's Special Forces have actually managed to take the HP lead here. They're starting to kind of flank these few tanks from Fat and Thinner who have pushed in. They managed to kill the Killzone, they managed to kill Crusader, but they're now in the middle and they're getting surrounded. And it looks like this is a very even game going into the late game.
Yeah, this is something they had like 350 HP advantage, and now they're pretty much the same, but they do have about 1 gun more in a game. And never mind that also deleted. So the Camperino from Ducky's guys actually work out really well. That's what I said, like you should have at least one guy ready to sneak himself in, maybe into that cap while the all-time shootout is going on, because that cap pressure in this moment would be crucial for victory. Now it's all about like some kind of, let's say, personal skill. But look at this, Camille is on 2 HP, Papa Pavian is on 6 HP, the cat is on like 20. This is how much damage he did to that guy before dying. That was actually really well, but not enough, and their HP is draining away everywhere on the map now.
Yeah, that was really good from Pavel, and earlier Hologma managed to pick up that second kill, so it's kind of all going on in this 3-line here, and you can see Daki Special Forces, they kind of gathered around here now. They've got their cap under control, and Fat and Thinner now they don't have the HP, and the tanks are even, but you know, there's a lot of HP difference here, 130, but there's only 5 tanks, so 6 tanks remaining, and Alyo on full HP, Hologma on full HP, and Daki Special Forces are playing it well because they've got their low HP tanks just kind of sat at the back, and they've got their high HP tanks at the front. So if Fat and Thinner do want to push in, they're going to have to push into the very healthy guys of Daki's Special Forces, and they're not going to be able to pick up any kills.
We hear the siren. The siren says, guys, there is 2 minutes. Move your arses somewhere. I mean, the Fat and Thinner guys are trying everything, but same as they camped in the previous round, that's the Daki's team doing on this one. And Alio the Ninja is not playing the Ninjastic games now. He's just like camping in a corner with 100% HP. He's pretty much the most important person in the team now because he is the one hardest to die at the moment.
And it looks like Wee is actually going to try and make a sprint for the cap, and he actually gets on without taking any damage. So
yeah, that should have been done so long ago, man. And he will actually lack time to do it. Now he needs one more in a cap, and everyone else needs to protect them because otherwise they can't win. This is not enough. They should have done it with 2.
Exactly. He's waited just too long as well. Maybe he could have, if he just made this move 15 or 20 seconds earlier, he would have been able to cap single-handedly, and that could have been the difference in this game because Daki's Special Forces would have had to have pushed out. But this cap currently is ineffective, but Puma's cat, it looks like he's going to go onto the cap, and Bialy as well. And if Bialy can get behind where Weir is, then this game has changed.
This game is actually not done. Double cap going on, 30 seconds to go. Now there is something to be done by Daki's team, but there is a decent crossfire here by Fat and Thinner. We said like these tanks are so easy to kill on tier 1. There is only one guy with 90 HP left. That's Halogma. Alio the Ninja already lost half of his HP, so they cannot make the greatest of the plays. And Raich is on 20 or 30 HP. I think they lost the guy on the lower side, so that leaves a bunch of guys who have to attack from the upper side of the map. Halogma is making the play. He killed the guy on upper side of the map. That means there is only a single capper, right? Yeah, but there is 34 seconds there and 20 on the cap. If he is not joined by someone else in a cap, there is not going to be a win for a Fat
There
and
is
team.
no one else to join them, and there's only 13 seconds left. And Weir made his play to the cap slightly too late, and they tried to cap it, Fat and Thinner, but it was just too late. And Puma's cat was so low HP that Halogma just came around the corner and managed to pick up his 5th kill of this game, and that was really nicely played from Halogma, making the crucial plays at the crucial times and picking up a lot of kills in that game.
Yeah, as I said like before, when you make a final push with your tier 1s here, you need to have some kind of backup plan, and in that confusion I think they should have just snuck 1 or 2 guys in the cap, and that would make the works, because in the middle of the fight you would still have guys who are capping, and someone will have to go and deal with that, and dealing with that is not an easy feat. If it's 2 tier 1s Cunninghams with like clips, it's really a big problem. So Papapavian actually survived and did top damage for his team, but that was not enough. And Halogma, yeah, Seal Clubber, 5 kills there.
Yeah, that's nice to see the 5 kills. 95 shells fired.
Holy.
And 100 base defense.
Base defense points. But 95 shells, man.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously at this tier, that's, not that many. Because especially if you have the auto-loading cannon, I mean, it only does about 10 damage or 11 damage, something like that. But yeah,
Still, man, I think he has like 130 shells. I can't remember actually.
So definitely over 100, but we actually saw that we're even on Himmelsdorf now, so we will be heading. Yeah, exactly, and we'll be heading into mines, and it'd be interesting to see how they play this. I mean, we said last time we wanted to see kind of this middle push, but maybe we'll see defensive plays. I think I expect that from both teams actually, especially Fat and Thin.
Seriously, this is a fun cup, and I'm really hoping to see both teams clash on the middle, and have some plays and not wait for them for 10 minutes to kill each other with tier 1 tanks. Like, this is something I would like to see. But, wishful thinking is not something that helps. Like, obviously, it's more advantageous to camp on maps like this and get to the victory like that. So it's all the choice of the players how they want to play the tournament.
Yeah, that's actually the first thing. As soon as I heard that it was a 15-15 tier 1, the first image that kind of came into my head was that you'd have this big brawl on mines. That's the one thing that actually, that's like the first thing that came to my mind and what I wanted to see in this tournament. But, we haven't seen it yet.
So far, no chance.
Yeah, we tried to see Ginger Power try it last time, but that's obviously the first time we've seen mines in this tournament. But, maybe we'll get a bit lucky this time.
Yeah, you can't brawl if the both teams actually don't come and do it. So we will see what happens in the next game. So far, guys, 1-1 in this. Mm-hmm. So equal score, Fat and Thinner against Daki's Special Forces. They are playing the semifinals. So who wins here, he will go to the final, and he will play against the other Polish team, Yanush, led by New Multishow.
Exactly, and it could be, as you said, the 2 Polish streamers and clans playing off against each other, members of probably Throw exactly playing against each other, so it could be the same clan against each other.
Snipe. We will see how will that go. I hope they have a delay or something. I mean, they don't need it. But yeah, they should have it. The guys are gathering here, preparing for the next map. I really hope they gave up on the idea of using that medium one. I mean, come on, man, it's just too big and bulky.
Yeah, as you said, it's sometimes, but on a rare occasion, and I have to say, the probabilities are definitely against you. The medium one does some damage. It probably
even if you do that, if you're playing like a close combat, like Ducky was hiding behind the guy now. So I think that's the only reason he survived so long, because he put the guy in front of him with that medium one.
well, you've got to protect the streamer.
Yeah, protect the streamer. And you fired like that one shot. If the enemy is too close, they just kill you because you can't move. You're too slow. You're too big. And if you are far enough, then maybe you can load the next one before they clip you out. But otherwise, there is no freaking way to survive.
No, but exactly. And it looks like we will be heading into mines shortly. And, well, Fan Thinner will be on the southern side. So I think that is the defense. And I wonder how they're going to choose to play it. Because there's both teams, again, obviously favoring the LOL tractor. There's only 4 tanks that aren't LOL tractors in this game, and they're T1, so clear favorites from both these teams and the tanks they like to pick.
Yeah, you can go with that to the middle also, but it doesn't look to me.
Doesn't look like Fan Thinner will go to the
I
middle.
hope to stand corrected. Please, pretty please, with cherry on top.
I think you might be disappointed, unfortunately, Mojo.
No
And so
cherry
will
for
I.
you guys.
But this is actually interesting. We saw this in the last game that Yanush, they played similar to Daki Special Forces. They're looking to delete this cross. Any tanks going towards the island, they're looking to try and spot that out. And this is why you see Derp going up into the bush. He's going to then set up his binos, and you've got this kind of hit squad waiting behind. You've got Consume, and the majority of Daki Special Forces just waiting here. And
But
they're actually going to get any spots out.
There is no way for him to spot if someone is crossing the K line. It's just too far away, man, for that. Because those are also the light tanks that are crossing. So if they want to go, they'll just... Oh, he actually did? I stand
No,
corrected.
He didn't get any spots, I think. Or did he?
Oh, no, he
And
didn't.
they're just blind firing.
Yeah, they're just blind firing.
But actually hitting quite a lot of shots, because again, you can at tier 1 you can just fire so many shots in a short amount of time.
Yeah,
And if you have over half your team there, then as you said yesterday, it's just like a mini Uzi. It's just constant barrage of fire coming in.
Looks to me like someone was measuring how much time it has
Oh,
to
and
get.
Derp actually tried to leave the bush. I don't know why. He was in a good position. I mean, he wasn't getting the spots out, but he didn't need to leave at this moment in time.
I'm sure he's getting a lot of instructions on his TeamSpeak about his gameplay at the moment. But
Well, yeah, you could definitely say Derp derped out then. Well, he derped out this round entirely. He's dead. The first tank down, and I really don't think he needed to leave that. I can see why he thought he should or could, but he definitely could not.
Well, that's obvious at the moment. So Derp is the first falling guy for their team. Fat and Thinner are controlling the map, but they're also doing the Camperino, same as the previous teams on mines. This is the big danger when you play huge maps like this. Like, I think the best map for tier 1 is Mitterngard. That was just made for that, but I don't think it exists in HD, someone said, so that's
I
why we
don't
don't
know.
see it on
I
this
mean,
tournament.
This is the thing as well. If you were to play Mittengard and you just set your binos up at the start of the game, you spot the entire enemy team. So
Hey, instant brawl.
yeah, I guess so. You might see some exciting gameplay there. Maybe for the next tournament, maybe we'll see something like that. But not for this one, because we're on mines now. And Daki Special Forces are heading up towards the hill. They've now got 3 tanks, or maybe even 4 tanks actually heading towards the hill. And Daki's spotted here. But see, this is the thing. If you just sit 2 or 3 tanks below that hill area, you're not actually able to use it. You're not really able to use it at all, not even effectively. You pretty much can't use any of those positions because you're proxy spotted the entire time. And at least on tier 10 you have some turret armor, or at least on the higher tiers especially, you have turret armor, so even if you get spotted, you can use that turret armor to your advantage. You're not going to take any damage. But at tier 1 you have no armor, so if you're just perma spotted, then the chances that you kind of survive unscathed are very low.
Yeah, these guys are now trying to take positions and do something about rotations, but Fat and Thinner are experiencely doing the camping position, same as they're versed in attacking. So there is a multiple guys proxy spotting from below the hill. There is a LOL tractor on G8 next to the house, also covering the positions so he can see the push parallel with them from different angle. Guys behind the houses on K8, 9, and the guys behind the rocks on J7 position. So there is something like you see in tier 10 Camperino positions, you see them also here. There is no advanced position like maybe Piotr used in last game to some weird bush, but everyone else is pretty much on every possible angle you can imagine. Someone can be sniping, and the problem is you can blind shoot all you want. These is like series of bushes there, so they can be in multiple positions, and that's why we don't see anyone actually connecting anything smart.
Yeah, it looks like you'll probably see an 8-line push going on here, and you just see maybe some pressure that will just happen all over the map. Maybe in the middle, they'll push up towards the F4 position. They have 2 guys out on the islands who can kind of just get cross shots, but they're spreading out across the entire map. And I'm also wondering, what is Nox doing at the back of the map there? He's sat at A3 for some bizarre reason. I don't think that's the most effective use of his tank at the moment, but you know, hopefully where they do push in, he'll be able to get into a better, more effective position.
On A3? Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
I see
he's
him
just
now.
kind of sat there. I guess he's providing sniping support, but as you can see, these are specific meme players coming in
He's
from Nox.
specifically covering the guys on the island.
Yeah, but
Rest assured, guys.
why?
I will avenge you if you
why
get
would,
killed.
Why would he think that Fat and Thinner would push out, especially how they play? And we're on Mine's defense. They have very little reason to push out. He's just putting in random blind fires here, but you know.
I hope he's shooting gold, man.
We can't actually see that, but if he is, he probably is. With 100 shells in the container, he probably is loading his APCR. But you know, I think even at this range, his shells actually they won't disappear, but it's definitely out of render.
I don't think he can even connect some of those shells like physically. Tier 1 tanks, when they shoot over some distance, they don't do any damage, so it's impossible for them. As the rest of the guys here, Fat and Thinner, they don't have to do a single move, you know, it's a defense, the time is ticking. It would be better if you had a counter on 7 minutes instead of 10, just to make them like in a pro league, you know, move faster.
Yeah, but probably could do that, but that isn't the case. And it's just Daki's special forces aren't really pressuring anywhere. They're Fat and Thin, as you said, they don't have to do anything. It's Daki's special forces who have to try and do something, and they're not really pressuring. They've spread out across the map, but they're not pressuring anywhere. They're just kind of sitting, not kind of probing for any information, not trying to look for any damage. They found out that, yeah, Milosh is under the hill, and I think he has a friend under the hill in Naras. But other than that, they know roughly that the J and K line is going to be populated with a lot of these Fat and Thinner tanks, but they're not being able to do any damage on there. They're not even trying to blind fire. So as the time just takes down, we're now 3.5 minutes. That's not a lot of time to break out a basically full HP camp.
Well, 3 minutes, 25 seconds, and counting. Time to do something. Do you realize that there was no damage done in last 3 or 4 minutes? And there we go. Finally a push, and Daki is the first one to fall. There is already... there was not even a push. Like what? He tried to do a spot?
I don't know. I think he tried to maybe push. He sometimes likes to go ahead, and I mean the rumor goes around that once Daki's dies, he actually manages to FC better. So maybe he did that on purpose.
I don't know, man, but you can still do a bit better and more coordinated. But Ghost is the next to follow. There is a couple of guys trying to approach the middle. They're getting sniped from every possible angle. You look at these shells, man. Like, these guns are not that accurate, but they actually somehow do connect these the shells on the top of the turret.
Yeah, and Phil and Leo there, they push to the rock, but now I don't know what they can really do. I mean, you this is actually quite good though. Daki's special forces, they don't have much HP, but Consumer now you have managed to push on the other side, which is quite good. They actually have some positions. We saw this in the last game, Ginger Power.
Yeah, but they don't have the numbers, man. Look at this. Like they are in such deficit by number of tanks. It doesn't even matter if they get somewhere where they can't kill all these people in 2 minutes. There is so many guys on 108% HP. Even when Miloš and Naras die here in the middle, how will they deal with the rest of the forces, man? They will have to be meme super forces to win this one.
I mean, that was good trading from Ayo, but now it looks like he might go down. But they need to peek Naris in the middle. I mean, you had Phil and Ayo. They had him in a crossfire, but unfortunately, it looks like Phil didn't really shoot him. And I mean, Naris is still alive under the hill, but they had them in a crossfire, and they could have killed them, and they haven't. And now Puma's cat is going to try and push up. But it looks like Ayo's going to pick him up. This is good shooting from Ayo, and I wonder if he's actually going to be able to get any more damage here. And it doesn't look like it's all going to be kind of a futile attempt. He's only got 144 team HP against 800 basically. So I mean, yeah, he's actually going to go down, and there's only 3 tanks left for Daki Special Forces, and Consumer's just going to push up. But I think he knows it's over, and he's just kind of pushing into the fire line, almost kind of just wanting this round to end, as he's now the last tank alive. And it doesn't look like he's going to be able to win this 1 versus 8 scenario here. If he picks up Pavel, nope, he doesn't. So yeah, it's 2 for 1 for Fat and Thinner.
Fat and Thinner taking their defense. It's not like even, I don't know, like, what can you call mines now? This is such a camp by all the teams. How do you break it?
Yeah, I mean, all the teams seem to like to play that defensive
Gingerbreads
strategy.
actually played attack rather decent, but they ran out of the time and options in the last
Yeah,
moments.
they came very, very close to beating that camp. As you said, there was just a few individual kind of hero plays that actually won Yanush that game. So, yeah, I mean, we've seen it on the 8 line. This is what happened. It used to happen a lot, like even in WGL, that 8 line seemed to be the way to go, because if you push the 1 line, it's so open. By the time you actually get safe, you end up dying, and 8 line seems to be the way to go, because you actually have some buildings to cover. So you're not just pushing across this kind of open field.
But 8 line itself, it doesn't look like it's enough, because you simply cannot do enough damage. Look at the disposition here. I mean, it was not even a close game. It was not really even one. If the defender refuses to play the middle game toward the hill, and now I guess we will see a Kampinovka from Daki's side, it's really hard to play mines. Super hard.
Yeah, I mean, 4 of Daki's forces there doing 0 damage, and I think that's the thing. If you are going to push in, someone's going to have to take that initial kind of hit that the enemy campers are going to give to you. And well, yeah, you saw Daki taken down, and I mean, Derp just kind of a bit of an individual misplay. I don't think he needed to die. He could have actually just sat in the bush. Maybe he was getting blind fired.
I have no idea
actually
where he died. I didn't see it.
He was at the start of the game, he's kind of in the water side. I think he was trying to get the spots out, but he failed, and maybe he was getting blind fired, but I'm not even sure that was the case. But he decided to move, and that was the death of him.
Mm-hmm. And now we have 2-1 for Fat and Thinner team. So Papa Pavian and Kamil are having a slight advantage, but now they're going to have to have a taste of their own medicine. I guess they're going to have to play against Daki's camp on mines. We saw that meme team is not really into pushing that hardcore towards somewhere, like they were camping on Himmelsdorf. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't do it here, because if they give entire mines away to the team of Fat and Thinner, then we saw the scenario last time. They have to play Ruinberg. Ruinberg is really hard to play 2 games.
Yeah, no, I mean, that could also be quite a slow game on Ruinberg once we do get to that as well. But, I mean, mines, just seems to be, this is the way that teams currently are playing it. And we, as you said, we have seen that it can be broken, and I hope Fat and Thinner actually do manage to show something maybe a little bit more kind of like unique, and they actually manage to win this game.
I don't know, man, but if they play the entire 10 minutes game every time, I'm gonna call for a caster break. Have a stretch here. Like, seriously, it really comes in the last minutes. Like, they are trying to blind shoot so much because they have so many shells and there is so many bushes. But eventually we saw in this match they actually didn't connect anything. They connected nothing. There was no significant input done.
early...
Like, on Cliff, we saw there is a really big gain. On Cliff, you can actually have quite a lot of guys die to blind shots. But here on Mines, I've seen maybe once someone die to that. And that's about it.
Yeah, there wasn't really any early damage that came in here, but yeah, a lot of the teams like to kind of take the first 1 or 2 minutes.
They like to think
some...
they're useful, and they're actually hitting something. And when the actual push comes, it's like, oh.
That's the thing, is you kind of trick yourself into believing that you're doing something useful. Oh, there might be a guy here, so I'll just stop and fire. But, if you're not hitting, you're not really being
You have no
effective.
idea even to know.
Yeah, you just hope. You have to just hope that you're hitting at that range.
Pray and spray.
Pretty much, yeah. But nothing, they didn't really achieve anything in the early game there, and that's kind of why it cost them, because especially if you're going to break these mines camps, you need to kind of get some advantage at the start of the game, because if you don't get that advantage, it just becomes so much more difficult to try and deal with that big chunk of HP in the late game and in the
As you
mid
can
game.
see, you don't even have to climb people here to have a good Camperino session
Yeah.
on mines, man.
I mean, imagine if you did. Imagine if you could still boost onto the zero line.
You
That would
remember
be
when you
quite
used to play
disgusting.
like a Gold League and stuff? Like mines was actually one of the really hardest maps to break. It required
'cause you
such
could
a
boost.
great coordination.
Yeah, I said you could boost, and then teams finally figured out how to like stop that, but it was still very difficult. And you could then even counter boost, and it was kind of weird. It was all about winning that zero line. That's what it used to be.
Yeah, boost, counter boost, the timings, will you spot the booster? The other thing, like you get hit by TIE 5 on the way. I remember
Yep.
that one. And the best part was, I remember I was watching like 2 Polish team playing. I mean, I was casting that. And each one of them failed like 6 or 7 times in a row to boost.
Yeah, I
They're
used to
just
have my
going
fair
up and
share of
falling
failing
down.
boosts back in the day as well, so I know how they feel, unfortunately.
Nervous?
Disappointed. Anyway, lots of actually the same setup here, 14 ones and the rest LOL tractors for both teams. So see what happens there. I mean, there's nothing too special. You can only obviously pick a few tanks in this tier that are actually competitive. Obviously the LOL tractor, the T1, and you see the MS1 sometimes picked just for, I guess, the firepower that it has.
I'm
And
just hoping
sometimes you
Fat and
see-
Thinner have some kind of idea how to do this all more proactive, and maybe have some initial play that will have a significance on mines compared to the other teams. They were just like wasting first 7 minutes of a game on nothing. The only difference was like Derp died in the first game first.
Yeah.
And now we have Ducky, Derp, Crusader, and someone else crossing there. They are spotted actually, so there might be some punishment coming in. Ducky is actually starting to do damage, and there is a push by Puma Cat and a couple of other guys that are not even spotted by anyone from Ducky's team. This can be actually a big breakthrough in how the mines are played so far.
That's what I'd like to see. Puma's cat's just waiting there now, and he's actually got his team with him. And if they can push this together, they have, I think, three guys across here, which isn't enough to take on Daki and Ghost behind this rock. But if they can maybe get another tank across unspotted, then he actually peeked, but he peeked at the wrong time. You could hear they were all blind firing, but they didn't actually manage to connect. And it looks like they're going to push this. And now have 4 guys across here. And if they do push this out, there's a 4 versus 3, but Matthew goes first, gets absolutely annihilated. Deki coming in with the first kill, and it looks like Deki Special Forces can actually pick up this fight, and they will be in a very good position then.
It was such a rubbish push by Matthew. Man, I have nothing else to say. Like, why did he go like hero like that alone? They should create a crossfire from several angles and like start shooting from the top of the hill on the position. Now they actually lost 3 guys here for no reason whatsoever. It was such a decent opening. They should have just kept Ducky's forces in a checkmate there and then work their way around, shooting them from different angles. But oh well, things happen, and now you are playing with 3 tanks less. Now they need to think, what the hell are they gonna do in the future?
Yeah, this was a good defense. I mean, Daki's forces haven't lost any tank actually at the moment. They've got still some decent HP down in this corner. The 3 of them hiding behind the same rock, but you know, they're all still alive and they were all still able to fight and hold that position. And seems to be very defended, those T1s, because you can just kind of peek over the rock and you can barely even see the tank that is defending. You can see like the top of his turret, and he can obviously see the whole tank while you're pushing in. So it's a good use of that position. And if they can hold on to this island, Fat and Thinner are really going to struggle now. They're 3 tanks down. The HP is fairly similar, but they're not going to be able to push in anywhere because they kind of sent 8, 9 guys actually to the island, and they now only have 5 left. And they're not going to be able to gain that position, and that's where they spent the most of their team.
Well, it was a really big gamble on Fat and Thinner team to do something like this, and the spread of HP is much better on Ducky's team because they still have everyone alive, which is much more important in tier 1 than having a bunch of guys on 100% HP, because here you can actually shut down anyone. Even if you're on 1 HP, it doesn't really matter. If you're in a good sniping position, you can always do damage. I don't know, like they're actually gathering more tanks now to kill Ducky on the island. So this is gonna be a second wave, and Ducky is gonna play a tower defense. So let's see, are his upgrades here and trenching up well enough to sustain something like this?
Yeah, I mean, they're sending in the reinforcements, but I'm not too sure that that's going to work. I mean, it didn't work the first time, but they're going to try it again. They've lost 3 tanks here. You can see they're all just dead in the waves. You can see those wrecks as the waves just keep coming crashing in.
The wrecks will give them some cover, and if they manage to take out everyone on that side of the map and control the upper hill, then they will have some chance because they will be pushing slowly along the K line. So let's see how this works out, because this is a really crucial moment. Papapavian is actually first to die. Oh no! And now the reverse is on 13 HP. There is so little HP remaining on Fat and Thinner compared to the Duckies team, man, because their forces are melting all over the place. This is an all-out attack on this part of the map, but they have so many snipers in the back also. Derp McCarrot is next to die if he actually gets cornered by Scorpion and Raven, because Ducky, Crusader and Ghost die, but they didn't die in a veil, man. They actually did quite a lot of damage combined with their team.
You could see Camille and Auto there. They kind of pushed into this riverbed here, and they just both got caught in a crossfire by Derp, and the tank sat at K4. And then Auto just kind of went into the open. He was so confused. He realized that he wouldn't be able to get out alive, and he just starts like wiggling in a line. He just realized that he was not going to survive. And I mean, Scorpion here versus Derp. I don't know if Derp should pick up this kill, but if Scorpion can pick it up, then maybe there's still a chance for Fat and Thinner, because they now have this southern part of the map. But Derp actually managed to pick it up, and maybe he can get that second kill on reverse, but he missed his first shot and actually gets taken down. So, but now Fat and Thinner have some positions to work with, but you know, they still actually have a decent amount of time, just under 5 minutes now, but
they're
not
running
too many
out of the tanks, man. They're running out of the tanks, and their positions are not that brilliant either. Derp pretty much atoned for his sins from the previous game where he died first on mines, but now we need to see what will the remainder of the Duckies special forces do. They are still holding on to their positions in a base, and I simply don't see enough HP on the tanks of Fat and Thinner to do anything about it. Like, for them to turn a game around, that would mean that Duckies team would have to sell HP left, right, and center. And we still have guys like, I don't know, Magma, Raich, and Alio the Ninja on 100% HP.
Exactly, and this is actually quite a nice flank here. You got Alio and you got QSR. They're just slowly pushing around the hill, and they're unspotted here, and this could be a big surprise on Fat and Thinner. They only have 450 HP, and 130 of that is on Bialy, and if they go together here, they can completely delete Bialy, and then they can take the hill, and then I don't really know what Fat and Thinner are going to do. I wonder if they're going to peek here, and peek on the left. They should, and they're going to look at Bialy. They're right behind him, and he doesn't even know. Are they going to pick him up for free, or is he going to... He does one shot, but he's actually going to die, so that was a really nice trade, and really good movement there from Deki Special Forces, but QSR actually goes down for it. So it wasn't the greatest trade overall, but I mean, it was a positive trade, and that's kind of all that matters at this moment.
It was actually quite good, man, because they lost QSR, but they killed almost entire tank of Naras, and they did kill Bialy. So these guys on a hill really even don't know what's going on anymore. They can't really be even considered the offensive force. I mean, look at this. Ducky's team has almost 4 times HP compared to Fat and Thinner. That initial blow of losing 3 tanks for nothing proved to be really fatal for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was still a positive trade, and they've managed to just take off more HP. And I mean, Fat and Thinner now, they're not going to be able to push anywhere with this, 200 HP left. And Alio is actually, looks like he's going to go down here. Is he going to do any damage in return? No, his turret got damaged, so he wasn't able to actually look at the enemy while he was getting shot at. But I still don't think that's going to make a big difference in the overall fight, as Daki Special Forces now, they're kind of grouping up towards the hill. Looks like they're going to try and retake control here. As you got Fugas there, he's not going to be able to win this. I think he's going to get pushed. He's going to maybe pick up 1, maybe even 2. And I don't know, he's going to put up a fight, but I don't think overall it's going to make a big difference. Yeah, he's actually still going to go down, and Daki Special Forces look to be taking this, so that'll bring us 2-2, as you just see Pavel here sat in the bush. He's going to try and do some damage, but he's unable to actually balance himself on this rock, and he slides down into his death. So that's 2-2 now.
Yep, we have an equal score coming to 2-2 after playing Himmelsdorf and Mainz. It was pretty much defense won by each of the teams so far, and the next map will be Ruinberg. It's even harder to crack that. I even can't see how will someone make an adjustment of like I don't know, winning 2 games in a row here. I think we're gonna even see a tiebreaker, which is a cliff.
About to say that I think we will actually see our first cliff of the day. I think the first time we'll have seen cliff, because it's been the tiebreaker map, but none of these games have gone to a tiebreaker yet. You can see actually a fairly even damage spread from both teams. Not really any standout performances. Daki being top on damage there with 259, but nothing super amazing like we saw yesterday with Wuyu doing, I think, 589 damage. That was the highest damage we've seen in this tournament. But this game doing 0.
Well, If they plan to each camp on Ruinberg, like they did so far, I vote for skip to the tiebreaker immediately.
Yeah, but this obviously is a best of 7, so I don't think we can do that. But I would also agree. I mean, I wonder if we will see Ruinberg played somewhat aggressively from the defending side, but I doubt it because, again, you just have that natural advantage. It would kind of be foolish not to use that.
It's not even that. Like, I'm hoping that attackers will play more proactive, because when you play aggressive in a start as attacker, I think you have some chance while the enemy is still, dispersed. And you may have some chance if you catch them off guard somewhere. After that, once they trench up and establish the positions, I don't know, man. Like we saw, CSA tried to do something like a classic approach by tier 10s, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that.
Exactly.
I mean, these guys actually had a chance now to watch a bit of that, so they can actually have an idea. Okay, maybe this is not really what we should do.
Yeah, as you said, maybe they can learn from what they've seen on Himmelsdorf, Ruinberg, and maybe they even learn on Mines just there about how to play it, what the enemy team might do, and see if they can use it to their advantage. But yeah, going into Ruinberg, it's definitely going to be difficult for the attacking side. I wouldn't want to.
It's like almost impossible to mass up tanks and push somewhere. Like as example, if you do it on Clan War, like push some 10, 11, 12 tanks somewhere, it actually is not beneficial here. It's easier to lose a game like that than when you do it. Like when you push here, you need to take positions, and you always leave some snipers behind, and you leave a guy here, a guy there, and so on, and they shoot while the rest of the guys are driving. But if you just push as a big bulk of tanks, we saw yesterday what happens. Like you just start losing them one way, like 1, 2, 3. It's not even like one guy dies second. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
At tier 10, it might be one person dies, but then there's as he goes around the corner, but then it takes a while to kill the rest of them. But at tier 1, you can easily have like 5 deaths within maybe 5 or 10 seconds, because you've just got so many shells coming out in such a short amount of time, and obviously the HP pool of the tanks is just so much lower. So yeah, pushing as you do at the higher tiers is completely different in this kind of a game. And we saw, like on Mines, the teams like to kind of spread around across the entire map, see if they can pick up some damage on this side, on that side, maybe some in the middle, and combined that adds up to a decent amount of damage done to the enemy team. But overall, if you just kind of go for that, okay, my team's going to go on the one line or something, just say, and we're going to just push it, it usually doesn't work out.
Yeah. These boys will now show us how to camp on Ruinberg all over again from another dimension.
Well, we don't know that. We could.
I have some kind of sense.
If I was a betting man, I probably would say that this is going to be the defending team is going to definitely defend, and 20% of the map.
Defending team will definitely defend. Oh, thank you very much for that insight.
Well, I mean, I don't like to use the term camp, but
Camperino camp, sit
in your base.
Playing a passive defense.
Yeah.
That would be a nice expression.
Strategic, passive and strategic look upon the battlefield.
Strategic way of defending. Yeah. Okay.
We can maybe just call it the easy way.
Easy way. Yeah. So defenders chose quite a lot of easy ways so far in this match. And the attackers usually ended up very hard way. So it didn't work out. We haven't seen a single attacker win a game in this match yet.
Yeah, and I don't think that's gonna change.
Is everyone good at defending, or everyone here sucks at attacking? Which one is it?
I think probably a mixture of both. More like the attackers probably don't know yet how to play this kind of T1 format effectively. And obviously it's just a bit of a fun cup, so maybe there probably hasn't been any preparation, for example.
God knows when these people even played a tier 1 last time in their life.
Exactly.
That's for sure.
So now you can see that one medium one by the same player on Daikai Special Forces. Bring it out again. He seems to love his medium one, but I mean, full LOL tractors here from Fat and Thinner, and I think that's probably a good pick. Obviously, it overall now has a pretty good HP, 130 on each of them. So,
and there we go, Fat and Thinner team doing a strategic defense, setting up a proxy spotter in the middle of the field, a bunch of snipers on A6-7 position. Oh, this is something we've seen before. Aha. And then we have a bunch of guys in a city sticking together, making the crossfires and so on. So we should not really linger much about the strategic defenders of the map. We should see actually what Ducky and the guys plan to do in attack.
Yeah, it's good that they've got this T1 in the middle already within the first 45 seconds of the game. Here you've got Daki in the middle, and he might try and push into the windows along the E-line and maybe just see what's happening in the field, because I think we're going to see a very similar strategy that was implemented by Ginger Power. You can see Crusader already taking this kind of aggressive position on the zero line because he knows where the enemy team are very likely to be, and as it's very similar to how Ginger Power played it. I think Daki now again go in the window, but Crusader's actually spotted here, and it looks like he might even go down, which would be really not good for them. They've got some information that the zero line is almost clear, but Crusader is actually going to manage to get unspotted here. But I wonder if Daki Special Forces understand that. I think that was Wuja spotting them, and it wasn't actually the guys from A6, I think.
Yeah, I think also.
But I wonder if they know that.
It might have been Wuya. I'm not sure about that actually, because tier 1 there is really low tank. It might have been actually even someone from the upper side with Binus from the corner. Oof.
Oh, Crusader.
I don't think he realized he was actually perma-spotted or something like that, man.
I'm not too sure if he was perma-spotted. As he pushed forward, he got spotted, and well, yeah, the blind fires were coming in his way, and well, yeah, definitely he was not aware. He doesn't know.
I mean, if you had something like an ABR, you could just YOLO him and find a spotter. That vehicle is so dirty, it doesn't even spell right. 95 per hour over the field. You can use it even on this map to find something like this. But all in all, Fat and Thinner just received like 1 or 2 blind shots so far. And Daki Special Forces lost Crusader. He is the first to fall on this map. And I don't think they really have a huge backup plan how to deal with it. Like pushing the zero line will not work out, and I don't think they can even squeeze those guys on A6, 7 and 8, because those houses are just too big, and if they don't openly sit in the bushes like some kind of scarecrow targets, they're never gonna die there.
Yeah, we saw last time that the zero line push didn't work out for Ginger Power, and as you said, I'd maybe like to see some city players, because they could try and push in. There is kind of a crossfire, obviously. There's multiple alleys that they could push down, but on the zero line, there is only one alley that they can push down. There's one way that they can progress towards the houses at A7. So it just makes it a bit harder, because you're all tunneled and funneled into one kind of alley that you can push down. So maybe if they did try and make a rotation, they have 6.5 minutes, so there's still obviously enough time to make even a full rotation with almost their entire team. Because I don't think they figured out exactly where Wuja is, because Halogma, he got spotted there when he fired, and he knows that there's someone kind of close, and you can see Daki trying to clear out these bushes, but they're not able yet to figure out exactly where he is. But they do know that there is one guy down here in the bushes, so maybe this is the first thing that we're going to see. If they start making connections on Wuja in his law tractor down here, then maybe if they do it in the next minute, there'll be 5 minutes left, and they kind of have an opening they can try and work with, but I still don't think that's going to be enough.
Well, I don't think it's going to even change anything if they find Wuya. It's just going to be a bit later info for Fat and Thinner, where they're getting attack thrones. They have so many tanks on that position, it doesn't really matter. As you said, like we saw even when Ginger team pushed from that upper area.
But there you go. He's brought down to 17 HP, so they managed to find out where he is. And I wonder if they're going to be able to pick him up.
They have no idea if he's there. They're just blind shooting and hoping he's somewhere there.
Well, someone connected 100 damage, so someone knows.
No, a couple of guys probably connected, but they don't know he's there because he's still alive. Otherwise, they will be... Oh, there you go. One random shot actually connected. But I believe Wuya actually paid off quite handsomely, because it was a trade 1-for-1, plus a couple of guys also lost some HP. Like Alio is on 15 HP, Philippusis is on 50 HP, and so on. So now there will be like a next guy going in next in the line to go to spot from the upper side. But as I said, like we saw on the last game on a Ginger Power, how they played it. They attacked from up there, but they just couldn't break the upper camp. The tanks that lined up the fire on 8 line were more than enough to hold more tanks than they had there.
Yeah, but as you can see now, Daki Special Forces, they clearly have a strategy here. They want to clear the zero line out, and I guess they want to move up to A7, and they're going to have to do something quick. There's 4 minutes 30 left, and to actually to clear out this camp is going to take quite a while. They're going to need a few minutes, definitely, maybe 3 or even definitely 2 at the minimum. So they're going to have to start making some moves quick. And this is where we saw Ginger Power. This is where the strategy kind of broke down for them, because after Derp goes in front of this bush, there's nothing to really protect him up until he gets to A7. So he's got to travel, a couple of 100 meters. And at tier 1, you don't really go that quick, even though he is in the tier 1, which goes about 40, 41, 42. So you can see the blind fires coming in already. So they know what's going on as well, Fat and Thin. And Daki immediately goes into position. He gets blind fired twice. He might even get killed here.
Like, this is a huge amount of blind shots coming in, and they're actually connecting him. How are they connecting only him and Derp not?
I know. I mean,
Derp should go like saying like, hey man, like death is a contagious disease. Stay away from me. Stay away.
Derp, I'm not too sure why he's not actually getting blind fired, but he's been there the entire time, and it's so unfortunate for Daki actually.
I guess he should show Daki how the game is played, right?
Yeah, maybe.
80 health remaining with Derp. He's going now forward as a next in line of succession for spotting, taking quite a bit of shots from distance, but it's all in avail. I mean, this is Ruinberg. Beside dealing with Wuya, their team actually has no idea how to break this camp. I can see that.
Yeah, but that's what I said. Actually, the full team here from Daki Special Forces is coming out. They've realized that this is the one chance they have to win the game, but it's going to be very, very, very difficult
There we go. There is a yellow
clear
flag
out
preparing
A7.
here, man. Like, they're lining up for the push on that 8 line, and this is the biggest action we've seen so far on Ruinberg, so maybe there will be a huge exchange, but look how much HP they lost just driving there. There is a 500 HP already in difference. As you remember from the Ginger game, it was the same. They came to this corner, and then what? Nothing could happen.
And I think that the exact same thing is going to happen here, because, as you said, there's 5 tanks here perma-spotted. QSR just goes unspotted. So yeah, 5 tanks perma-spotted by that one LOL tractor. And now I don't know what they can do, because they've got 2 minutes. And if they do want to win this game, they need to clear A7 now. And they need to do it quickly, because then they've got to go all the way over the other side of the map just to try and kill the guys who are going to be on the one line. They're probably not going to then be able to cap. And you can just see they don't have the HP here, so they can't even peek on the guys that are at A7. And Papa Parian, for example, he's going to be pre-aimed. Camille's going to be pre-aimed, and they're just waiting. And that's what they can do, because they are defending here. And Magma tried to push up. He gets destroyed. I think I'd just like to see Daki Special Forces give it kind of one last shot. They're going to push in. As we can see, they are pushing in. Papa Parian picks up the 3rd kill. May even get 4 or 5 here, because there's still 2 tanks. Make it 3 when Phil gets into the fight that he could actually kill. I think you can just see this tank graveyard that's being created here.
Puppy power. Well, it's not gonna happen in this game, so there will be a lead by Fat and Thinner. I mean, it's quite an obvious now. There is no comeback from this. Papa Pavian doing 4 kills in this game, and they're gonna go in a lead 3-2, which is quite expected, because all of these teams were winning their strategic defenses of the games. Now it's Daki's turn to play his strategic defense of a game on Ruinberg, and to see how it's gonna be done. I'm just hoping Fat and Thinner did risk last game in Mines. They tried to break the meta a bit and push the waterline, so they showed some initiative. It didn't pay off there at all, because they lost those 3 guys like really in an instant. And I'm hoping maybe they have a better idea from Ruinberg that will not last for a full 10 minutes. Not again.
Are you serious? I didn't even see that.
I saw it coming, man.
I was
and
looking
it was
this
like,
way, and I just saw you kind of I saw you kind of shriek and just cut up, and I was like, what is going on behind me? And then just see this kind of massive confetti.
Jennifer is like sneaky.
Our desk is completely destroyed.
Hey, I couldn't even move, man. Like, she just did a...
Oh, wow. 521 damage from Papa. I mean, that's like 2nd or 3rd most damage, and I'm
Papa
still
went in a
completely covered in confetti.
Yeah, it's okay, man. No problem.
Okay,
Papa going like a big boss and pro, carrying his team in best camp. I wonder how much damage actually was there at close combat. Here, if you want, you can have some more confetti from me. I really don't need it.
I'll pass on that. But actually, quite a lot of it was done at close range. Only 72 done at 300 or more meters. So pretty good. And I mean, he didn't 200 spotting. Actually, that's that's quite a bit at this tier. I mean, if that was at tier 10, for example, that's almost double the HP of his own tanks. That'd be like 3 or 4k over light tanks. So I mean, I guess that's 200 damage at tier 1 is still quite a bit.
I think the main thing is because they pretty much kind of delayed the attack. They wasted so much time to shoot off Wuya, and when they thought, okay, we achieved something, they didn't achieve actually anything, because once you approach that position, you still can't push it. That's the main
and
problem.
that's what we saw earlier, and that's what we've seen a lot.
Like in tier
Just
10,
across this
in tier
tournament.
10, once you get that kind of crossfire, you can actually do something. But the best way would be to play that if they shoot out Wuya, would be to have a lot of tanks ready to push on the city, and you push on two sides, and maybe you can get some shots in the back of them. But the problem is also with the change of the map, there is some cooldown positions in there, and I think those cooldown positions that are in the houses, I think they're more than enough for tier 1 tanks to hide. So that means they can't get shot from the city, and I don't think the city, the guys from up can actually shoot toward the city, which would be usually the case in tier 10. So it's kind of a stalemate. And I think entire concept of attacking from upper side then is a flawed. You should maybe keep a couple of tanks there, but I think majority should try to play city at least.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we could see that might happen this time. You might see a push from the city, because we've seen that the 0 line just doesn't really work, and obviously you can't push the 5 line, so that leaves you with kind of one option. You have to somehow play the city, but still, it might just see a reverse scenario. You might be able to get close in the city, and then you're just going to get sniped by the guys, for example, that you haven't then killed at A7. So it might just be a kind of like, flip scenario. You just flip the side of the map, but the same results still happen.
It's a lot of thinking how to break it, but it's it's really questionable. Even can it be done, man? It's like really questionable.
The same setups coming in here, one tier 1 and the rest LOL tractors, and I wonder if
I think she was actually smart. She actually used everything, so we can't respond in kind,
We'll see. We'll have to see.
Maybe there is some
There'll be
hidden
a
stash
social
somewhere.
media farm break after, so we'll
We have 10 minutes to pick this
we'll be ready.
confettis one by one.
But anyway, it looks like Daki Special Forces, they're setting up for the similar Ruinberg defense that we've seen throughout this entire tournament. So you go to A7 with maybe 5 or 6 guys, and then the rest of your tanks kind of spread out towards the city along the B line. And they're very, very similar game. But what isn't so similar is fat and thinner. As we said, they're going to try something different, because we've seen on the 0 line, you can push the 0 line out, but after that, there's not really that next level to the strategy. You push the 0 line, you gain the 0 line, but then you don't actually gain any winning positions. So they're going to send the majority of their team towards the city, which is, well, definitely something that we want to see. Maybe I'd even go to the city with a few more tanks here. They've got 5 tanks now out on the eastern side of the map, and that means then they've got 10 tanks on the western side, and they're trying to clear the bushes here, which, I mean, we know there's nothing there, but obviously they don't. But I don't think that Daki Special Forces would send anyone that aggressive into the middle of the map this early on.
Yeah, sorry, I left you hanging a bit there. Like, there was like half of confetti down my neck, but it does look like these guys are actually doing something about a city play, as we said, and they are still keeping a couple of guys in the field, as it should be. You should have a crossfire, and you should never rely just on a one trick pony. Now they're trying to do some slow kind of spots here. Scorpion is peeking to see is there anyone on a corner watching for them. This is a smart thing to do, but as usual, there will be no one there, because this kind of defense is not doable. If you put tanks there, they will be just shot off easily. And Daki's team is actually holding the background, but now Fat and Thinner is slowly progressing here. If they cross the area somewhere to the C1, they actually have a chance to do something in a crossfire, I think.
Yeah, they're slowly taking some positions in the city, and Scorpion getting caught out, but he only receives one shell of damage there. He could have potentially even got shot if he didn't react as quickly as he did, and Daki actually gets spotted here in the middle. This isn't good, because this is the spotter that they put out in the field to try and survive, and as we saw last game, that it took Daki Special Forces about 6 minutes to clear out Wuya.
It's really weird. Like in the first match when we saw, there was also like one tier 1 who was found rather fast, like this, like almost like a mistake.
Yeah, so that was derp on mines, and I mean, Daki Special Forces just seemed to want to give up a tank at the start of the game, and I don't know, maybe the bush wasn't big enough that Daki was hiding in. I'm not too sure how he got spotted. I highly doubt he fired, so maybe the bush wasn't as big as he thought, because you could see that he actually was getting shot through the window, so maybe he didn't expect that angle that was created was going to be big enough.
Yeah, it was my mistake. There was no way Crusader was perma spotted here in the last game. He was spotted when he peaked for sure. So let's see
if it's going to be the same here, because it could be.
Uba Uba.
Yeah,
Uba
I'll let
Uba.
you say that name. That's why I didn't want to go ahead.
It's
and do
always
it.
entertaining to, try to speak new languages, say new names. I
I'll
have
just
no
stick
idea.
to. I'll stick to saying these ones like Scorpion. I can handle that.
Come on, man. Make an effort.
Make an effort or make a fool of yourself. One of the two things.
Well, you wore the horse hat yesterday, so what's the difference?
Well, I mean, now it's your turn, clearly. It was my
Yeehaw.
turn yesterday, now it's your turn. Maybe you can wear one of the chicken hats.
Because I chickened out yesterday, so it rhymes.
You can see he actually manages to destroy the tree. I'm not sure that's the most helpful
No, I think
fallen
they're
tree
just,
that we've seen.
I think they're shooting HE actually to see is there anyone there, because then they see the explosion. And if they hit something, they can easily switch to whatever they want. And even HE here will kill a guy really fast anyways. And HE is cheaper.
Yeah, I guess so. That might be the point there. But in the city now, I think they are grouping up for this push, but they're obviously just waiting, trying to test the timer. If they can use that time to their advantage, they can just maybe make a few blind fires. But I mean, this is where the move is going to come, but they are just waiting currently. I wonder if they're going to rotate a few more tanks from the east to the west, because as we've seen, that the eastern side is not really where you make these winning plays. It's probably going to have to be in the west side. And actually, Daki's special forces have become quite light in the city. They only have 6 tanks overall, roughly, say, west of the 5 line, and then that means they've got the rest of their tanks, so the other 7 tanks all up at A7, and they've got 1 tank kind of just sitting back at A4, which is not what we've seen. Most teams have actually played a lot more heavy on the B line with maybe around about 10 tanks, and then they have about 5 or maybe 6 tanks up at A7. But Daki's team decided that they're going to play a lot lighter, which could be the downfall.
Well, I almost took all the stuff out of my hair now. Maybe next stream we should just take a bucket of water and put it all over Echidna,
That might be
Entertaining.
bullying.
Entertaining
Anyway.
is the proper word. But Fett and Tinner here are slowly progressing along the streets. They are trying to make that final crossfire and maybe push in and catch a couple of the guys of the Daki Special Forces unprepared, maybe make a few shots on Nevertard, but there will be a lot of shots coming in from the upper trenched group if they get a chance to do it.
Yeah, but look
good
at the
trade
HP.
here, man.
I mean, Nevertide gets taken down, and now there's a 300 HP advantage in Fat and Thinner, and they can push up here. I mean, they've got 4 tanks on this corner. I wonder if they're going to make it 5 or 6, because you've got Naras in the back there. If they could push up, they can maybe take out Aya, maybe take out Leo, and then they've now got this one line almost clear, but you got these Nats just at the back there, and they actually have some crossfires. This is pretty good now, because these tanks can't get spotted. They're firing a long range here.
This
And
is what
they're
I
just
thought.
blind firing each
You
other.
see those sandbags here? They're actually making great cover for these guys, but it appears not good enough because Consume and Derp Mekarot are actually losing more HP than they're giving to the enemy. And this is what I thought would be a good idea, to have a second part of the team ready from upper side, like 3-4 tanks that can actually push in and proxy them while they're trying to shoot the enemies on lower side. And we already have that. Actually, one guy did the proxy from upper side. Look at this. There is one guy from the Fat and Thinner team. It's Miloš, I think. No, it's not Miloš, it's someone else.
Uba, or his
Ah,
name.
it's Uba. Uba.
He's going for the proxy. I mean, if he could actually, I don't think he can move up here, but
Yeah,
he
just
actually could, but I don't think he knows that
if
he
he
could
had
move up.
more HP, he could actually spot the other guys for anyone to shoot. But like this, he's just keeping himself proxied together with
I think
Philippoussis.
Miloš should actually push up, and if he could take out Phil, then he could proxy spot the rest of the guys, and then from the city they could deal with Consume and Derp. They're all on no HP, so Miloš should actually move up here. Or actually, you can see that it's another tank here. He's at B9 currently, slowly kind of trundling into the fight. It's Papapari, and yeah, he's going to come up. He's going to kill Phil, and if he kills Phil, then he can proxy spot 5 tanks here. So this is going to be maybe the game-winning play. I mean, Papa should just keep going. He should realize that actually killing Phil is the kind of the bigger play here. And if he can get to the houses, then he'll be safe from Crusader. He doesn't need to worry about these guys. And there's only 2 minutes and 10 seconds left almost. So Papa needs to pick up this kill on Phil if he can. And once you get these proxy spots out, this is kind of the game-winning play potentially.
Oh man, It's gonna come to last 60 seconds. You can see the siren is on. 2 minutes to countdown. Philippus is actually finally dropped down. He was on one shot anyways. And there is final crossfires coming in. Fat and Thinner are pushing parallel with two sides. They're pushing through the city. And there are guys shooting on the guys on the upper A area. This is actually doable, but it's so close still. And there is not much time left. Like 90 seconds almost there. Alio the Ninja died by Papa Pavian's hand. The Fat and Thinner still have that slight advantage. 150 HP and counting. And maybe 1 or 2 tanks more. Horlovic now died for their team. And Uba, but Papa Pavian took out one more guy. QSR is down. So now we have 600 to 500 and Ducky's team is still holding on.
Yeah, they're holding on, but only slightly. They're losing HP, but they have about a similar number of tanks. And this is to make it, this actually, if Fat and Thinner win this, they won't just win the round, but they'll win the game. But they're losing Milos, losing Papa Pavian, and now I don't think they have an opportunity to win this game. 65 seconds left, and A7 is kind of in control from Daki Special Forces. And this is the biggest issue because they can actually send a guy out to the 0 line here in the late game if there's, and they can play the time now. There's 50 seconds left. And they could just send a guy out to A0 if they want to, and they're not going to be able to chase him down. So it looks like it's kind of all over for Fat and Thinner. It looks like we might be heading to Cliff, our first tiebreaker of the day.
We are going to watch a tiebreaker for sure because there is no time to even kill all of the Duckies team here. Now the trench actually worked out. It was much closer than previous game, but still close, but no cigar. Naras on 1 HP and couple of guys around him are still holding a defense, but now you can see Duckies team has actually all the positions around them, so they have no power to push them, and the last of them will fall within next few seconds. Well, the time will run out anyway.
Yeah, it looks like the time will run out. Oh, they might actually pick up the kills. There's a 3 versus 3 here. Make that a 3 versus 1. Hologam is going to try and pressure him, but he's not going to be able to do it.
Is not giving himself cheaply,
And
but
they
he's
did
the last to fall.
Managed to pick that kill up with literally the last second left in the game. So 3-3, and we're heading into Cliff, the tiebreaker of the day.
Tiebreaker is gonna be 3-3 in this match. We said it might happen between these teams. It's something that we kind of expected, but hoped, of course, that one of the teams might prevail on a way. Still, they're rather equal, and we will watch them on a cliff. I can't remember what will the ruling be, who will actually choose a side. I think it's gonna be a coin toss or something like that. But on cliff, even defender doesn't have that huge of an advantage.
Big damage there from Consume, almost, well, 4 times his HP, almost.
It's not his first time. Like, he's actually doing these things rather well.
Yeah.
It's rather worrying how well he's doing them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he is in fame, so he's clearly has to be a stat padder, right? How else do you get into a clan like that?
Of course. Maybe he was stat padding in that time when tier 1s were actually played in a VN8, calculations.
Not sure, but yeah, Consume is, as you said,
there is something dirty here going on.
I think that's I mean, today I've seen him top damage maybe 3 or 4 times.
I've seen him
We've
yesterday
only seen
also.
2 games.
Yesterday also.
I mean, maybe he is the number 1 stat padder.
I'm gonna check his account for tier 1 tanks, man.
He's smurfing noobs at tier 1 potentially. That's
Haha, look at this noob. Haha, I have 16 kills and I'm killing him easy.
maybe, yeah. So 3-3, as you see now, that's the first tiebreaker of the day. And I wonder who Yanush in the final. I wonder who they're wanting to face. I mean, if they obviously face Fat and Thinner, then that would be the Polish super match they could look for. So maybe they want to beat their Polish friends just to prove that they are the best, or maybe they think Daki Special Forces are the worst team. I'm not too sure who they would prefer to fight.
I don't know, but these 2 logos are also great, man. Like, you have a pink hat against Papa and Kamil. I think Papa's and Kamil's logo wins by far.
Yep, definitely for me. If I was to vote for my favorite logo of the tournament, I said Fat and Thinner.
It's really
like
good. I wonder, did some fan do it for them or how it happened? Looks really cool. I would like to know that. Okay, so we got an info that Ducky won a coin flip. Lucky for him, he will have option to choose a side on Cliff.
You'd assume, especially how this tournament
is
gone. Yeah, you'd assume that he'd take the defense, but I say that, I mean, you don't always pick the defense. I think even in Moscow, I think Fame, we chose the attacking side on Himmelstoff, and we still managed to win it. So the defense isn't always the favorable side, is my point. But the way this tournament has been going, I think they would probably choose the defense. But we'll just have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah, but you don't have to play defense while defending. You can always attack. But if you have that option, that time is working for you, it's better. That's
yeah.
how I see it. And the map, when you play tier 1, is not really worse for any side. Like, it's pretty much equal how you do it. Playing from lower or upper side. So far, what I've seen, it was even better to play attacker side aggressive on Cliff.
In tier 1?
Mm-hmm. Because they always had some angles. If they managed to dominate the positions, to blind shoot the positions, it was just like always somehow much more dominant than the defender side.
I wonder if in the middle of the map now, if people are going to go for that big fight, because obviously this is, you know, the decider to get into the final.
Man, I'm just hoping they're going to play 15 on 15 middle, you know, to decide just, okay, we all camped our fair share. We all played strategically our fair share of the
And now
games,
they can
and
show
we all won our defenses, so let's go and fight now.
Yeah, they can show the other side to the game, maybe that like aggressive play style, or they'll just
Yes, maybe they should
stick
show us
to
that they
how
know
they
that
play.
W actually exists in their keyboard. You know?
Oh, that's a big oof there, Mojo.
That's something I would like to see in this game. But it can be wishful thinking. Maybe we'll see a lot of other strategic gameplays. And it's when I watched Cliff yesterday, it always felt bad for a team who was trying to camp on Cliff and was just getting shot off by more skilled teams who were finding all the positions where you can stick someone in a bush and pretty much doing a couple of tanks advantage by just shooting people. There is not that many places on Cliff you can actually camp like on other maps. Hey, it gives like a nice glitter and everything. Come on.
Yeah,
Just
there's
leave it
quite
there.
a lot on your right shoulder.
Yeah, I think I took a brunt of it.
And I said, at least you saw it coming. I was kind of surprised, but maybe that was better. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, you didn't flinch. you
No,
know?
I didn't have a chance to see it, luckily.
Oh, dear God.
So, Cliff, man, I don't know. I think we're going to get underway soon, not too far, and not too long, but not too sure, man. And
Well, they're preparing their special tactics just for
Yeah,
this
maybe.
tiebreaker so they can get to that final match in the game. And I don't know, maybe Duck is instructing Derp what to do, and Derp is telling him, yeah, but you don't know how to play. You should watch me how to survive in tier 1. And so, you know, so there very, very interesting conversation going from that side. And on Fat and Thinner are like, oh man, I'm hungry, I need to go eat. And this guy is like, oh no, we need to finish the match, and so on. So there is a bunch of stuff going on in these moments, really radical.
well, Papa's if you didn't know, obviously the Fat and Thinner is referring to Camille and Papa in
Totally never knew it.
Yeah, well, maybe some of the viewers didn't, but you know, Papa's on a diet. Maybe they will be thin and thinner as you've kind of branded them at this tournament.
Mhm.
Maybe in a year they will be thin and thinner.
That's gonna break the image, but it might work out where whole
It's
Papa.
new branding, I think. You know?
New branding will fix everything.
Anyway, we are actually going to head into Cliff very soon. And here we go. So this is the final match of the semi-finals here in the Cream of the Crop tournament, and we'll see if Daki's team, I think they've chosen the defensive side as expected. So just to keep that in mind, that if the timer does run out, they'll have that on their advantage.
And there you go. The fight is about to start. I'm hoping to see everyone going for the middle. Ducky's team is definitely going for the upper part of the map. They're sending one offhand spotter just in case, you know, so they don't get kind of a bum rush to the cap, which is not needed really, I think. And so they can see is their enemy split coming to shoot them in a side, because one tank is enough to hold off 2 or 3 guys. And on the other hand, Fat and Thinner are sending 2 guys on the lower side of the map and 13 guys on the upper side. So it might actually finally be a first official brawl by these 2 teams. Straight on, head on, right in the middle. We're just going to wait for another 30 seconds, you know, until their massive speed comes there. Ridiculous massive speed.
Yeah, exactly. You just got to wait for them to get in the battle, especially with these low tractors. They're fairly slow, and Matthew's going to go take that position initially with his T1, because obviously he's so much faster. The low tractors haven't got into the battle yet, and he might even get into here unspotted. Oh no, he did just get spotted at the end, but still he's going to get in here safe, and this is a good position, because if Daki Special Forces now want to push along the kind of the lower side of this middle engagement around the side of these statues, Matthew's just going to be waiting there, and it looks like actually the Daki Special Forces are going to do that. They're going to go for this big brawl here around the side of the hill. Both teams are going to start fighting each other, and this is where Matthew can kind of unload from that safe position there. He's got the autoloader, so you can just do a clip and go behind the rock, but Daki Special Forces is starting to put on the pressure, but you can see Matthew fully unloading there, but he does manage to survive. And now it's kind of, they're both they're both just staring at each other. They don't want to make any overextensions and maybe make any big mistakes, and they're just going to try and find the tops of each other's turrets here and just kind of snipe each other out. But Daki Special Forces look to be losing this engagement. They're already 300 HP down almost, and Milos there coming in with the first kill, and this is not looking great for them.
Yeah, there is a fast approach by Double D team on the middle, but it doesn't pay off at the moment. These nuts is the first to pay the price because he died. But there is a rotation coming in from a couple of guys from this team. LOL Tractors coming to try to snipe the guys in the middle. We can see Nevertard and one more guy. Nuba Uba is here spotting the front back. He slided it down. No,
he won't slide into the water, no. You got a bit excited there, Mojo. I mean, that would have been quite the spectacle. But yeah, Daki Special Forces now, the HP deficit still increasing. They've never really managed to gain a foothold in this game, and they're always behind. And this is good for Matthew, just peeking out, doing a bit of damage every 10 or so seconds, every time he gets unspotted. And Daki Special Forces, they've pushed around, but it looks like actually they might even get repushed here.
But Fett and Tinner have such an advantage in HP, man, 400 and counting. If these guys, yeah, that's what I thought, Crusader is dead now, Nevertard is on one shot, and I don't think anyone can actually protect him that well, and he cannot deal the shots in the middle. So they're losing tanks, a lot of them, 4, 5s now. In the first big engagement of this tournament, they're actually not able to hold the ground because Fat and Thinner guys are playing much more experienced. They didn't lose a single tank yet, man. They already killed 9 guys from Taki Special Forces, and there is the first drop on their team just now. Milos died, followed by one more. But that's about that. Look at the difference in the score.
Yeah, this is actually a bit of a slaughter. I mean, the HP, but just look at the tanks. They've only lost 2, as you said. Yeah, they actually only lost 2 tanks throughout that entire brawl. I mean, they both face each other head on, and that was, well, GG's, I guess. Fat and Thinner are going to be heading to the final, and it will be that Polish Super Cup that we've been talking about now. Both the clans,
yeah, there you go.
The Polish clans are going to be playing off
against for the effort. Definitely it's going to be something we thought it might happen. It's going to be a Polish Super Bowl in the final game. So 4-3 for Fat and Thinner team, and they deserved to win the brawl here. But still, Daki's team held really well toward the entire games. They won all defenses, same as these guys. They just were not good enough in a straightforward confrontation, and the cliff as a tiebreaker proved us that it's a decent map for a tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. We got the brawl that we were kind of looking for the entire game, but they didn't manage to win that Daki Special Forces. And I mean, going into the final now, that'll definitely be interesting, but that'll be a best of 9, and we'll have kind of a brand new map pool for the final that'll change from the semi-final. I'm not too sure what maps we will be going into, but I think we'll start off with Siegfried Line actually in the final.
Oh wait, confetti over the paper.
Yeah, confetti everywhere.
Yeah, the map pool for the final will actually be Himmelsdorf, Mainz, Siegfried Line, Cliff, Himmelsdorf, Sand River, and Cliff. So it's going to be different things that we haven't seen before. I'm hoping to see some kind of more offensive plays, but teams can just decide their own fate. But I think our farming corner is ready, and social media will take it away.
Hello guys, so welcome back to the social media farm of the Cream of the Crop.
Hi again.
Yeah, we're back. And that was awesome to watch, actually.
Such an exciting semi-final. So Daki's team did not qualify for the final, but I think they played a spectacular tournament, and they really went to this very last game, to this 7th game tiebreaker. So all props to them for fighting till the end, and they really made it tense. But in the end, we have this Polish final that you predicted.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I guess fine.
Yeah, I guess I was
I
right
am
all
not
along.
Polish. I cannot pronounce that language, so it's not like I wanted it to be like that. But I mean, the strongest teams of the tournament.
Of course, but
it makes sense.
I mean, once again, the Polish community showing how strong they are, how present they are in this tournament, and how important they are in the European World of Tanks community. So it's this final game, national battle, brother against brother, one might say, and now it's anyone's game. as long as you're Polish, of course.
So, which team do you think is going to win? Janusz or Fat and Thinner?
Honestly, I wouldn't know. I feel like maybe Yanush has a slight edge. I feel like they were a bit more dominant in their semi-final and quarter-final, but at this point anything can happen. The final will be best of 9, so it's. I think it really gives enough room to the teams to deploy their strategy, get to know their opponent. And really, it's going to be the best team that wins. There is not going to be any luck involved in this final, I believe.
Yes, agree with you. And finally, we are going to make it now. So let's talk a little bit about the MVP. So we want to remind you to vote. This is the last chance to vote because we will be announcing the winners, the MVP, and also the winners of the L60 during the next.
Well, right after the final, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So it is the last time for you to go there and vote. Everyone who signs up to this campaign is going to get some personal reserves. And yeah, as I mentioned before, they are going to be for winners for the L60. On top of that, the MVP is going to get the Wargaming Store accessories bundle, value on 95 euros more or less. So yeah.
Exactly. Last chance. If you want to wait for the first couple of games from the finals to decide on who you want to vote for, that's fine. But I wouldn't wait any longer. And at this point, you have seen all of the players, all of the team, of course, the 2 teams participating. So you should have enough information to make up your mind. And as you said, everyone will get personal reserves. By the way, if you signed up, there is no need to check your accounts right now because you won't have them. They will be credited to your account later during the week. So don't worry about it. It will come.
Yes. So just as a reminder, the candidates for the MVP are Nimulti Show from Janusz, Dakilsor from Dakil Special Forces, Marty Vol from Ginger Power, and Camille Eater from Fat and Thinner.
All right. So before we take it out, maybe we can talk one last time about World Classic.
Yeah.
That is happening right now. Probably you've seen it, this portal in your garage. Maybe you've tried it for yourself. Have you tried it yet, Ekidna?
Not yet, but I have to do it fast because it's going to be until April 3rd, so we don't have much time.
Exactly. So only 3 days left to try out the good old tanks version 0.7.0. Maybe good old times for you. Maybe you've never been there, and that's your chance to experience it.
Yeah, to try the game without the 6th sense, with no physics.
Absolutely. And as we have been saying before, there has been some queue time on this special server because of a limited capacity. So just be aware, be warned. It might take a little patience, but eventually you will be able to play it, especially if you don't log in during peak hours. So think about that.
That's right. Otherwise, go to the main server and enjoy the 5 times XP for the first win of the day that we are running this weekend. So
till the end of today.
Yep, exactly.
But of course, you can only do that once you know who will be the real cream of the crop.
Yes, 100%. So I guess that we have now a few winners to announce. The previous question. So in this case, we select 2 winners, Visana from Facebook and Steiner Knop from Twitch. You are the lucky winners of Lansen C. Enjoy. As Raspberry say, we're going to credit all the rewards during the upcoming week, so be patient. This is only for you, so...
Yeah, and exactly. So Steiner, Noob, and Visana, once again, congratulations. Enjoy your Lansen C. Personally, I've been playing with it recently, and I've enjoyed it very much. I thought it was a very fun tank, so I hope you enjoy it as much as I did.
Yes. Well, that's all from us. This is our last social media segment. We are going to go to a very short break, and after that, our casters Mojo and Cariberi are going to enjoy the finals with you. So have fun.
Thank you for staying with us this weekend. I hope you had fun and you enjoy the final. Bye.
Bye.
Remember 2011? These graphics. this music. These painfully familiar sounds. Remember battles with the Tier 9 Soviet IS-4 fighting the T-30, a top-tier American heavy tank, while the KV-1S was one-shotting someone in the background. And all this happening on the map Swamp. We do too, so we're bringing back the good old tanks. 3 nations, USSR, Germany, and USA. Oh, and 1 legendary Chinese vehicle. You can hang from cliffs, but you can't go down them. Artie doesn't stun, but can shoot AP shells. Nobody has 6th sense. Also, a common chat, premium shells for gold, and many other things dug up from the past. To install World of Tanks Classic, you will need to download Wargaming Game Center. There are 2 ways to do this. Either click the portal in your garage, or go to wotclassic.eu. Press the download button, then click the WOT Classic logo. The app will let you choose the installation folder and start the download. The size of the Classic client is much smaller than the current version, so you won't have to wait for long. That's it. Just launch the game and enjoy the cozy old-school atmosphere of Update 0.7.0. From March 29th to April 3rd, join the exciting journey and go back in time. Remember the good old days with World of Tanks Classic.
Yeah, welcome back, guys. We are still kind of taking out the confetti out of our necklines and so on. I'm gonna get back to you for this one one of these days in tournaments.
It was in my hair, in my pockets, all over my shit.
It's gonna be, you know, like 2 tournaments away from now. Not expecting in the middle of that. There you go. You're gonna like swim in it. But like we have finally our two finalists. It's both Polish teams actually. So Yanush, the guys who were waiting for the second finalists, and the second team, Kamil and Papa Pavian, fat and thinner, thinner and fat, whichever one.
Yeah, so as you said, they're both made up of even guys from the same clans. They're obviously from the same community. They're all, I'm pretty sure all of them are Polish, or at least the vast majority of them. Obviously, both teams being led by Polish streamers. And I said both of the same clans. I've seen Throw in both teams. I'm not sure too much about like the whole mix of the clans, but I know I've seen both teams have members from Throw, for example. And as we said, we're going into the finals now, so this is actually going to be a best of 9. And maybe you could just take us through the maps again, just to remind everyone about kind of what new maps we might even see in the final.
Well, first of all, we're going to see Siegfried line. It's going to be interesting here to see, are the teams going to even attempt to play the field? Is there even any need to do it?
I mean, at this tier, there probably isn't, especially because you're not even going to be able to shoot that effectively. You might not even have the radio range to kind of see.
There may be different approaches. There may be a massive push from the field side by some team from below the city. Will they try to push on the city line itself? There is so many bushes to defend the cap also, but it can be kind of a lullaby trap for one team. They can rely on it too much. So I'm interested how will actually attackers gonna try to deal with it. On other hand, then after that we will see Cliff, which we saw. This is a really worst and
Cliff is second.
It's like it's a balanced map in every tier, you can say. Like this map can be played from every tier from 1 to 10.
Just a good map in general. I mean, especially for like competitive play. I guess we could.
Yeah, it's good for everything.
But then you got Himmels after that as well.
Yeah,
so we've seen Himmels.
We've seen like different approaches on Himmels, from some initial fighting to heavy camps in a corner. Everything can work, but if you don't take care of your capture circle, you can see what happens in some of the matches.
Yeah, but I mean, Himmels again, Himmels and Cliff are kind of just strong maps in general, just for everything. You just said they're fairly balanced and just good maps to see the two teams fight it out on.
They're playable and everything can be broken and so on. So there is versions.
However, if we do start heading towards tiebreaker, we're going to see Sand River as the 4th map. So that'll be kind of a new map today.
Big
and
map.
Yeah, definitely big for these tier 1 tanks. Even at tier 10, that map is quite big. So I kind of dread to think how big it must feel as a small tier 1 tank.
I'm just going to see how they are going to deal with it.
Like some of those dunes are like 10, 20, 30 times bigger than your tank. Like, you get me the size of the dunes in the middle of the map are just going to feel like monstrous in comparison to your tank.
Yeah, that's going to be entertaining to see. I think there's going to be a huge struggle over the middle of the map. Like middle plus one side, that's pretty much what's going to decide the game. But also, if you send a couple of tanks in middle, it's not like when you send tier 10s, like entire team can march down and kill that one tank and no one from other side will be able to help him at all. So it's completely, as I said, a completely different gameplay. You have to think from an end perspective, how are you doing it?
Yeah, especially because like at range, these tier 1 tanks are going to struggle. So you need to kind of go and commit as a team, especially if you want to kind of take some control of the map and find some of the guys that will be, will maybe even be camping. And I think that's what you might even see on Sand River. You might see but you could definitely see a defense within the kind of bottom 10% of the map.
If you want, you can climb the entire team on that little hill above the cap. That's always viable. But I don't know. Camping, it proves viable in some maps, but on Sand River, I think they can be rotated around.
I mean, we might not even get to Sand River. As you said, it's best of 9, so first to 5. So we'll definitely see at least Himmelsdorf. But I expect these two teams to be quite...
That would mean that one team wins at least, like 5-0 or 5-1.
Yeah,
so
I expect these teams to be quite balanced, I guess. They've both proved, obviously they're in the final, but they have both proved that they're, capable opponents. And maybe fairly evenly matched here.
Yeah, and if we come to a tie, it's going to be a Cliff again, as a map that proved to us to be most balanced. So that will be the last one. We can remind ourselves like how the tournament went on so far. Yesterday we had a group stage, so Group A and B, where the last team from every group dropped out. It's pretty much the Balkan Fools from Group A losing all 3 matches, from the Group B it was Ming team led by Orzenel,
Yeah.
and same fate 3-0. Both of the teams played in civil tactical fashion. They just went straight forward to the enemy and tried to meet them as fast as they could. It didn't work out
Yeah, it
that
didn't
well,
go too
especially
well for
against
them.
guys like this who are creating like triple crossfires and whatever, you know.
So then we got into the quarterfinals today, and obviously we lost then salty old man, I think, or salty old
Mhm.
boys. They
Sirfosh team.
led by Foch, and then after that we lost out Milan's team, the Burger Brigade.
Burger Brigade, definitely a German powerhouse, lost to Ginger team.
Yeah, then after that we got into the semifinals, and obviously we saw the Ginger Powerhouse, that's the primarily Czech team led by Marty. We lost them, and then we
It was
obviously
4-1, but that was actually quite a close game, I would say. Like in some games, it was really, really tight, and they barely lost it.
Oh my! What do we have here? You can see both the Polish teams bring out
It's
the
a
full
Polish conspiracy for the end
This-
of the tournament.
They're both. I wonder if this will be the way that the final shall be played, because you can see obviously that's the 40p, so you can see the
So that's why we were waiting a couple of minutes. Everyone was
Yeah.
preparing the Polish tanks for the match.
they were setting up their new tanks. So you've
Polka,
got
polka.
exactly a Polish tanks, Polish teams, Polish clans, Polish
I think it's
streamers.
gonna be brawl. Something tells me it's gonna be a brawl, man.
But yeah, you did say that. I wonder if anyone's going to play the field, and it looks like.
Bro, they
yeah,
think
it's,
there is
all going to
30
the
Polish tanks and there is 30 Polish guys here. I think they came to an agreement that they're gonna meet and brawl, which is perfectly fine by me, because we're gonna see these Polish clippers, how they actually perform here and who will get it first. Maybe will they ever actually some advantage because of a better spawn, because we see a couple of guys are actually having the better approach than the others. Will they actually reach some kind of cooldown, or will they just stop and snipe, and like what's gonna happen?
I wonder if there's maybe an agreement. Everyone's going to get into the middle of the map, and they're just going to have a big brawl. I'm not too sure. What is going on here? They're kind of gone on the long march towards the field. Some of the tanks are already there, but you can see that some tanks are a couple of 100 meters away. You've got Multi-Show right at the back there. I guess maybe commanding the forces of Papa Parian. He's on top of the middle road here. I mean, what?
What the hell?
I mean, this is April Fool's slightly too early, but I think they're making a train. I could only assume that, or maybe they're gonna have maybe they're gonna send them into kind of the gladiator pit one by one. They're gonna take each other on, and then the next person's gonna go, and then the next person's gonna go into the pit, and maybe Papa Parian's the referee here. Because you've
Are
got
they
Papa
writing
and,
something?
You've got Papa and Multi here.
Are
now.
they writing something?
I don't know. I think the fight is gonna begin. I think they're gonna maybe. I'd like to see that. Oh, here we go. Some shots are being fired. They are writing something, an L, and a something. I'm not too sure what that is. An L, and I can't quite see what Panther are writing.
Shooting
What
everywhere except in the
what
other
is
guys.
going on?
Hey guys, if anyone has an idea what the hell are they doing, you can just tell us here on the stream. I would be very happy to know, because I have no bloody
Anyway,
idea
it
what the
seems
decoration
seems
was.
like the fight has begun as they all swarm away, and they're now going to start fighting each other. I think, Reverse goes over, he gets destroyed, and Panther, I'm not sure what's going on. They just decided to push in, and this clearly isn't working out for them. You can see they're getting absolutely destroyed here. How quickly these Polish tanks just unload all their shells, and I mean, all these 40Ps, there's too many just unloading here, and Pavel's not going to go down, and within 20 seconds, the game is over. The fight is over.
I think they wrote PL, like Poland.
Oh yeah, I saw. That would be. I saw P and then I saw L. So yeah, it
So
was.
Polish finale. So that's what you expect when you get 30 Polacks in the finale, man. Okay, nice one, guys, nice one. So 1-0. I have no idea even who won this game.
That was Janusz.
Janusz. I think it was Janusz who won
yeah.
it in the shootout, if you can say it so. On Siegfried line. Okay, let's see how will the progress in the tournament be.
I wonder if we will continue to see this 40p, I guess, spam. You know, the Polish tanks.
Why not,
facing
man?
off
Like,
against
it's
each
a
other.
fun cup. It should be fun. Like, if they can make a final like this,
Yeah, I think.
let's go for the
this might be
engagements
the way
and
that
stuff.
it'll go.
It's gonna be okay for everyone here.
Papa Parian there leading his team, but unfortunately with 0 damage.
Well, he
Not
was
showing by
first one
example.
in the combat.
Yeah.
First one in the choreography also.
So yeah, we might see. Maybe we'll see this engagement in the city now. Maybe, you know, they've entered the match and they've kind of made their stamp with the PL, and well, maybe this is just the April Fool's meme. Slightly
Is
too early.
consider the match rigging.
I wouldn't go that far.
I don't know. I liked it. Like 30 Polish tanks, and the guys making like. Unfortunately, they cannot make a flag because you don't have the colors, you know.
Yeah.
So that's the only problem. But we will see what will they do. Stay tuned for the next round of Siegfried line, and of course after all the matches we will have some like winners of the giveaways and so on. So far so good for Yanush team. They managed to shoot out the guys.
Yeah, but it wasn't the most serious of matches. They managed to pick it up though, but I don't think that's what we really wanted to take away from that. I mean, just the artistry via the tanks, you know, starting to spell out the letters.
Do you remember like how did the American Gold League decide the tiebreaker winners and stuff? They
You can tell me though.
They put them in a field, like on Malinovka, straight field. They pick tanks, like 3 each, and then they drive and start shooting each other, some stuff like that. They line them up and so on. And you can make a shield for your teammate, but you cannot like drive like they were actually making a huge argument how that was actually really well. It kind of reminded me on thing here, you know, so that's why I kind of remembered it when everyone lined up down. Let's see what will the rest of the tournament look now. It does look like the remainder of Polka tanks are coming to effect, so 4 TPs all over the place. This time it's gonna be a city play. Will we see some kind of UFO message first from the upper area, or are they just gonna actually play it and fight for it? That remains to be seen.
I think we're just going to see the fight now. I think we're going to head into the city and maybe a little bit more of a serious engagement after that first initial meme, I guess we could say. But, you know, they're still bringing out the 4 TP spam, showing that the Polish tanks have a decent place in this game. And, yeah, they're just playing the city instead of going out to the field, which is what we said kind of before the game, that this is what probably will happen.
There we go. First victim of Fat and Thinner team is falling. Mumek is down, and I think the rest of the guys from Yanush are actually trying to play some kind of defense, but there is so much HP going down that you can't even see it. Kilic is dead by YOLO Warrior. There is a big exchange on the corners. I don't think anyone is paying big attention to what's going on. They're just like making some kind of crossfires and shooting to whatever appears first on their aim.
Yeah, exactly. With these 40Ps, obviously they have the autoloader, so every tank can load an autoloader at this moment. So the amount of damage potential that can be done in such a short amount of time is quite ridiculous. That it's kind of, well, it's just a hectic, crazy brawl, and Piotr 40k actually manages to pick that up there in that 1v1, and maybe even picks up Milos here, because Milos somehow isn't managing to kill him. Oh, he finally reloads and he does get those shells out, but it looks like Yanush are actually gonna pick this one up there. Demon there on 1 HP. He's gonna try and take out Ruin, but I don't know if he's gonna be able to do that either. So Fat and Thinner, look to be losing 2 games in a row here. So this kind of hectic brawl that just happened across the entire map, I guess they just lost out on the initial trades primarily.
Well, Yanush team is just try-harding a bit more, but that was a classic Milos move, man. Everyone is fighting in the city and he went somewhere on the left. It's just like, guys, whoever played Pro League or watched it ever, like Milos was just that kind of guy sometimes, you know?
So yeah, so that is now Siegfried line. That is what we saw, Siegfried line, and
that
we're
was
now
the
heading to
conclusion
Cliff.
of our great mystery. How will Siegfried line be played? Well, the guys
not very
decided
seriously
for us.
is the answer.
Yeah, not very seriously, but at least it was not 10 minutes waiting to realize what the enemy is doing. So it was fine by me, and the choreography on the start was really, really good. Now, next on a chopping line, what will it be? It will be Cliff, right?
Yeah, Cliff, and well, I mean, this could be very good. You'd assume by what has gone on now, 4 TPs, all going to go to the middle and big engagement. That's what I'd like to see. And I think that's what we will see.
That's what I'm hoping for entire tournament, that we're just gonna see a huge clashes on a cliff and mines and maps like that. Maybe they will even go 1-2 line. Who knows? Like we already saw one engagement there, but it was not a really great one because Milan's team got stuck behind one rock. Like I don't know, like half of his team. But here on a cliff, we will see what will these guys actually decide to do. So far, it was the most balanced map, but Yanush team is leading 2-0, so they took entire Siegfried line. I can't even know, like, is this serious anymore or not? But we're gonna try to make it so. More or less.
Yeah, exactly.
More or less.
As much as is humanly possible.
Well, it is tier 1 tournament, and it is April 1st very soon, so it should be in the spirit, I would say.
I think it's definitely in the spirit.
Mm-hmm. But we can't see the cameras of Papa and the guys, but I'm hoping they're wearing appropriate costumes. Maybe some chicken house and stuff. That I skipped. For unknown reason. Oh well. As far as I can see, they're sticking to the 4 TPs. I mean, I have some kind of inner sight a bit here on the screen, you know? And I don't see them changing the tank, so it could be a YOLO swag. I'm leaking the inside info here now.
Yeah, no, we'll see the actual info, but yeah, the 4TP kind of spam, I think that's going to be a theme that's going to happen throughout this game. Obviously, both the teams are Polish, and they're kind of representing their nation with their nation's tank.
Proudly represent.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's what we're going to see, and it's actually quite good though, because the 4TP has like really different guns as well. You have this like gun that reloads in maybe like 4 or 5 seconds, but does like decent alpha damage, like maybe 40 odd, 50 odd or 60 odd. And then you've just got that pew pew cannon that we've seen a lot of, and you can just hear it as it just rattles against the armor.
All over the place, man. It's the theme of the battlefield at the moment. I don't know, like the Polish guys are showing us some. When the Polish line went out, I was thinking, I know some stuff about history now, I couldn't even remember a single Polish tank I knew. Like seriously, when the line went out, I was like Polish tanks? Seriously? Are there any? Well, I guess World of Tanks had a lot of templates were hidden, what they can show and so on. And 4TP is probably one of the small ones. There is so many of those small tanks I could see. We have like Fortress in Burger Brigade, you know, and there is like really a ton of those small tanks lined up along it. So I've never seen this one as example in my life. Never heard of it even, but who knows? Maybe on some battlefield.
Only been to Tank Fest, so I've seen a few.
Yeah, you've seen
few tanks in real life.
A few. I've been to Kubinka, man, but I haven't seen this one.
Well, not a few Polish tanks that I can remember, but just a few tanks in general in real life.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I also have to just echo what you said. I don't think I'd heard of any of the Polish tanks, but most of them are TPs. That's how they're kind of, and just classified by weight. So maybe primarily prototypes. But anyway, actually, different tanks now. We're going for almost
the traitors of the race. The traitors of the race, seriously.
I don't think they're playing by the rules here. I mean, the 4TPs, I expected more.
Yeah, man, I expected the entire team to play 4TPs. Like, what's going on? Kamil and Papa are betraying the project called 4TP. But there you go. Yanush team is defending on cliff. They're going YOLO swag straight for the middle, while Fat and Thinner did split up a bit. They're taking, like, again, those 2 light tractors on the lower side and everyone else from the upper. But when they faced all those 4TPs with autoloaders, will they actually be able to match them? They do have more HP. Like, look at this. Almost 300 HP more HP just because they have those low tractors. They're like 20 HP more per tank.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the big difference, but as you said, I think the 4TPs are going to get to the middle quicker, and they might be able to kind of reverse that HP deficit that they initially start off with. And as you said, they've got all these autoloaders, and if they can use it to their advantage, then who knows, that maybe that less HP actually won't be a big issue. But it looks like they're going to get to the middle at almost the same time. They're going to slightly get this slower.
That's a big advantage in speed.
They're going to get this slightly slower with the lol tractors, and now they're kind of just in front of the fire line. As you can see, that HP deficit is almost being entirely deleted with these 4TPs. And what? So many shells just coming in. You can just hear the 4TP shells just rattling against the light tractor's armor, and you just don't really know who's actually coming out on top here. It looks as if Yanush, they have the tanks, but they don't have the HP currently.
Well, Mlody did the first blood there, but that was pretty much really well done. There is almost entirely same HP. That means that gained up almost 300 compared to the Fat and Thinner, and they deleted most of these guys now in this strong push. They need to destroy Naras now, which is the only guy standing still in the middle, but that means that they still have to deal with a couple of trench sharp guys from the other side. Will he? Oh, he didn't get a kill. He didn't get a kill on the last guy. Now we have Papa Pavian, Vuya, and Ubauba, whatever his name is.
This game can still go either way though, because Fat and Thinner, they only have 3 tanks, but they're all pretty much full HP, and Yanush has got a lot of tanks on low HP, and I wonder if he's actually got him down to 10 HP. Yeah, exactly. The HP here is fairly imbalanced now, so Yanush, they had that advantage and they've kind of thrown it away now, and everyone's almost a one-shot. I mean, is it Simon? Yeah, he's only on 29 HP. That's not a lot, and they're kind of getting picked off one by one here, and it looks like Fat and Thinner have actually managed to come back in the game, and they're going to pick up their first round here, especially if they're making shots like that count. And another one is there, so they're actually just falling down one by one, and there's only 1 tank remaining now, so Fat and Thinner looks like they're going to pick up this round.
Well, we will see now what happens here. I mean, who is the huge line? I haven't even noticed that person in the previous games. But Vuya should be able to pick it up. And there we go, 2-2-1 for Yanush. And now, will this map entirely go to the guys from Fat and Thin? I really wouldn't know. Was there some code broken in the last map and they decided to break the cap, the pack they had for playing all 4 TPs? Or there was just like some conclusion from the team, hey, this tank is actually good, like we're going to just keep playing it.
It did work for them. I mean, they gave up on that 4 TP spam, and where they actually managed to pick up the round, so
it was close.
Maybe they will continue to do that. I mean,
well, they did win their attack by defending from the YOLO swag from a Yanush team. So the current score is 2-2-1. YOLO Warrior is a leading damage dealer by the 40 TP, 207, and it's pretty much similar damage on the other side once you look at it.
Yeah, there wasn't too much difference here, but the 4 TPs, they had that like initial burst as they all rushed to the middle, but after that initial burst was kind of over and done with, their momentum just slowed down and they weren't able to continue that pressure. And after that, then the battle kind of started to swing against them, and Fat and Thinner actually managed to kind of get their flanks get their tanks around the flanks on the one line. And in the end there, you saw the LOL tractor actually got into the fight and managed to pick up 1, 2, maybe even 3 kills.
Yeah, at the end of the day, all the guys that were sitting in the middle died from the Fat and Thin team, but the 3 guys that were all around the map, they actually survived and dealt with the rest of the forces from Yanush. I mean, Yanush, if they wanted, they actually could have, I think, just like ran away from the middle and tried to play a different kind of game, but those 4 TPs are just set up for a middle brawl, and I don't think it would make any sense. So trying to kill the guys is the only option they really had.
Yeah, I don't think they really want to play that style. Actually, they're kind of playing in contrast to how they've played the rest of this tournament. They're bringing these 4 TPs and they just kind of go in middle and saying, okay, we're going to go fight, instead of playing the kind of strategic, campy gameplay that we've seen them kind of implement throughout this tournament.
Well, we'll see about that. 2-1 at the moment for Yanush team, and they will be playing their defense on their attack on a cliff now. We'll see what's going to happen after that. Like as we said, this is a best of 9 game, so that means first to 5. So one of the teams has to score 5 victories in order to take this tournament.
Yeah, and then obviously, so now we've got Cliff, and then after that we'll go into Himmelsdorf. So we'll definitely see that, and we'll actually see Sand River for the first time in this tournament, because we will now be going, well, unless Yanush managed to take it every single round, we won't see Sand River. But the likelihood is, because these teams seem fairly evenly matched now. We've seen Fat and Thinner manage to, that was a good victory, because they were initially down a lot of HP.
It's a huge difference, man, like 300 HP difference just because their tanks are different than LOL tractors. But LOL tractors are generally set up as snipers, and these guys are gaining that in speed and autoloaders, so they had an advantage when they approached the middle and they started deleting these LOL tractors really fairly. But after that, kind of Fat and Thinner kind of recovered, man, and managed to come back in the game.
Oh, and actually now they've both given up on
Oh-ho-ho.
almost on the full. Well, they've definitely given up on the full 4 TP spam, but
the Polish
there's
pact is
still-
broken.
yeah, there's still 5 coming out here from Multi's team, Multi and Piotr's team.
Well, sounds about right. This is as long as the deals go, you know.
Yeah, an initial kind of maybe meme, maybe the April Fool's joke that we've been waiting for, a preemptive April Fool's joke that is. But I mean, the 4 TPs, they're still, I guess, not too bad because they do obviously have that autoload, and you can see actually that the way they're spreading, they're going with the 5 4 TPs kind of as a squad, a hit squad going on the lower side, and then the rest of the tanks obviously going up.
Well, you can see a couple of guys are not giving up on their 4 TPs, and we can say that half of the team actually can play it here. There is a little squad, as Barry already said. They're going for a 1-2 line. Maybe they will even be fast enough to make a flanking maneuver here before they get shot to pieces when I'm waiting. But now Tsigan already took 1 shell of damage. Here, will he be along? Oh, he's on 37 HP. There is a possibility they will take him out. No, he should be safe now. Matthew, I don't think he can finish him off.
No, and Matthew kind of got a bit lucky there. The shell was absorbed by his tracks as they did manage to hit him on the move. But, you know, this is actually quite a good split here from Yanush. Now they've kind of got the one line. They actually have control of mid because Fat and Thinner have decided they're not actually going to go fight in the mid, even though they did have the tank advantage. They're going to play it kind of a bit more passively, a bit more defensively. And they're just using the buildings, which actually might be quite hard to dig out. But it looks like Yanush have kind of predicted this, or they've seen that there's no guys in the mid. So they know that there's a good chance that Fat and Thin are actually going to be sitting behind the buildings as expected, and they're going to rotate around the hill here, which we have to see how this is going to work for them, because rotating around the hill is definitely the right play because they need to somehow try and dig these people out from behind the bush. But I mean, I don't know if it's actually going to work for them because, as you can see, Camille is waiting here.
Well, I'm hoping they will take over the hill at least with 1 guy, and there is a rotation coming around the lighthouse here. There is a bunch of Yanush guys driving there, but they should be spotted soon. I'm actually not sure how much can Camille do anything about it, because his position is really not that good when they start playing the cooldowns here. And there is no one who can help him. But he's not spotted yet, so he's fine.
Yeah, he's managed to run away, but as you said, once he gets spotted, which if he starts to fire here, I think he will get spotted, and well, then he is very likely to die. But I think he understands that, as you can see, he could actually shoot Yellow Warrior here, so he's just going to sit there and just, sit behind the bush, use his camo, and try and stay alive and stay safe.
Well, there should be at least 1 or 2 guys climbing up on a hill, I think. They need to make some kind of plays there. I don't know how many guys are actually covering that part of the hill, how many guys can actually shoot the climb from the Fat and Thinner team, because it is spotted by 1 guy, but he is actually dropping down. As far as I saw, the tier 1 tank is down, and he abandoned that. They should be able to climb up now.
Yeah, because Wuji there dropped down, and actually Camille was taking 2 blind shots there. You can see Camille's now on half HP, and we could see that...
But there is already 2 victims, like Cheslav and Mlody are dead.
Yeah, one of them was
on
fire
middle.
from Matthew. If you saw, Matthew managed to set someone on fire and pick up the first kill of the game. I'm not sure who that was on, but it was either on one of the 2 tanks from Yanush who are dead. And I think it'd be good to see the Matriarch and Yellow Warrior just start to clear out the bushes. They're doing it, and they have hit Camille. There you go, exactly as I said, that they do manage to finally kill Camille. They've been blind firing there for like the past minute, and they have been doing some damage, and they did manage to kill him in the end. So this is what we saw yesterday as well, that Yanush, they kind of start playing a bit aggressive, and then they just spend a good while of the game just starting to blind fire the positions where they know that the enemies are, and they are doing decent blind damage overall.
Well, the thing is, the guys from Fat and Thinner can just like lay back. They can take some weird positions that you would never take with a tier 10. They don't even have to pre-aim that much on the enemy. They can just wait for their push and then pop up and start shooting the guys who are approaching them and just swipe them out from the face of the earth. But so far, we have almost equal score, like 100 HP advantage for defender, Fat and Thinners, and 2 guys dead from each team. So that's rather equal. But the initiative is on Yanush's team. They just need to find the way how they're going to actually deal with it, because I don't think those 4 TP tanks are actually really good at sniping or something like that.
No, again, I think they were kind of picked for that initial burst at the start of the game. They all went on the win line, and if they were to have come across
Oh,
any of...
Simon is now getting pretty much annihilated in his 4 TP, so he was spotted and shot by a Fat and Thinner team that really widens the gap between them on 300 HP now.
Yeah, 300 HP and the extra tank down. So this isn't looking great. Obviously, they have to attack this as well, but you know, they kind of have a good idea of how to break it. But as you said, the HP and the tanks, I mean, Papa's quite out in the open, but it doesn't look like he's actually going to get punished for that. That's not very good for that. They could have at least done some damage to him there. You could see that he was just sat up on top of the rock, and well, he managed to get back safe without taking any damage at all. And that was kind of an opportunity that they definitely missed out on there.
Well, let's see how is this going on. What idea actually Yanush have how to break this? There is 300 HP gap, which is not a small margin when you're attacking, and I don't see they have any way actually how to connect someone. Most of the guys from Fat and Thinner team are not on really that standard position, so you can just blind shoot them easily. So this map, as it was used yesterday, this is a bit different story because everyone is just moving left or right or playing some kind of cooldown along the lines, and you cannot either spot them or you can actually not connect them.
Yeah, so again, it's kind of turned into, well, a bit of a stalemate, I guess. We've seen this a lot, that teams, they take some aggressive locations. As you can see, Yanush have got, I guess, the majority of the map control. Overall, they kind of have the 8-9 line, but they're not able to kill these lol tractors that are just kind of camped maybe behind rocks, just behind some bushes, because it's very easy. You can see that the push is actually going to come out here, but there's only 3 tanks pushing and one of them is already dead, so there's 2 tanks pushing in the middle. I don't think this is going to work out for them either. They're all going to die, actually. All 3 of them are going to die within 5 seconds, so that push didn't really work out. I guess they were trying to join up with Piotr, but that really didn't work, and Piotr might going to pick up. Yeah, that was a really nice kill actually from Piotr there.
It's disgusting how these tier 1 tanks die so easily and fast, man. Like, no matter what you do, no matter how you play, if you get connected by a couple of guys, that's about that. There is no bouncing shells or whatever. You even don't need really to shoot a gold on those. I think the gold shells on those tier 1s exist only to shoot the higher tiers if you need them ever.
Yeah, and I guess the shell velocity is kind of nice, the increased shell velocity on the premium rounds, but I mean, at this kind of, at this range, it probably does make a difference. But, you know, Scorpion there's got a good mix of his ammo. He's got pretty much a decent amount of all the shells that he can load there. In comparison to Multi, as you can see, he's actually got a fire extinguisher. And I guess that's kind of a nice setup, but obviously he's going without the
He doesn't have a single not premium shell. Like, seriously?
I know.
Wow, man.
That's Multi for you.
Talk about tryhard, but you really actually should need some of the others, but never mind. If he has credits to pay it, why not?
Yeah, this is actually what we thought it would be kind of hard to break, because you could just see that Phantom now, they're just kind of behind the rocks. You saw Pavel there, still full HP, hiding behind the rock and the building, and no one can actually do anything to him. Multi's now going to push in. He's found the one shot, and he's going to get the isolation. He's going to get the kill, and he picks it up for free. So, I mean, this is one minor positive, but in the grand scheme of things, it's probably not going to make a big difference.
New Multi made a play there, and it kind of paid off, but there is still only 1.5 minutes remaining for the rest of the team. So how will you deal with the rest of the deficit of 500 HP? Now New Multi is on 8 HP. As soon as he peeked with his nose up, it was almost blown away.
Yeah, but he might actually be able to pick up reverse there. You can see that he's trying to snipe him, but he just can't find the shell. And if he can find the shell, that's the one shot that, you know, it's not going to make a big difference, but it will allow him to push across his open, because I think reverse now might be able to pick him up. He's just got to get the spots out. But Multi's kind of pushing in there. There's only 70 seconds left, so Multi's just, he knows that he's got to go in, because otherwise they're not going to be able to get through the remaining tanks of Fat and Thinner in the time that they have left. This is actually quite good for Multi, because he did actually get spotted there. That's kind of unfortunate. I thought the bushes would have given him enough cover there so that he wouldn't have got spotted, and maybe then he could have kind of started to farm and start to maybe change the game. But yeah, it looks like Fat and Thinner are actually going to equal this out at 2-2 here.
It does look like that. It does look like Fat and Thinner will respond in taking the entire map back, so it was going to be an equal score. Now, after this map, we will have a chance to see a Himmelsdorf, which is something we've seen a couple of times today. It gives a lot of opportunity to teams how to play, but so far, equal score in a finals game. Fat and Thinner taking the second game on Cliff. I can't even call the first one 2 games, like they played games that much. So they actually took this while they were actually playing. So 2-2 in the final game of the tournament here now, and we will watch Himmels next. As we said, it's best of 9, so first to 5. And I don't know what kind of games you're gonna see anymore. Yeah, will we see some more polka tanks coming in on Himmelsdorf and push with those clippers, or are they gonna stick to more conventional means that we've seen so
I think
far?
I would like to see that, maybe 40 Ps meet in the fountain and
But they don't
give the brawl.
maybe on a hill.
Or the hill, yeah, or the
15
hill.
on 15
I
on
mean-
a hill. I would actually like to see 15 on 15 on a hill.
There's many opportunities of kind of like places that they could meet here. And but yeah, that also means that we're going to see Sand River for the first time, because that means we're going to have to go to the final map here as it's 2-2. So, this game won't be decided after Himmelsdorf. It's going to be decided in either Sand River or Cliff. So, yeah, it'd be good to see Sand River. And as you said, it's just going to be a bit, bit of a peculiar one. We obviously haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how will they deal with that. But first of all, Himmelsdorf and teams need to be ready for that. I'm wondering, like, as I said, what tanks are they gonna use there? What are your guesses? Like Polka 40 Ps?
I don't know. I generally thought that it was going to be 15 40 Ps from each side throughout this entire lineup.
Finals?
The entire finals. I thought after the first 2 rounds that is what we were going to see.
Yeah,
but
I think they gave up on
proven
idea.
wrong.
I think they gave up, unfortunately, on idea too.
Yeah, it wasn't
And that they
try-hardy
will
enough,
just- Yeah, they would just like play it normal.
Yeah, quite possibly. So that's what I thought was going to happen. But maybe they've decided that that they obviously don't want to do that now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Well,
Himmel.
Himmels, the big map, the camping
The
map,
number
the
one.
attack map.
The oldest. I think it is the oldest.
No, actually, Malinoka is.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like when they were making.
Maybe the oldest competitive map?
No. When they were making like first test, it was just like one guy from the company that was even not wargaming at the time, and he made like Malinovka and some KV1 or KV2 or something like that, and those were like the only models they had. And the guys who tested it liked it, so they kind of decided to actually give him resources to try and make a game, and there we go. A bunch of years later,
A little history lesson there.
Yeah, so that's how it started. I mean, I heard
You're
the
like
story.
the father of World of Tanks. You seem to know all this knowledge back from...
You just pick up
back
random
from the
garbage
day
in a
that-
way. That's how it's called, man.
we'll call it knowledge, not garbage. Give yourself some respect.
Dude, like I remember one guy was telling us when they were in some military museum in Minsk, and there was some army colonel hosting them there, and the guy actually played tanks. And he said, like, in one moment, hey, wait, guys, I need to ask you something. So he goes away from the room and comes back, like, with a shell this big and tosses it down on the table. He says, how can I bounce a tank with this?
Yeah. You hear that quite a lot, actually, did you? Yeah, I remember. I mean,
I didn't hear the response from the guys from Wargaming, but,
probably not. Probably quite shocked.
Yeah,
Surprised.
I mean, come on, like ICU, like SU and ICU TDs were actually used to break down the buildings. So they had like those derp guns. When they fired at the building would just like, I saw a documentary video, like they fire a building and it just goes like house of cards like this. It just goes down, man. So various things were used during the wars. Fortunately, we don't have to see that much. At the moment, we are watching our baby tanks tier 1 tournament, cream of the crop, the best of the April Fools, and they're getting ready for Himmelsdorf right about now.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have to watch that, but what we do have to, and what we do want to watch, is this final in Himmelsdorf. So you've got Yanush here on the defense on Himmels, and Fat and Thin are obviously then attacking. So when we jump into that, I mean, we can actually see that they don't have their they've given up on their 4 TP spam.
Well, the game is about to start, so I really hope the screen will shift where it's supposed to be. I mean, I like watching you on a screen, but the game is actually on. And I can tell you that Yanush team is not actually going for the hill. Oh, disappointed.
No, I mean, that's what we hope that initially there might be that maybe even the full 40p from both teams coming out with the spam, and maybe just meet in the middle or meet on the hill, find a nice engagement and go for it. But Fat and Thinner are going for the hill as I believe they did earlier in their attack. I think they did end up going to the hill. But Yanush, they're just kind of playing actually how they played earlier as well. They're spreading across the 1-2 line, spreading a few tanks in the middle and some tanks kind of towards the eastern side of the map, but just spreading across and I guess setting up quite defensively.
Well, Fat and Thinner here are spread out so they cannot get capped. That's a smart move. That's a really nice lollipop for you. The rest of the guys are climbing on a hill and hoping to find an enemy engagement as they did in a previous match. But we need to see what are actually Yanush guys doing. It does look to me that like they're just, spread out all over the place and camping a bit. I don't know how will actually they respond with forces like this if they get a hard push from the hill. I'm really not sure can they even survive something like that, because if the guys come from the hill and then they go toward the 8th line, those two guys down can only peek, do 1 or 2 shells and then run away. But if they get chased, they're gonna get annihilated because there is so many guys on the other part of the map.
Yeah, I think what they want to do, you can see that they've got kind of 6 tanks waiting on the 6-7 line. So if tanks do push down from the K line, you can see that now they actually have 4 guns waiting, pre-aimed. And if they push down the other avenue from the hill, so that kind of winding path that comes out along the H line, they actually have 2 guys pre-aiming that. So what they're going to then do is, if Fat and Thin then decide to push, they might only see 2 tanks at one. If they only push one way, they're only going to see 2 tanks at any one point, maybe 3. So then they might only think that, they've only got 2 tanks here, let's push on them. But then actually they've got a whole group of tanks down there. I mean, 7 or 8 tanks there? So I think that's the plan. They're just going to spot them out, maybe try and lure them in, see if Fat and Thinner are going to take the bait, and then they're going to pounce.
Well, Matthew and Voya are trying to play eyes for their team, so they're progressing ahead, trying to do some proxy spots, to peek, to sense out the certain traps that can be done by enemy team, while the rest of the guys are descending from the hill down. Now we will see actually the moment of truth when it comes in 10-15 seconds. Oh, there you go, the first spot is there, so they know there is an enemy lineup, or 3 or 4 tanks there. But they know where there is only a couple of guys there. They know that that is not the only thing that can wait for them.
Yeah, you can see that Matthew made that peak there and it didn't go well for him, but you can see this fire line set up from Yanush, and I think Fat and Thinner are going to actually push around this corner, and whoever goes first is going to receive a lot of damage if they're not very careful here. And you can see they're slowly peeking around the corner, and they actually managed to spot each other, but no damage is exchanged. So quite surprising, but I guess good spotting from Fat and Thinner as they managed to get out that information without receiving anything for it.
Well, if they line up enough tanks, they can actually push this corner, but the thing is, those 2 guys can do a couple of shots, then run away and join forces with the rest of the 3. As we said already, when you have already 5 or 6 tanks somewhere on a map, that's a critical mass that can kill much more tanks than they have in numbers from the guys that are attacking them. So at the moment, it does look like Fat and Thinner are actually backing off with a couple of guys. Maybe they're just backing them off to rejoin them. I don't know, man. It does look like it's mostly the guys with lower HP that are doing it.
You can see there's 6 tanks waiting here. Puma's cat has decided, he doesn't want to fight anymore. He just wants to go and hide. So he's
I'm gonna go to house.
Yeah, he's gonna go in his house and just hide away from the fighting. Bit of a pacifist approach here. He's just.
Maybe he found some nice bed, man, to take a nap while he's waiting for the push.
You can see he's just trying to reverse in there. I mean, it's not really going to do him any good, but I guess while he's waiting for his team to relocate and then push in, I mean, why not, right? And Miloš here just trying to scout out, see if any of the tanks are going to be maybe sat around the cap, just defending their cap. He's going to actually destroy some of the barriers that he'd have to shoot through if he does want to shoot this corner, and I don't even know if he'll spot any tank that is there. You can see he fired and he didn't actually get spotted, but that's because no one's peeking at him.
Well, there is a lot of stuff you can always see on Himmelsdorf. It's much better than when in old times people were defending it with 15 mouses and stuff like that. But Tier 1 Cup certainly brings up some different questions. How is it played? 5 or 6 tanks in a trap here. They're all waiting on a corner. The rotation from Fat and Thinner is really slow, and it's really not bringing the fruit at the moment. There is 4.5 minutes remaining. The HP is approximately the same. It's just like 100 HP difference. And there you go, the final push coming in here. They're going for the cap. Actually, that's the, I don't know, man. That's like the center of the enemy jaws.
Yep, this is, if they keep pushing the way Camille is doing,
Did they make a mistake in judgment where the enemy actually is?
I don't like this, because yeah, as you said, if Camille does push in, they're now going to push right down the middle of
this
the
could
Yanush
be actually
defense.
good. This could actually be a good play because they can bypass these guys and pressure the other side of the battlefield, which is kind of more stretched up, you know? Like, this could actually really pay off, man.
It seems that's the way they are going. Originally, I thought that they might actually try and push with Camille towards the cap, and that would have been absolutely disastrous because they would have walked into a massive crossfire. But as you said, yeah, this has actually turned out to be a good play because they haven't done that, and they've realized that there were a couple of tanks at the close range, and they've decided to go all the way over to the other side of the map, and they've actually managed to do this basically for free. So they've actually got some more information here. Yoluwari and Mumek, they've got the proxy spot out there. So now they're going to go around, and I mean, Camille, they actually didn't manage to land that shot, which is kind of disappointing, and he receives 1 in return for it. But this is good because Fat and Thinner know where, like, at least 2/3, maybe even 3/4 of the enemy team are. And here we go, the first kill from Lodi.
Well, we can see the first victim fall there, but Yanush still didn't win this kind of engagement. Evil Granny now falling, so that means that Yanush actually adopted well. They ran away from the initial positions and they're making additional crossfires here. Mlody is still keeping an eye on that rail, so no one can flank them from that side, while the other guys just balled up and they're waiting in a crossfire. I mean, this is a heavy duty machine gun kind of strategic defense. That's the term we said, right?
Yeah, strategic defense as opposed to disgusting camping. I think that's what I like to say. Strategic defense.
Come on, Yanush boys, you can do better than this.
But yeah, Fat and Thinner now. I think they've lost. They've obviously lost 2 tanks, and Yanush haven't lost any. But the HP is obviously not in their favor, so they're kind of they're definitely very cautious about continuing to push in. And Papa Parring is almost half of his HP deleted there in 1, maybe even 2 shots.
It doesn't look like the Fat and Thinner have the key which will unlock this lock here on Himmelsdorf. I don't think how will they actually manage to come through in this attack. It doesn't look like they have any idea where to push. They're now rotating toward the rail. They're gonna probably take out Mlody soon, but that's only one guy, man, and there is like 2 minutes to deal with other 14.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like the push will now come in on the 1-2 line. We initially thought that it might come in on the 3-4 line as Camille was leading his team over to the side of the map. But finally, with less than 2 minutes left, they're actually going to make a push. But as we can see, they don't have a lot of HP and they don't even have the tanks anymore. They've already lost 3, and I can see 4 or 5 guys now. They're all on one-shots for Fat and Thinner, and if they manage to focus them out, this is going to go down very quickly for them.
Ruin Ordovik and Pavel are playing the corners against Ketzai, Call Me Piotr and New Multi. They are actually doing well there, but the rest of the team is falling apart left, right and center. There is 500 HP advantage for Yanush team because they made a counter-attack from the other side of the map, and they're closing in on all the blue dots on the map. You can see them disappearing one by one, and there is no help whatsoever for them. 60 seconds to go, and the game is just ending for them.
Camille just gets absolutely swarmed by Siegen, Mumek, Piotrix. And as you said, yeah, there's nothing really left to do for Fat and Thinner now. There are 3 tanks over here. You've got Odo, Wuju, and Scorpion. And they're just going to get swarmed on, and they are attacking, obviously. So, I mean, Yanush don't even need to kill these guys. They could sit back and just let the timer run out, but they go in for blood. They want to get the kills, and it looks like they're going to get it with 34 seconds remaining here.
Well, the defense was sturdy, the defense was strong. Not very entertaining to watch by that, but still, it's a tactics day, it's survival to win. And it goes 3-2 in result for Yanush, taking first round on Himmels or the defense. And next one will be when they are attacking, so we will see how will actually Fat and Thinner respond to this. Like, will they play passive also? Will they go for offense and try to do something on Himmelsdorf? I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, we have seen, obviously, on the defense, people do tend to...
Lately, just camping.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of the course of the day and even of the tournament, actually. And
yesterday we saw teams who were playing Brave, but they didn't last long.
yeah, I mean, we remember the winners, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, they were playing a much slower style. I mean, nothing too special on the damage. Obviously, you can only see that there were 5 kills by that is Miloš's team and Papaparian and Camille's team, so only 5 kills. So again, we've seen that actually the kills have been very kind of one-sided games. They haven't been too close here.
Yeah, Yanush team, like, I mean, they won with like 1k HP advantage. That's like 50% HP they had in the start. Even more.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
So the game was
That's kind of how the game's
not close.
Yeah, that's kind of how the course of this final has been going. Usually not even the defending team, but the winning team has been winning it quite outright. It's not really been a struggle as we've seen in some of the other games, for example, that we've had today.
I'm just hoping that guys maybe come to arrangement and go push the hill again, but I don't think it's going to happen. It does look like the Polish pact broke, and every Polish team for himself. I
think after the first map, they had a bit of a joke, maybe a bit of a early April Fool's joke, and now kind of getting down to the business, and I think they kind of want to win this for their streaming communities.
It did look like all business on Cliff already, you know.
Well, as if they've kind of come out and they want to now win this. As you said, they kind of gave up on their 4TP spam, maybe the jokes that we had earlier in Siegfried Line, and then now bring out kind of the normal.
Does that mean
strategies?
that Polish think that Polish tanks are inferior? Yay, guys! I don't see you picking them anymore.
But yeah, as you said, the LOL tractor is kind of the.
You're playing German machines.
Yeah, the German engineering is superior. So maybe that is the case, but yeah, the LOL tractor definitely seems to be the number one pick currently.
Seriously, I think it's like 3/4 of the tanks played throughout the tournament. Like,
yeah, maybe even more.
Maybe even more. We saw T1 Cunningham's, but yeah, this is like by far the most. And today we saw a total of 1 MS1. I remember that. Like one
yesterday
Russian.
we saw quite a few MS1s actually. There was
today only 1.
Sometimes even 2 or even 3 in some of the games. We even saw 3 Otsus in one game yesterday.
Yeah,
by Burger Brigade. But not today. The LOL tractor is number 1. 29 out of 30 tanks here are LOL tractors. This kind of reminds me of the 754 days when it was T54 and T54 lightweight. T54 lightweight over and over again. But this is a different kind of lightweight down at Tier 1. So again, we can see that Yanush pushing with 9 tanks. I think maybe they even have one guy AFK at A5. Maybe he'll load back in and maybe he can help his team in the late game. But Piotr 40k there taking somebody damage almost down to a one-shot actually.
Major push here by Yanush on the second line here. Something they did yesterday, if you remember, they actually won Himmelsdorf attack by capping from this side. But this did look like Fat and Thinner actually expected this. They already dropped Demon. Miloš finished him off, and Mumek and a couple of guys are actually in a hotspot now because they cannot move left or right. They're stuck. But Fat and Thinner are not controlling the map. They don't have anyone on 8 lines, so there is no one to actually finish them off. They did lose that initial 200 HP and 1 tank, but they can still recover from it by rotating on other side and maybe trying to approach the enemy differently.
Yeah, this push, as you said, didn't really work out here on the 1-2. They've gained a few positions, but nothing really major because they had to give up so much HP and even 1 tank just to do it. As you saw that Miloš managed to pick up the first kill of the game there. And I mean, now what do they really do here? Because they may not know that Fat and Thinner are actually almost all camping in this. They are actually all camping on the western side of the cap, kind of in this quarter of the southwestern quarter of the map here. But they've obviously seen that there are a decent amount of the Fat and Thinner tanks here because they've taken damage from all of them. You know, Piotr 40k is on a one shot. You've got C3 only on 27 HP. And Lackey on half HP as well. And they've lost a tank because of it as well, just for pushing into this corner, and they didn't gain any position, and as you said, they've lost the HP, and it's not really been a good start from Yanush. And the favor of the battle, I guess, is definitely in Fat and Thinners currently.
Well, they did get some info, but the problem is they also have a couple of guys on one shot, Piotr 40k and Mr. A lot of lines in a row. Can I call him Snack? No, we have
Who?
already. You see the huge line, 27 HP.
Oh, C3, I think, is his name after the many underscores.
What's his name after
C3, yeah.
C3. Okay, finally I see it. Okay,
You're just gonna call him
enlightenment.
underscore?
Yeah, I just want to call him like Snake or something like that. Snack.
No, he can't be the snack. As you said, we already have a snack.
Yeah, we have the Snack,
The snack.
aka Shockish. Well, Mumek and
Snackish.
Snackish. Mumek and C3 and Piotrix are actually looking after each other there on 2-line, while the rest of their team are trying to progress from the church area. There's gonna be like a kind of a push in this moment, and when it happens, it's gonna all envelop really fast because Fat and Thinner tanks are pretty much balled up together in one place. So the only way to break this is actually to go hardcore brawl with them. There is nothing to be gained from any kind of sniping because there is no one to snipe.
Yeah, exactly. This fight is gonna kind of happen in one or two kind of mine brawls. You can actually see that the Lord Tractor in the cap has actually knocked down some trees, I think. He's actually maybe able to hide here. I wonder if we can see. Yeah, we can see a bit closer.
He is,
up.
and he cannot be
I wonder if that
spotted.
will give him enough camo. It actually looks like quite a big tree, so it probably will provide him with a decent amount of camo. That's like good use of the surroundings to give him a better position there. And actually, if they do push in here, you know, Sigan, Piotr, Multi, and Matriarch, if they push in down this line, they're going to get spotted early as well. And I wonder if they will spot him in return. I wonder if they've, you know, tested that out, see if how far away he gets spotted, and if he can hide there almost indefinitely, I guess.
I'm sure Uboba is safe there. And if he has some time, maybe he can even run away in those ribs and arches of the church, you know, and hide his tank there. But there you go, the final push is in, led by Tiger 76, a new multi right next to him. They're pushing into the forces of Kamil and the rest of the guys. There is a big brawl going on right there in that little street. This is really ridiculous how many tanks can fit
I
there.
don't think he's going to fire. You know, I think he knows if he fires, he's going to die until...
I think he's going to fire when he sees people on one shot.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to start finishing them there.
Just wait for Multi to become a bit lower, maybe even Tiger, and then he can maybe pick up one, maybe even 2 kills, and that would be very good for him. But also, think about all the information he's getting out here. He's keeping these guys perma-spotted, so the Fat and Thunder can now flex around,
There you go,
try
he
and
started
find some
shooting
gaps.
now. Because there is nothing to lose, there is a backup from his team coming from the lower street. Now, did you even see him?
Yeah, he did get spotted.
He
but,
did get spotted, okay.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
no one wants to challenge him because he's on full HP, and, well, most of the Yanush guys, well, only one of them has HP, or full HP on this T1, but he's not in the fight. As you can see, I think he's coming down the hill, so he's going to be getting some flanking shots, but he's going to be getting into the fight too late to make any big impact in this battle.
Well, Piotr managed to drop Milos, and Simon managed to drop one of the guys from Yanush Timals, but it's not really enough because Fat and Thinner are still in the lead for 200 HP. Milos, Scorpio, and Vuja are dead, but there is 5 guys dead for Yanush team, and it does look like it's a stalemate here because they don't have a single guy except Mlody, who is on 100 HP, and Mlody on his T1 just took an initiative,
But he got
taking
2
out
kills though,
2
so-
kills, no less.
Exactly, those 2 kills, you said he managed to flank in his T1, he came all the way down from the hill, and he made that long flank, but he did finally get 2 kills, so, I mean, it took him a while to get into the fight, and eventually he did lose a decent amount of HP now, only on 45, but, you know, he managed to get 2 kills, so that's a decent impact, but maybe it'll be too late, because now the enemy team know that he's there, so you can't make the repeats on maybe Matthew or Naras. So it's kind of a bit of a stalemate here. Yanusha now, they can't really push in. They don't have the HP. They have they have about half the HP. And they don't even have a tank advantage. I think they have 1 less tank overall. So Fat and Thin just kind of need to hold the line here. And they should actually be able to win this one. And that would bring it to 3-3. And that would see us going into Sand River.
Well, Fat and Thinner are holding their camp. There is 3 minutes remaining, but Yanush still have a chance. Like, if they manage to pull out some decent plays, they might turn the game over. There is only 1 guy on the map, actually, now on 100% HP. It's Pavel in his LOL tractor. The rest of the guys are all damaged. There is only one, like Matthew and Solenopsis. who can actually do something next to him. Everyone else is more or less on one shot from the Fat and Thinner team. The situation is even worse in Yanush's team. There is not a single guy that's like above 50% HP there.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's on low HP because it's been a long kind of fight from both teams here. So, I mean, I don't know what Yanush are actually thinking about how they can potentially win the game. You know, it's obviously going to be difficult considering they have about half the HP of Fat and Thinner, and it's going to be a difficult kind of engagement to win. But you can see they're very stationary now. I think they maybe have even lost the hope that they can win this game, which would be unfortunate if that is the case, because they're not really moving around. They're not kind of like probing for extra information. That's good from Lackey though, you know. Pavel misses that shot there, so again, just chipping away at that HP deficit that is there. But Lackey actually goes down because he missed that first shot, so that's kind of disappointing. And actually that's on 2 tanks now with Yolo Warrior going down, and Lolly's not going to be able to make it in the caps. There's 3 tanks going down from Yanush, and this looks like the game is almost wrapped up because Piotrix actually goes down again. So yeah, this isn't really looking good. We've got Sigan left on 4 HP, and everyone's almost a one shot other than Mumek. So it looks like Fat and Thinner will close it out with 75 seconds to go.
Yeah, I guess they tried the last hand they had, you know, to sneak a couple of tanks in a cap and make the cap pressure going, because there was no way for them in hell to win the fight itself. But it didn't really work out because the guys from Fat and Thinner were expecting it and waiting for it. Now they're just mopping up the last tanks remaining. It's like Mumek and C3 remaining alive, and that's not gonna last for a long while. I mean, there is also 50 seconds till the end, so whichever ticks first, that's how the game is gonna end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Mumek now getting in the corner. He's got his 200 damage, but he's looking at Puma's cap, but there's actually 3 guys behind him, and I think he's finally been made aware of it. And yeah, he's going to get taken out actually by Puma's cat. So 3-3, fairly even game as we kind of predicted overall from the start. We thought they would be a fairly evenly matched, and it's proven to be the case.
Even Steven here, 3-3, and last map will be played as a Sand River. There is a chance for a team actually to take 2 rounds here, because I don't think any of them have really big idea how to play it.
Yeah, I mean, Sand River definitely an unknown factor here. It'll be the first time we'll have seen this map in this tournament, and I mean, Milos coming out with 300 damage there.
It's quite an interesting map to come for a last, because they will all just have to think on a spot what to do.
Yeah, exactly. None of them have played this map, and I
could see it. Nothing.
I don't think they have really trained for kind of this tournament, and there was a big obviously map pool, so they're kind of just gonna have to take it as it comes and maybe just adapt on the fly to what's going on.
There is a lot of lessons you can take from the higher tier games here, how to play Sand River, but without artists and everything, of course, you can only count on some angles of the shooting you can know. But once you put in equation that this is tier 1 tanks, so small tanks, smaller view range, harder to spot and everything, a lot of them just drops to the water, because you can just stick a tank in some hole here, which you cannot even stick a turret of a tier 10 tank, you know?
Yeah, exactly. What you usually see actually at tier 10 is you go to the mosque on Sand River. You can, you know, there's like the big minaret that everyone
you can
kind
put
of
entire
goes
team
play
there.
around. Yeah, and you've got this kind of little destructible village around that whole mosque.
And there is bushes around the mosque.
Yeah, so at tier 1 it could be a completely different engagement, because usually you'd maybe send 1 tank there because that's all you can fit there. But as you said, at tier 1 you might send 3, you might even send 5 players just all around the buildings, and there could be a very big engagement kind of at the start around the middle, because as well most teams aren't going to snipe. You might actually see the MS1 maybe, usually see the STIV kind of camping at the like K0J0 position.
I think they're going to
watch
stick
the
to
middle.
the LOL tractors because they make reliable spotters in case people die, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
and they're a bit faster than MS1, so I think they just chose it because of that, because if they miss 1 shell, they just shoot another anyways.
Yeah, they've probably given up on that
It's
45
like
or the 4
click, click,
TP
click, click, click,
stam.
click. Yeah, I don't think 4 TPs will be in... I mean, if they want to play it serious, I don't think the 4 TPs will be used here.
Yeah, and we are obviously getting down to the serious end of, well, this game and the tournament. Obviously 3-3 now, and this is the final, so best of 9. So, yeah, whoever takes this first round will be on the match point as well, and the championship point, I guess.
Like, does it even matter here who is defending on Sand River? I'm not sure, actually, because there is a lot of ways to deal with it.
it doesn't maybe matter too much because obviously both teams are going to have to defend 3-3. So if you defend first, it might be slightly in your advantage, but then you're only going to have to attack straight after. So I mean, whatever advantage you have is kind of just
No, I'm just like thinking in myself, like some maps are biased, like Defender is much easier on some maps, but I'm thinking like Sand River, the right side of the map, the one cap where we see now Yanush will be. The question is like, is that side even that much better for Defender on tier 1?
I think it probably, I guess that's the question. On tier 1, it probably is a better place to defend Sand River. You know, if you're defending on Sand River, you probably would, I'd say you have an advantage. But yeah, the question is at tier 1, because it's a whole kind of new environment and engagement down at this the lowest of tiers.
You have to be really imaginative when you play stuff you're not used to and you don't know how it functions, which is more or less tier 1. So most of these players, while playing the tournament so far, they got a grasp how easy can tanks die, that where can they peak, how much they can peak, and how to spot with those tanks, you know, because everything works a bit slower, a lot slower. The guns are not as accurate, but you die much easier and faster than with anything else.
Yeah, and you can see Multi actually went forward, and maybe he was hearing what you say. He dies quicker than any other tier, and he actually turned around, and I'm not sure, is he actually just going to sit in this bush there? It looks like it. But this is potentially the issue is Sand River, even at tier 10, it's kind of hard to cover the entire map. So at tier 1, it just makes things very difficult, and you can see Fat and Thinner have kind of split into, well, almost two groups actually. They got kind of this small northern platoon of just like 3 tanks going together, and then the bulk of their force is in the south, and they've got just another kind of platoon of tanks, 3 tanks spread out along the middle, like two on top of the dune in the middle of the map, and the one kind of around that mosque area that we were talking about earlier. And YOLO Warrior actually using those bushes that we haven't seen before, and as you said, we've got some of these lol tractors just in the middle trying to get some information, but spotting at this range is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this. Like, you need to take control of the middle, same as in tier 10. You need a couple of tanks on the upper side of the map, so you have different angles of shooting and maybe approach from this side. But like, you cannot really march forward with these tanks and try to shoot anything. You know, like pushing that K line would be bottom line suicide.
Yeah, exactly, because you're actually not going to get spotted. I don't think Scorpion will get spotted when he peeks here.
Zuba even spotted? I didn't notice. Like, he's on half HP, same as Matthew.
Yeah, he was. And Piotrix actually did manage to spot Scorpion there, so that's interesting. I didn't think that would happen. I thought they would be too far away, but obviously if you set up your binos, clearly they have the view range to spot each other. And I thought it was a lot further away, but I was wrong. And Matthew now blind firing onto Piotrix's position, but he's already fallen back. So those blind fires aren't going to connect. And Yanush have now just kind of like fallen back to an even more compact and defensive location and position than they originally had. And Miloš actually already wants to push the fight here, and I don't know if this is going to work out for him. He's obviously got a lot of support, but once he gets a bit closer, it's going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting there will be a spotter here, maybe even differently placed than Piotrix, someone with a camonet that can just wait with binos and see is anyone trying to advance for other people to shoot. But I guess like the cooldowns are not the same, because tier 1 tanks here have to peek entirely so they can shoot something.
Yeah, you can see reverse 40k actually reversing just to try and get his tank maybe a bit higher, just to see what he can shoot. But Mlodi, this is actually a really, I thought it was a really strong position, because you see that position used at maybe the tier 10 format. You see that tanks go to K0 and they're kind of in this dune where it's going to be hard to dig them out, and especially at this tier we don't have any artillery, so trying to deal these tanks like any damage, it's going to be a lot more difficult. You can see there's the main force of Fat and Thinner here, all trying to just fire at any bushes or anything that they have. They don't have very many spots here, but they're not really connecting much, and they're actually taking a decent chunk of damage overall.
Well, there is approach from the Fat and Thinner team. There is about 200 HP. 150 HP on advantage of Yanush, which means nothing. The more important is that most of their tanks...
You could see that blow up in the distance.
Yeah,
actually.
you could actually see that one. That's a nasty one, and a big advantage for Yanush now coming in, because most of their tanks are really on high HP. We have a lot of damaged guys in Fat and Thinner team, although the HP is not that far apart from one another. To make it actually work advantageous would, I don't know, be a miracle here. Because you would need to have such an advantage in a crossfire. The difference between, I mean for me, the main difference behind obvious things like the size of a tank and so on. In a tier 10 game, you can make a use of your armor. So if you get a tank in some really good cooldown position, you can actually make a big difference with the player skill. But here, if you get a tier 1 tank in any position, there is no such thing as cooldown.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you need to really play together as a kind of a team, a unit more than the individual, because that's what really matters, is the kind of more the positions and the crossfires that you can create, instead of the individual kind of personal heroic plays. That we have seen a few of them in the other games that can actually like change and win the game for you, but overall it comes down to the kind of team split, and that's what really wins you the game.
It comes to spotting and crossfires.
Yeah.
Everything we've seen so far comes to spotting and crossfires.
Yanush there is only on 14 HP, so he's really got to be careful here. You can see that he doesn't really want to peek too much, and I think Lodi actually and C3 there are behind bushes and ready to punish Milosh if he does peek. This is why he's just kind of sitting here waiting. There's now 4 minutes and 15 seconds left, so Fanthinit, I mean, this is going to be pretty hard for them. They've only got 1,100 HP against 1,500 of Yanush, and it's going to be difficult to push these defensive locations, especially when there's so much HP and, not even with a full 15 of the enemy team in front of you.
Well, Tier 1 Fiesta continuing on this Sand River. The heavy camp on the lower side of the base by Yanush. It doesn't seem it's going to be broken by the Fat and Thinner team. And we have 3 minutes and 40 seconds and about 400 HP of lack on Fat and Thinner team. So I don't see they have actually idea what to do about this. Like, they're trying to do a lot of blind shots, but I don't see any kind of concrete plan here.
Yeah, and those blind shots haven't been very effective at all. I mean, you can see Ruin actually getting spotted there by Yoda Warrior, and this is a good position. Actually, Ruin pushes over, so it looks like, the final and the big push from Fat and Thinner is going to come in here, and they're already 500 HP down, so I wouldn't expect this to work out for them, but they've kind of got no other choice, and Yoda Warrior does get spotted out, so that trade between him and Ruin actually becomes equal now, as they're both down to half HP, and Reverse is pushing in here again, but he's just getting taken out, and Scorpion gets taken out by C3 from range as well. So this is really not looking good for Fat and Thin, and now 600 HP down.
Well, 15 tanks are still in the game for Yanush team, and Fat and Thinner, as you already said, are on pretty much one leg left here. I mean, they have 4 guys dead and everyone else is damaged except Ordovik, who is the only one guy with 100% HP in his team. And it's not going to really work out much because the guys in Yanush are just holding the great crossfire in couple of positions here. And then most of them are not in spotting. They just dropped 3 more guys from Fat and Thinner team. Puma's head is kind of trying to do some solo play there, man. But I think there will be a couple of guys coming for his head in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can see he's actually getting swarmed here. Demon drops down. He's looking for blood. Is he going to pick it up or not? They're about the same HP, but he's in a much better location. And actually, his teammates come to support him, so they're now kind of just going for the cleanup. They're looking for Naras now, who's kind of in this riverbed, and he's completely surrounded. You can see all around. He doesn't really know where to go. He's trying to make the shots, but overall, obviously, it's not really going to count for anything. Piotr, again, just bringing in that extra arm of going around, and he's actually going to try and flank these tanks up at A0 if he can continue to move. I think, is he stuck there, or is he has he just maybe given up? I'm not too sure. I think actually Fat and Thinner have given up because they pushed in on the 0 line, and it didn't work out for them since they died.
Well, Solenopsis was the last guy to fall for the Fat and Thinner team, and that makes a match point for Yanush team. They are leading currently 4-3 in this final game. As we said, best of 9, first to 5. So if they win the next game, attack on Sand River, they will take the tournament, and new multi-show will have 300k gold to distribute to either half to the fans and the rest of the team, I guess, or everything to the fans, like depending what kind of agreement they already have.
Yeah, exactly. And
Plus some kind of goodies.
yeah, I think they'll get some mice, keyboards, maybe mouse pads. I'm not too sure what other goodies they'll get.
There's some like headsets and so on. Bunch of stuff.
So not too well. You can see the damage actually was pretty disappointing from
Fat and Thinner team, yeah.
yeah, exactly, Fat and Thinner.
Even Papa did 0 damage on this one.
And Camille.
And Camille. Oh, wow.
And Milos. Oof.
Oh.
Fame really not showing good here.
All the MVP candidates did 0.
Yeah.
What can you do? So 4-3 for them. As I said, if Yanush wins the next round, it's gonna be a match and GG. If they manage to, if Fat and Thinner manage to make a defense on Sand River, which doesn't look that hard watching from this match.
No, exactly. I think that, as we said, there's
a high chance of
definitely
tiebreaker.
a bias towards the Sand River defense, especially at this low tier. And that just the sheer distance that you have to go and travel, for example, on the K line, it makes it very difficult to survive at this tier. Because you said you don't really have any armor, and if you're going to travel for that long, because you were going so much slower, the chances that you actually get hit are very high. And obviously, you only need to take maybe 3 hits, 4 if you're lucky, and you're going to die. So, yeah, there's definitely a defending bias as we've seen actually throughout the whole tournament. But specifically on Sand River, I think. And yeah, as you said, maybe we'll be heading to Cliff, and maybe then they'll actually bring out that 4 TP and they'll just both go middle and see what's going to happen.
Maybe if they come to tiebreaker, we'll see 30 TPs clashing in the middle again. I would actually like to see that. That would be a nice fitting end to the tournament. But we first have to see what's going to happen on this Sand River. We cannot scratch out the chances of Yanush to actually win the attack here. It's not unheard of. It's the map everyone plays the first time. But it does look like they found a decent defense in this short amount of time. And I think the guys from Fat and Thinner can just learn from that and copy-paste the parts of it.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult to hold the defense, but as you said, there might be something special coming up. But, we haven't seen that. Obviously, we've only seen Sand River for the first time in the last game, but we haven't really seen, special kind of, strategies or any sort of, memes. You said maybe some boosts or anything like that. We haven't really seen that this tournament, so I wouldn't expect that to come out now. But if there ever was a time to bring out maybe a special strategy when you're on match point, this would be the time. But I don't really see that happening.
I don't think they even knew that they would play Sand River today, so
yeah,
I don't think they had time to prepare anything that special.
It was quite a large map pool, but actually you can see once we do head into the game that there's a decent mix of tanks here, something a bit different. So maybe there will be something special, because you can see that there's a mix of the 4 TPs, LOL tractors, and actually 2 T1s. We haven't seen that mix before.
Yeah, it does look like Yanush are trying to make some new kind of play here. So having so many 4 TPs and T1s means they need to rush somewhere. Like LOL tractors are support tanks mainly. It's really hard to rush with them. But unless, of course, both teams are playing like the same fashion. But this amount for 4 TPs, they're faster. T1s are also faster than LOL tractors. So I guess they will try to do something super proactive and maybe see, if it goes, it goes, man.
Yeah, but I think as well, if you bring those, that number of 4 TPs, what's that, 6, 7 maybe? I'm not too sure.
They might push the middle, Yeah, exactly. Exactly this.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. It kind of telegraphs that you're going to go for an aggressive play somewhere. So doesn't that just make the defending team here, Fat and Thinner, kind of say, wait, hold up, we're not going to send a guy aggressive anywhere alone, because obviously the chance that he can get pushed is so much greater. And as you can see,
they already spotted them.
I think they might get destroyed as they push in here, because you can see how much distance they have to travel. There's already 1 tank down, and Ruin picking up the first kill, make that the second kill from Scorpion here, and this is just could be a very, very quick round, because they have to travel such a far distance and they just have no armor.
This is like a shooting gallery at the fair or something like that, man. They lost 5 tanks before they even reached the first rock, and they're still counting. I think entire invading team died except Matriarch. He's the only guy surviving down there.
Yeah, and I think we are heading to the tiebreaker. It looks like it at the moment. I mean, Yolawari now making some questionable peaks up top, and he gets taken down by Matthew. And it looks like there's going to be this counter push here from Fat and Thinner, and they've managed to clear out the middle of the map. So it looks like now they're just going to make their way around to the south and see if they can, clear this game up pretty quickly. And this will be, I think, maybe even the quickest round that we have actually seen in this matchup. So we're around only 2.5 minutes. There's only Mumek left and Kekaj there. So Mumek is going to go down here. You can see he's just getting shot out multiple times here, and Kekaj has just said, you know what, I don't think I'm going to be able to carry this game, and he goes down as well. So that was around 2 minutes and 15. Definitely the second quickest game actually.
Yeah, we had 1 to 10
tournament. Yeah,
we had yesterday one game that was played 2 minutes and 10 seconds. This was almost on that level.
Yeah, I think this was. I mean, everyone died, I think, after about 2 minutes 12. But obviously, the game ended a few seconds after. And, surprising.
That was quick. Let's go play Cliff. Cheers, mate.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, you don't have a cough button on these ones.
Nope, unfortunately I don't. Sorry, apologies for that.
So, there we go. We can see the damage Fiesta coming in here. Camille did, what? 373 spotting?
Yeah. He did a good job there. As you said, he spotted the push that came in, and I mean, not too much more you could expect.
Seriously, man, like we saw, you remember what we spoke. Like, it was not even entire team shooting and in those like 7 or 8 takes advancing, and they lost 6 or 7 of them before they even reached the rock. That's how easy these tanks die, and you don't even need a high amount of tanks shooting them. So that's a humongous difference between this and tier 10, because even in tier 10 you cannot kill these tanks so fast.
In tier 10 you wouldn't really want to make that push, but you could have made that push.
If
you would have survived.
They would still not die this fast. They would maybe die later, but it would take time and time and time. And here on approach you might kill maybe 1, 2 if you're lucky, not 6 or 7 in 10 seconds.
Exactly, and now we're here. Well, that brings us to the tiebreaker, and I wonder who will be defending here. We'll find out very shortly, I guess. Maybe
it's a coin toss, I guess. So we will know. But I don't think on Cliff that actually in last games we noticed it does matter when you're camping super professionally pro. It does matter. So we will see, because they didn't win a single round on Cliff.
Yeah, but we have seen Yanush actually win on the attacking side on Cliff. We saw that they brought out a good like blind firing, blind shooting display kind of on the tanks that were sat at the back there. They were doing multiple hundreds of damage on tanks that they couldn't even see because they knew that they would be camping in those positions.
Yeah, but we saw on the last game Yanush team did try to blind shot a lot of positions. They didn't find anyone.
Yeah,
I mean they just lost the game like that. They had a bunch of 4 TPs pushing from the 1-2 line to climb up from the side because they're faster, and only one guy took damage. And the team from Fat and Thin, we were just like sitting behind a bunch of bushes, houses, and so on, and they were not taking any serious initiative, and they were just sniping the hell out of Yanush team.
I mean, I don't really know what's going to go on here. As you said, these teams are clearly fairly evenly matched, as we said would happen at the start. I thought Yanush would have maybe even taken it by now, as they did take that early lead. But here we are in the tiebreaker, and I think Yanush might be defending, but I guess we'll find that when we get into the actual battle. And I wonder the tanks. That's what I think, because as I said initially, we've kind of seen it to start off with. They kind of memed about, but yeah, they seem to be getting serious now.
Yeah, it's really different when you actually have a tiebreaker in a tournament. You know, I used to play under those old rules. You have to have a certain amount of wins, and if you don't get them, you get discarded from the tournament.
What?
There was no tiebreaker. Like there was...
Why?
It was just like that because it was mostly automatic system that invites you. It was not a training room.
Ah, okay.
You know? So you get an invite, and you, as example, you need to get 3 wins. And if you have too many draws or something like that.
Oh yeah, true. Back then it wasn't really necessarily attack defense, was it? It was kind of standard.
There was a lot of different formats there, and simply there was not always a chance that you can pass as a team. There was just a bunch of guys sometimes like intentionally trying to stop you on a progress and saying
mean,
from the start, we're just not gonna do anything. We're gonna camp and you come and get us. You know?
yeah, you even actually see that, I think, in the most recent campaigns, but you know, that still kind of exists. But anyway,
you have to be ready. When you're playing a tournament, you actually have to be ready. Fortunately, when people play finals, that's not the case. Yeah, they are a bit playing strategically when they're defending, but there is a plan behind it. It's not just like blind sitting behind some house and hoping for the best.
yeah, anyway, I think we are ready now to jump into our final game of the tournament here. So this is the tiebreaker to decide who will be the winner of the Cream of the Crop tournament. So you've got Yanush Trajce, I think, versus Fat and Thinner and On Cliff, and they're both bringing lots of LOL tractors, so they're both kind of taking this as seriously as they can. We're not going to see that 45 TP spam that we saw earlier.
It's really similar how they play it compared to the last time. Two tanks coming from the lower side of the map, 1-2 line. The rest heading straight to the center for a big brawl and commanding the presence. There is a couple of T1s tanks even on upper side. We can see here the difference between Call Me Piotr and Mlody and the rest of the tanks, man, because look at the difference in speed between them and LOL tractors.
Yeah, as we said, the T1 is very fast at T1, and actually they're going to get to the... Look how quickly they're going to get to the middle, and maybe they can put out some good damage on the Fat and Thinner tanks that are coming into the fight. You can see that Piotr actually manages to get 1 or 2 shots. Bialy gets taken down as well. And a bit was traded back, but actually that was a good positive trade from the T1 and good use of the unique speed that the T1 has at this tier. But I don't think they can repeat this.
I wondered why they didn't pick up more T1s, because they could have deleted 1 or 2 tanks for sure if they picked in a big group there, man. But I guess they're scared of the aftermath later, because LOL tractors are kind of better in a long-term brawling here on the middle.
Yeah, you said they could have maybe brought 2 up into the middle where Lackey is and maybe created a crossfire at the start, but it seems to be working out for Yanush here, as Fat and Thinner haven't even managed to get to the middle with the majority of the tanks. You can see that Ruin here is now on 22 HP. It looks like he's going to get taken down by Piotrix.
Good plays, they're coming in, man. Like, they confuse them with those 2 T1 tanks and they slow them down just enough for their LOL tractors to come and to take the upper ground here. Now this is a massacre going on. 400 HP advantage for Yanush here. Good plays coming in and smart play in the decisive moment of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. You can see actually there's one LOL tractor down at like H9. I wonder if he's going to start going around, or actually if they're going to send some guys from the middle around just to try and dig out maybe Milos or Scorpion here that are kind of in the middle of the map from Fat and Thinner, because they could create a crossfire here. Actually, there's a fight going on the one line. You can see that 3 T1s from Fat and Thinner and 2 T1s from Yanush are fighting, and Kekai just said, like, you know, there's too many tanks here, I'm going to run away. Demon's on 19 HP behind there, so Kekai is just going to just say, I'm going to get out of here while I can, and maybe I can escape with my life.
Yeah, Kekai is just going to take care of the enemy if they try to push around the corner, and Demon will hug the rock the best he can. The main fight is actually going on upper side. Call Me Piotr is confronting with Papavian one-on-one, something we've seen in the Gold League many times before, but this is first time on Tier 1 tanks.
Yeah, exactly. And Piotr now not going to overextend here, and I think you should probably have a look at what's going on in the middle here, because I think actually that Yanush are managing to go around, and they're going to send 2 tanks around. I think that's maybe Mumek and someone else, but yeah, Papaparia now, he can't really do too much, but he's going to get support from behind him. You can see that Kekaj and Demon actually managed to die, so there's now a 3 versus 1 here, and the longer that Piotr stays, the higher the probability that he's going to die. He should start running there, because if he can run towards the middle, there's actually a chance that he can survive. But if he stays there, it's almost certain death.
Yeah, it's almost certain death for him, but his team is still leading for now 150 HP, so that huge advantage they had in one moment is almost deleted. But still, his team is doing rather well and controlling most of the map and taking out more guns of Fat and Thinner. There is pretty much a huge exchange here, because now Yanush guys that were in a flanking maneuver doing around the lighthouse area started to shoot the tanks in the back here.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, that once Mumek gets around, he's actually going to be in a strong position. You see, I think he's got maybe 2 kills now. He can maybe pick up his 3rd if he does manage to find that shot onto Bialy, or you can see actually there's order there. But this is actually still fairly even HP-wise, but Fat and Thinner obviously have 2 less tanks, make that 3 less tanks now, and they really need to start picking up some of these kills if they want to have a chance in this game. But there is still the possibility that they can win this. They have a decent amount of HP, but they need to find these one-shots. Maybe if they could find Tiger, if he makes some questionable peaks in the mid, but Piotrix picks up his 3rd kill there as well, so...
Well, such a close game here, but we must remember one really important thing. Yanush here are defending and Fat and Thinner are attacking. They have 4 tanks, of which one is on 100% HP, but everyone else, including Papa Pavian, who is still alive, are mostly on one shot. Yanush even have like 2 guns more to work with, so that gives them more angles. And I think the guy who was on 100% HP, he's stuck on like A5 corner.
I mean, is that a heart for hearts in that? Oh my, how did Papa win that? Piotrix was on 55 HP, and Papa was only on 11, but somehow he manages to come out unscathed from that battle, and he actually manages to win it.
Hey, skills to pay the bills, man.
Exactly, and now there's a crossfire in the middle, though. Papa is on the side, and if he can use the bushes, he can actually shoot some of these guys in the middle unspotted, I think. So this could be like a game-changing moment here. There's now 4 versus 5, but if Papa can pick up one shot, exactly. This is now 4 versus 4, and Papa has 4 kills himself, and he knows that now Tiger and Seagan in the middle, they're both one-shots, and they're looking at Camille. Camille can obviously shoot them, so if Papa can create a good crossfire here, this game can be completely changed, and somehow Fan Thinner might actually be able to take this.
Yeah, there is a high chance actually they can do it. The HP is even now in day fair, no matter how low it is, but Uba almost died here, man, so they're pretty much teeth to the teeth. Look at this, it goes down to the nail, man, like the HP is almost identical. 4 on 4, great fours of both teams. Tiger, Mumek, C3 and Sigan against Ordovi, Kamil, Papa,
Camille manages
and
to find a kill there on C3. I mean, this game is definitely on. Papa needs to see what he can do in the middle. And I said that crossfire between Camille and Papa is so instrumental to the potential chances of victory here. As there you see, Camille does take down Tiger. So Tiger and actually Seagan managed to run out there. Oh no, Seagan is still in the middle. And oh my, they've managed to turn it around. It looks like there's only 1 tank remaining. This is Mumek at 62 HP. But once Camille gets on the hill, it looks like Mumek's position is going to be completely negated. And it looks like Fat and Thinner are actually going to take this.
It's a possibility, but it's not done yet. I mean, technically, Mumek still has a chance to kill them all because no one is on high HP here. If he takes out Camille, he has a chance to deal with the rest because they still need to cap, 3 minutes to go. Mumek, the last chance of the Yanush team. Yanush, who started this map so great, really great move, doing good damage on the start, confusing the team, making the difference, making the plays, and then somehow Fat and Thinner, like inch by inch, health by health, managed to recover in a game. And I believe the personal skill of these players actually came to effect a lot. Like Papa survived on those day and HP forever and ever now.
Exactly. Papa was so key to the potential victory of Fat and Thinner here. I would say that the chances are obviously that they'll definitely take this because you've got Camille up here now. He's going to spot Mumek if Mumek goes.
Yeah, they're going to put the guy in a cap, and that's then the checkmate because Mumek will have to go and kill them all like shells blazing left and right to actually manage to decap even.
Because you've got Camille on the hill here, so he's going to be able to just shoot Mumek in the back if he does move towards the cap. So now the question is, what can Mumek do here? I don't think he has many choices. Maybe he can pick up a couple of one-shots on the way, maybe even one, but no, he's going to go out in the open, and this should be Camille who should shoot him from the hill and maybe pick this up. Mumek actually knows now that he can't go forward, so it looks like GG. Papa actually misses the shot there, unfortunately, by a couple of millimeters. It looked like that was a very close shot. And Mumek now just going to go behind the house because he's actually going to get taken down just before he gets there. So Fat and Thinner managed to take it.
Fat and Thinner turned the game around completely against all odds and against all probabilities, taking the tournament in this final game. Really congratulations on a fashion. They actually did it because I really didn't see it coming. The advantage was just like so great. It looks like a big drop from the Yanush team, but that's how the Tier 1 Cup goes.
I said at the start of the game, in the first few minutes of the game, they definitely had early advantages, but those kind of got lost over the rest of the game. And as you said, that play from Papa, we just kind of managed to pick up the kill, but we didn't actually manage to see how he kind of negotiated that position there, how he managed to turn it into his favor, where as a one-shot, he managed to kill the two-shot tank that was hunting him.
Well, I need to announce a couple of other things, like congratulations again to Fat and Thin team. You won we deserved all the matches. You could see the previous results so far. We have the MVP votes. 410 guys voted for Kamil Eater, so he will be the MVP of this tournament. Congratulations. So he will get some extra stuff that can be given on the stream. We also have 4 L60 winners. The Gold Spam Generation, Finak 175, Hutton and Beck Golden. So I think their names will be here soon. They're all the scrubs, chicken, cows, pigs and everything else that's there. And congratulations, Barry, for your first tournament that you finished casting. Thank you very much. I already brought portion of this in a bed last night, so I'm gonna bring some more now.
So yeah, say hi to the team. You can obviously see everyone behind us, and I guess this is it from us all here.
Thank you everyone for watching. Hope we see you next time. And imagine this confetti all the time, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's too much confetti.
God, thank you, Red.
That's gone down my back, man.